And
We are back. We are back, and I have to go send the link out to our friend Connor Bartel and get him out here, and then we will be back rolling with more CRoM Con. So all I got to do is find Mr. Bartel's Facebook. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, get this out to him.
where'd Will go?
There you go. Coming at you, Connor. I sent Will the link. He'll be back.
Oh, okay.
So, everybody, thank you for paying attention to what we're doing, for coming back to check out CRoM Con Day 2. Or, yeah, Day 2, Part 2. And we're doing this the same way we always do it, live, unscripted, and, ready to party. How you doing, Phil?
I'm busy installing drivers.
Yeah, you're making me turn you up again.
Oh, I said I'm busy installing drivers right now. I'm trying to
Right.
get my system back to normal.
Connor Bartel.
Hey,
What's happening?
what's happening? Nothing much over here.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to be here today. I got my artist. He's going to be in here with us any second now.
Okay, cool.
And he's going to be drawing live while we talk.
All right.
oh, nice.
Sweet. We could get Phil to color live too someday.
Yeah, when I get everything back to par again, man.
That's funny. We were discussing the possibility of him actually coloring one of the pinups on live today, but he decided to just draw a fresh pinup.
Cool. Well, we got like 25 minutes, and I really now see stuff like that. I'd love to have you out on the Monday Madness for a whole couple hours where you can really let it draw.
Well, that's Adigan. That's up to Adigan. He's doing all the hard work here today.
It's great, Russ. Thanks for coming out, man. And I don't know who that was,
All right.
but hi. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm so glad to meet you. Why don't you go ahead and tell everybody a little bit about yourself, what your main project is you're working on right now, and we'll think of things to ask you while you're talking.
All right. So while we're waiting for Adigan to come in here, I'll introduce the project. I'm Connor Bartel. Adigan Ilhan is the artist, and we are about to launch our 6th Kickstarter together on January 15th, and it's for the end of a trilogy. So we already did the first 2 books, and this 6th Kickstarter is going to be the end of the Swords and Solace trilogy, and so you can come in on January 15th and get all 3 books. It's a black and white comic about a Ronin assassin. It's a character study that's inspired by Akira Kurosawa films. So, hey, Adigan.
Can you hear us?
I'm not sure.
Hey
You might
guys,
just be
can you hear me?
Oh, there you
all
go.
right, cool. All right.
Looks
How you
like he's
doing, Aaron?
setting it up for to draw for us today.
Hey, hello.
Welcome to CRoM Con.
Yeah, well, but yeah, okay.
Looks like he's just
Hi,
getting it ready.
thanks for having me. How are you guys?
Oh, we're wonderful, man. I mean,
Yeah,
we've had
can
power
you hear me?
outages. And everything. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can. All right. Can you hear us?
Awesome.
Uh-oh.
We can hear
Yeah.
him, but he can't hear us.
Oh, you can. Okay, we're good.
Oh, all right. So yeah, go ahead. Talk about what you're doing, and he can draw. And
All right, yeah.
I'm gonna be
So, yeah, like I said, it's the end of a trilogy, and we are. Adigan's already starting there. Cool, awesome. Yeah, so it follows an assassin named Rat, who has earned his right to be free from his Assassin's Guild, but he's one of the only ones to ever do it, and they find that they don't let people just go free even if they earn it. So the trilogy follows him kind of on a path to peace, while the guild sends killers his way, trying to make an example out of him, and he becomes a legend in this regard. And the story is really about like a deep dive into his character and how he reconciles his violent solutions with his need for peace at the same time.
Nice. So,
Again, I'm sorry, what?
do you have a link to? I think you have a Indiegogo, right? Is that where you're going?
Oh,
with this?
we have a Kickstarter. Right now, the Kickstarter page isn't live, but
Do
you
have
can
to
go to
sign
our.
up? The newsletter. You got the sign up there, though, right?
Yes, we do. We have a link. We have a link where people can sign up to follow. Here, I can get that in there.
Because I want to put it on the banner for you.
Want me to just put it in the StreamYard chat?
Yeah.
All right.
So that people can go ahead and go look at it and sign up for the newsletter and the preview, so they know when it goes live, man. That's that's how we do it. There it is. All right.
All right.
And
here, I'll share my screen so I can show you guys a little bit of what we got going on here. So these are all 3 books lined up next to each other. Swords and Sorrows, Swords and Silence, and Swords and Solace. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yep, you're good.
All right. And just some preview art from the previous books, and there's also some art from the new book mixed in here too.
Nice.
I like that. See, this is like, yeah, it's my kind of stuff. I'm just letting you know, this is my kind of stuff. Already in the first place, okay? So Ronin warriors and stuff like that. That's like, I love it.
Yeah, I took a lot of inspiration from like Akira Kurosawa films, especially in like the composition of the scenes and how the action is laid out on the panel. There you go.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh yeah, I own the director's cut of the first 2.
Oh yeah. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you been?
I've been good. You guys been streaming for hours straight, huh?
Oh, I know.
6 hours, man.
This is my
crazy.
monthly punishment for being me.
Yeah. I get to come on here and enjoy my half hour.
Hours. You've been on 4 hours, Pops.
Yeah, but I'll be on all weekend. Where were you last night, Phil? Where were you?
What? Where was
Where
I?
were you last
Without a
night?
computer. I was able to get on here, got my computer back, and hooked up 15 minutes before broadcast, man.
Will's the one that's logging in the hours this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Will did the long haul so far.
And there you go. You got. I'm not sure who this is in the chat, but they've read the new one and it is solid. So,
Awesome.
Not everybody signed up with StreamYard, so we can't always see who it is. I tried to go looking on the Facebook feed, but I didn't see. So, whoever you are, thank you. We appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for reading.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I've been waiting for this 3rd book for a while now.
So,
we're really excited to finish up the series. The ending's a lot of fun, and I got to introduce one of my favorite characters I've ever written before in this upcoming 3rd one. So that's a lot of fun.
Cool. It's Chuck the editor. Which one of you? Which one of you? We know it's one of. Okay. How you doing, Chuck? Love you, brother.
Yeah, this page that you see on screen right here, that's actually my favorite page from the first book. Really shows like the nice action composition that Adigan was inspired by Akira Kurosawa.
It's awesome.
Oh yeah, this art is just amazing.
Yeah.
It's
We're super stoked. very excited to get it out
Thanks,
to
guys.
everyone.
So what day are we launching?
January 15th.
All right. Do you have a launch party set up?
I do not.
We'll have to figure something out, brother. Figure something out.
Yeah,
Get you out here live right before it kicks off so that you can tell everybody about it, get your fan base looking at it, and badness too, because that's what we do.
Yeah, I'd love to come on. I've been on the creators outlet with Will over there, and I had a blast over there.
Yeah, he's always fun. There's got to be 20 podcasters in the madness. So, you got what, 2 weeks to talk about it before you launch it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't be shy about going out and talking, getting on some of these shows, man. Geekgasm, Geek Insider. There's just so many podcasters. Rogue Wave, Earth Station One. We got so many in the group now that it's like there's anybody who wants the exposure. If you really want it, you're willing to go out there and be in front of people. There's plenty of people in the group that will put you out there.
Yeah, comic creators are known for being introverts, though, right?
Right. We're pulling on y'all. We're pulling you out.
Well, this way you don't have to leave your house or your room or anything. You just got to turn on the camera and we can go.
Yep.
I know.
I'm introverted. That's why I'm so quiet in the background, man.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Did Phil just say he's perverted?
I thought he said he was quiet. I was
I'm
like,
introverted.
Oh.
I'm an introverted extrovert. I was forced into being an extrovert.
Yeah, and we can make that happen for you, sir. That's what we do. That's what we do.
And anybody can hit me up anytime. I'm always booking guests.
Yes, Will is more than anybody is out there. Hey, anybody want to be on my show today, tomorrow, next day? And he does get people to go out. So, that's what I'm saying. It's like we're more than happy to get the exposure for you guys. The longer the reach, the better things are for all of us, right? So,
yes, sir.
I want to look at this a little bit now. He's starting to get somewhere here.
Oops, I shared the wrong screen.
Now, is this your artist, your interior artist?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Cool.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Well, it's late at night here. It's 2 a.m. So that's why I'm kind of being a little silenced.
Where are you at exactly?
Sorry about that.
Where are you at exactly?
I'm from Turkey.
Turkey. That's 6 countries. Count them 6, not 5. The ad's wrong. 6 countries. Right on. We are international, y'all.
Yeah, you guys will be able to get custom commissions from him if you pledge to the Kickstarter.
There's Chuck. There's our buddy Chuck.
Oh, yes. The beautiful Chuck. He's our editor.
Chuck, I read a book a little while ago that needed you, bro.
Oh, God.
Really bad. Will.
Yeah.
Boston. Don't read it. That's all I'm going to say. Don't read it. It was atrocious. Anyway. Everybody use your editors.
Oh,
That's
yes.
what they're there for.
If it wasn't for Chuck, this would have been a one-shot.
You see, an editor is going to expand your view. He's going to give you a different view of what you're doing, and that can only turn into better things, man. Especially somebody like Chuck, who already has a creative mind of his own. It's not just going out there and checking your words. Chuck's a writer, so he's getting given a different outlook. And can actually play the part of editor, not just the guy who's changing your words for spelling and whatnot. It's not just about proofreading. It's about seeing what fits, what works, And Chuck's really good at it because most everything I've read that he has edited flows.
It's also art direction. Make sure panels match up with your scripts.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I mean. The stuff that I've read that Chuck has edited, the stories flow. There's no hiccups.
Oh, you said flow. I thought you said the stories blow, and I was like,
they
like,
flow.
this really took a turn for the worse there.
No, Chuck's awesome, dude. That's what I mean. It's like what you said about him, what he did made it so that it wasn't a one shot.
Yeah, so
You know?
the way I ended the first one, I ended it in pretty much the same way, but he had me tweak the dialogue that wasn't so. It made it so it wasn't so final. You know, it made it so like there was still a little bit of conflict, even if the character himself didn't know it. But the reader could see it just based on one panel that he changed. It's actually more than the dialogue. It was he just changed how to change one panel on the last page, and it completely opened it up for 2 more sequels.
Perfect. That's what I'm talking about.
Very subtle changes can go a really long way.
And that's what I mean by when you have somebody looking at it from a different perspective. You know, they might see a way to expand what you're doing, or whatever. And it's like Chuck's just really good at bringing out the best in what people write.
Man, Adigan is cooking over there. Look at that.
Where's it at? Hold up. Wow. This guy's a speed drawer, like Manny Soto draws fast.
Yeah, Adigan is incredibly fast.
That's awesome, man.
I would tell you exactly how fast, but I don't want the people that hire him in the future to expect that sort of impossibility all the time. All right. Man,
You did that one on purpose.
When Ghost of Tsushima first came out, I was playing a lot of that. That's also heavily inspired by Akira Kurosawa. And I just started getting into Sekiro. So ever since I started writing these, I've been super into that entire little samurai subculture.
So did you see William Samuel Quentin in the 47 Furious Tales?
No.
Okay, well, he was out here. Was it last night?
Yeah.
Last night, Will? If you go into the YouTube after we're done here and you watch last night's segment, he did a Ronin story as well.
Very cool.
And if you like that, you're going to love 47 Furious Tales.
Awesome.
The artist he had working with him is amazing. The story is amazing. And it's right down your alley.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I like to Adigan and I did a supernatural western about monster hunters in the Wild West. It's called Grimwood Crossing. You're gonna be able to get that on our campaign too. That's about like a 200-page graphic novel, and we funded that on Kickstarter. And I was getting into a lot of other Western stories, like specifically like supernatural Western stories, because we were just already engulfed in that culture when we were trying to promote the book.
I can't believe that Chuck's not signed up for StreamYard.
You don't even have to sign up for StreamYard. You just have to.
It just won't even show his name right there. See?
You gotta back out, click the StreamYard banner at the top of the post, and then come back in. Give it permission, and then you come back in, and it'll see you.
Can you see me now? Nope, you still can't see you, Chuck. John Cena.
What is this? A Sprint commercial?
It's John Cena. You can't see me. That's amazing right there, Adam.
Oh yeah, he's really cooking now.
Thank you.
Just you could leave him on here for the whole stream, and he'll finish a whole book right in front of you.
Man, I'm gonna get him and Manny. I'm gonna
Okay,
get him
a week before the launch, you can come on and come on my stream, and I'll just do it.
No, I'm gonna get him and Manny Soto on the same show and have them speed draw. Have them in a speed draw competition because they're both fast.
Sir,
Man.
yes, sir.
Real fast. What's up? What's up,
Hey,
Simon?
Simon.
Got it going on. Yeah, that's amazing, man. What, you've been doing that for like 15 minutes?
About 20 minutes now.
20 minutes? That's amazing.
Yeah, he just pumps those out. I'm just like, I'm engulfed now.
So is there anybody
We've
else?
done these live drawings before, and people usually really like them. We have given out the drawings in like giveaways. Hey, I know Sean Keenan.
Hey, he's gonna be on it. Is there anybody else involved in the book that we haven't given a shout out to?
It's man. I hope I'm not missing anyone, but I'm pretty sure it's just me, Adigan, and Chuck.
Okay.
We do have an executive producer who put a lot of money into the last campaign, so we drew him into the book. His name is Jeff Tanner. Here, I can show you guys. I can show you guys a picture of that.
Hey, it's cool being drawn into books. I love it.
Yeah, typically we finish the books before we even go to Kickstarter.
Yeah.
So it does get kind of hard to achieve that.
Right.
Luckily,
you got to.
so right there in the bottom panel there, that's our executive producer.
Oh, all right.
He put a good amount of money into the last campaign, so we drew him into it, and this one was easy because it was just the last panel of the last page, and then he becomes a significant character in the third one for the next book.
Right.
This time though, the book is going to be being produced after the campaign, with all the complications of the year. That's just how it's had to be.
Well, I mean, a lot of people. The general consensus is get about 90% done before you go to Kickstarter. That way, while you're running through the campaign, you get that last 10%. Any changes or editing or anything you have to do in that period before you kick it off. You know.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of campaigns that are putting out just a few, or like they pay for a few pages out of pocket, put a preview, and then they use the money to finish the book. Yeah, but due to the complications of the year, that's kind of how we had to do it this time. In the past, we pretty much got the books like 100% done before the campaign even starts. But COVID has hit us all.
Yeah. 2020 is back there, though.
Yeah. Hopefully it all just magically ends because 2021's here.
I'm really trying to just, like leave that one in the rearview mirror. As soon as the power went out today, I went, oh
no.
It's like,
it's
how can this be happening? I thought 2020 was gone. But, we're definitely looking forward to all kinds of good stuff coming up in this year. Will we be able to get all 3 books on Kickstarter?
Yes, sir. Yes. Every campaign that we do, you're able to get every single book that we've done in the past, pretty much. So not only will you be able to get all 3 of this series on Kickstarter, you'll be able to get the complete trade paperback of our last series on this Kickstarter too. That's exciting because we were really proud of that, and we actually went to Swords and Sorrows, the first book, as a one-shot and as a simple story because, we did that 200-page, like, expansive graphic novel. But then that ended up expanding in itself, too. So that's just how things are.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way to predict anything about this year. When it came to shipping, when it came to anything, it was all screwed up. You couldn't get stuff to your printer. The printer couldn't get papers, and you know what I mean. I mean, it was ridiculous there, March, April, May. It was horrible, you
Yeah.
know. And I feel sorry for anybody that pumped a book out from overseas and then got hit with the major change in shipping costs and whatnot. I
Yeah.
know there's people that are working on centralizing hubs so that you can print wherever you're trying to sell. As
Yeah,
opposed
so I live in Alaska, and
Right.
it's not as bad as like international, but shipping from here is pretty bad. So I work with a company out of Florida to print and ship my books.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's like everybody's figuring out ways to work around issues as they come up.
Yeah, and and international shipping is still a lot. I have to do some pretty clever things to make it so shipping doesn't cost as much as the book if I'm trying to ship. Because we got people. It's one shots or single issues are small. You don't want to charge like a bunch of money for it. And then, we got people in like Greece and Austria and Germany, you know what I mean? I got to ship books out there, and so shipping a single issue, if you're not clever, can cost as much as the book itself.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's why I really try and increase the value of the packages so that the shipping isn't so insane.
Well, I know you said something about you guys throw in like original art and stuff, and that's awesome. It's like I like to with Mojo. I think we did what we call backer rewards. We didn't just do rewards for reaching a certain plateau dollar wise. We also did a reward for reaching a plateau of a number of backers. So that okay, if we get to 125 backers, I'm gonna do this. We get 150 backers, I'm gonna do this, and we kept giving people a reason to back the book. And to do this is throw in a piece of original art in a random package or whatever. I mean, whatever you get people, whatever people are interested in. Obviously, original art is a big pull for a comic fan.
Yeah, we have sketchbook editions so that you can get all the sketched versions of all the pages in the back, plus a bunch of art from Adigan's sketchbook, and then you also get the script too, so you can really check out our entire process.
Yeah,
and
that's the version I recommend.
Yeah, like I said, it increases the value, But if you guys like Radigan's drawing right here, you're gonna be able to get this as an art print on the campaign. So we're gonna there's gonna be an art print bundle with a few different art prints in it, and this right here is gonna be one of them. Again, I'm sorry, I made that decision right here. I hope that's okay.
That's the kind of stuff that happens at CRoM Con, though. People make spontaneous decisions that could turn out to be awesome things to do.
I was like, this is unreal. Like, it's fully colored and So we're gonna make this an art print too. Screw it. That's what we're doing.
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and 30 minutes ain't enough. I'm definitely gonna get you guys on Monday Madness. We're gonna do this again. But I want you to, when you're done with this, come back into the stream, show it to us.
All right.
Make sure he comes back in the screen. I know it's late there, but when he's done with it, even
if it's 3 o'clock in the morning there.
Even if it's tomorrow, come out into the stream tomorrow and show us the finished product. I really want to see it.
Oh, that's right. There's another day of this.
And again, if you're too busy, you can send me the finished product and I'll send it to them, or you can send it to them too.
Peace. Cool. Thank you. So good to meet you. I will schedule you definitely for a Monday Madness.
Sure.
And have a great weekend, man.
All right. We had a good time. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Great seeing you guys again.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Shawn Howe. Shawn, say hi to Connor. Connor, say hi to Shawn. That's
hi, Shawn. Hi, Shawn.
Hey.
Stick around and check out this guy's art, Connor, because it's pretty awesome too. No doubt.
All right. Awesome. I'll be on the YouTube chat.
All right. Take it easy, man. Peace.
All right. Bye.
Bye, Anna. Turkey.
Don't call him a turkey. He's an artist.
Shawn, what's up, brother?
Hey, man. How are you doing?
No, how are you doing?
I'm phenomenal right now.
Sweet. That's
Yeah.
what I like to hear.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I just finished 3 covers this year, so pretty happy.
Oh, covers now. Look at this man.
Yeah. Validation.
Got to keep working.
No, that's
yeah.
awesome, man. It's
Definitely.
like his look. I have to step away for a second. I'll be right back because I got to show something off.
He's going to grab a PCR artwork to show it off.
I am.
I already know what you do.
Print. This one's original. I get to show it off. So, Shawn sent me this beautiful piece. He knows I love Electra. Look at that. Is that amazing or what?
That's
I'm
awesome.
showing everybody like this, and he goes, I drew that so you can go either way. You can lay her down. But actually, I think she's supposed to be laying down. So,
Well,
Put her upside down. Don't matter.
yeah, I'm flexible no matter what.
she is amazing, Shawn. And no, I still haven't found a frame for it yet. I'm slacking on the frames. I am.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear us?
I can't hear you. Hang on.
We're having technical difficulty.
Shawn, what happened? Can you hear us? He cannot. You can't hear me? I was
Nope.
going out, come back in.
Yep.
He knows how to deal with it. We'll fix it.
Next banner.
There you go. He can be a bird. Oh,
Can't we all?
this is amazing. I love what we do in CRoM Con. How you doing, Shawn? Are you back?
I'm back.
What'd you do? Unplug your speaker wire?
I guess so. I don't know.
Yes, Shawn Howe. Now, do you want to share a screen or do you want to show us stuff? Have you set up an art page yet, sir?
Have I done what?
Set up an art page yet?
I've got my fan page through Facebook, and I'm still kind of working out how to do the Instagram and everything else. But so far, it's just the fan page through Facebook.
Okay, I was just asking because I want to make sure I'm not missing anything new. You know?
Yeah, no, I haven't, because honestly, for the past week, I've been getting Christmas commissions out, and then I got an idea to reach out to Wendy Shaner and say, hey, I'd like to get on your radar, maybe down the road do a book for you. And she's like, okay, well, how about now?
Oh, which one? Which one?
Well, she's got a new character that she's introduced with the new Kickstarter, Ginger Snaps.
Okay, I know the book.
Yeah, and I ended up doing 2 covers for her because I'm always the guy who'll say, yes, I will do it. And then later on, I'm like, why did I do this? But, I mean, she had me at Naughty Fairy Stripper Assassins, so.
Well, see, and I have the Haley Anderson version of issue 4 of that over here on the wall. Because, Haley's butt's got to be on the wall.
Of course.
And she's really proud of that, and she points it out every time she sees it. So we like it, and we like what they're doing over there.
It's a win-win.
The Art of Shawnzilla, Facebook.com, Art of Shawnzilla. If you want to check it out.
Yep. And actually, I just posted a few minutes before I came here. I posted the cover I did for Jim Noble, the Christmas cover for Totally Rad, on the Madness. So of course I had to add a little couple of strategically placed dots, but
Of course, yeah.
I mean,
I see her. She's on fire.
Yes, James, we can see you now.
She's on fire.
Yeah. She's definitely hot. She may have made the naughty list.
Yeah, that one looks pretty good. I'll just let people go there and look at it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, what can I say? Look,
That's what I found.
man's on fire. The
Yeah.
man's on fire. You got some awesome art. I mean, what's this, like your 5th or 6th time on CRoM Con?
Oh man. Yeah.
You've been out
I,
here a lot.
and every advance that I've made this year is honestly tied to this because, you know, I've met some great people through the madness. I've met some great people through CRoM Con. You know, Larry Stewart, Jim Noble, Wendy Stainer, you know, everybody who has given me a chance, I met through this. And so, yeah, I will be here every month, you know.
We appreciate that.
Until you get tired of me, and you know, then I'm gonna have to send you another original or something, just to kind of keep my foot in the door.
Yeah. First off, I won't ever get tired of you because you do great art. Okay. I mean, I don't know what there isn't a whole lot you can go look at some of this stuff, man. Okay. This guy does great art. And I'm surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised that people came to you, or you know, that people want you to do covers for them. Because come on, man, you kill it, dude. Look at that. Look at that. Come on. I'll just leave that one there while we talk. All right.
All right. Cool.
That one says it all. Okay. I mean,
you're a little bit partial to my crows, so.
Well, but I mean, that's Brandon though.
Yeah. It can't rain all the time, you know.
It's an amazing piece. Oh, I mean, you know, I think the first one I saw was the Jon Snow, and I think I sent you a message and I was like, dude, that's pretty awesome. And I think that, you know, that was the first one I saw, and then it was the Jim Morrison, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the Jim Morrison because of the Mojo Rising connection.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, this guy's amazing. And yeah, you know, I mean, I'm not surprised at all that you're going to be on the cover.
Well,
oh, dude, that was hot. See that?
I'm going to be right back. I got to go get some ice cubes for that painting.
I mean, he said do something cool, so I figured I would, and he apparently liked it. So.
Well, yeah. and it's like I said, there is, you know, there's an all ages and there's an adult oriented side of comics.
I mean, I try to be in both worlds because honestly, you know, I try to be as versatile as possible.
Right.
You know, I don't want anybody to feel like that Shawn can't do a particular style for them. You know, if they want the pinup-y style, which you know, I try to excel at that as much as possible because they're fun to draw, and they always sell. You know, I try to knock that out. But also, I don't want to be, you know, put in that basket of only, you know, well, you can't go to Shawn to do Wolverine or the Crow or something like that because, you know, all he knows how to draw is you know, hot girls. So.
Well, see, and that's why I highlighted this one.
Yeah.
Because as much as you do draw great women, you draw great everything. You know, I mean, that's been my experience. The first one was a Jim Morrison, and then, you know, the Jon Snow. I think I saw the Jon Snow when I went to your page to look and see more, and I was like, oh, come on, this guy's killing it. And right away, I was like, yeah, you need to be part of what we got going on here. You know.
Well, and I'm glad you did because I mean it's opened up so many doors for me. And this year stands to be,
bro. That's what I'm trying to do, and that's awesome that you say that that's what's happening.
I will tell anybody I owe it to Pops and Comic Related Madness because, you know, this year, I mean, like everybody else, we all started out 2020 with high hopes for doing a lot of shows and meeting a lot of people and, you know, doing it the way we have for years. And I don't know about everybody else, but all my shows got canceled. And, you know, I would basically, I mean, it's taken a hit financially, but you know, you don't get that same interaction. You don't get the, you know, getting your name out there and people seeing you at a show and then going, hey, I'm gonna, you know, maybe when I do a book, I'm gonna have him do my cover or something. But through something like this, I have a much wider audience than just the random people who would come by your table at Artist Alley. So
and that's been the goal, is like giving you that way to still be seen. Because, you know, I mean, let's be honest, when you're at a con and you're set up at your table, it's like people are walking by and they're looking at the art hanging behind you, right?
Mhm.
And if it grabs them, they're going to be over there looking at what you do.
Sure.
Here, it's the same thing. We have to show it. We have to make sure people see it. Okay. Now, they're not walking by. So, you know, it's like we got to give them a reason to come look. So we create something like the Madness or something like CRoM Con to give people a reason to come look at what you guys do. And a place to see it, centrally. Have you talked to Kevin about setting up a channel on NSC TV for your art?
Not yet.
Okay. We're going to get that in your future. We're going to set that up for you, bro.
Sounds great. I am down. In Pops I trust.
Well, it ain't me. I'm just connected. You know.
I mean, you're the hub.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm meeting some great people that are very beneficial to what everybody's doing. I'm meeting some people that are just great at what they do, you know, and you're one of them. There's no doubt your art is top notch. It deserves more than what you've been given so far. Okay. You know,
well, I certainly really appreciate that, you know, and I mean, believe me, it's good to hear that, because, you know, I mean, everybody gets down, you know, when things aren't going their way, and, you know, you've had a rough year and everything. And, you know, it's important to get that encouragement and to have a place like Comic Related Madness where you can say, you know, hey guys, you know, I could post a work in progress, and I know I'm going to get, if I ask for critiques, I'll get good critiques from people who are, really well respected in their area. And I know that I can get feedback on something, or I can get, you know, someone to tell me, oh yeah, it does look great. Because I mean, after you've stared at it for hours and hours and hours painting it, you kind of hate it.
Is that the Jim O'Reilly coming out of you?
A little bit, you know. When they ask me how do I know if it's done or not, I'm like, yeah, when I hate it enough, you know.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Shawn, when I ask you for another piece, you know I'm tired of Electra, okay? I don't think it's gonna happen though. I just don't.
Well, I'll try not to I'll try not to let you get too tired of her before I send you something else.
I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Well, thank you.
My hometown, well, not my hometown, but my hometown, where I spent most of my life, Phoenix, Arizona. Happy New Year. We love you guys. Not sure who that is, but I love you all the same. You're from Phoenix. You're cool. Yeah, I do stuff like that. Will, you got any questions for Shawn?
Yeah, when you gonna come on my podcast?
There you
go. When you want me to. See what I did there? Can I send it back to you?
That's what you're supposed to do. Exactly.
Yeah, anytime, man. Anytime.
Any Monday, Tuesday, or Friday you want to come on, let me know.
Sounds great. Yeah, just
that's my sister-in-law, Terry. Everybody say hi, Terry.
Hey, Terry.
It's weird when your family's watching what you do, man.
Oh, I get those messages every once in a while. It's like, you know, from my dad, it's like, hey, wait a second. You know, what you drew was nice, but, you know, your aunt can see this and stuff. I was like, I'm sorry. Oops.
It's just like we've gotten a little, you know, I mean, this has gotten bigger than I ever thought it was going to be. I didn't think it was going to be this. And now the family's paying attention, and now I got people, my own family, critiquing my shows. You know? And we got Ireland.
Greetings from Ireland.
We got Ireland.
Welcome.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's my boy, John. John Goldsberry. Look, the one thing in my collection that traveled the farthest came from John Goldsberry. I have some Comic-Con programs from the UK that he sent me like 4 years ago. Great stuff, because I collect programs too. For those who didn't know, I collect con programs. Anyway, he sent me a couple of beautiful books from London or from the UK, and it was like blew me away. You know that somebody from over there was. This was before the madness or anything. This is a long time ago. Okay, like Collector's Corner.
Wow.
4 years ago. And John has been a staunch supporter of everything that I've done, every group that we've bounced from. And he was here right from the beginning when we started the madness. Great guy. If you look in the madness, you'll see every now and then he shows off the scores that he gets. The books that he gets from overseas, and he shows them off. And you can see the differences between what we get in America versus what they get over there. You know? Good dude, real good dude.
That's awesome. I mean, I've met so many great people through this group. It's not even funny, and I haven't met anybody through this group who's, been what you would consider a bad person or anything. Everybody's been really nice, and it seems like we all have the common goal, and everybody's always trying to help each other.
That's what we're trying to do. That's definitely what we're trying to do. I mean, there's always hiccups, there's always hiccups, but
sure.
As long as everybody remembers that the reason we're here is to share the art and to network and to promote and there's plenty of groups for all the other.
All the bickering and arguing that can go on in other groups, and that's cool.
There's Twitter for that.
Yeah. Every once in a while I'll feel like starting to fight, so I'll go on Twitter, but no.
I'm not going to say a word. Not going to say a word. I have really worked on my interaction with people I don't know online. Okay, I've really worked on not being quite as quick to jump. I'll stop and think about what I'm going to say before I hit enter. I'm getting much better. Okay. But we all go through that, right? We all go through figuring out how to promote ourselves without being fake.
Yeah.
Everybody knows me. Like Carrie, who's watching, she knows me. I can't come out here and candy coat stuff and act like I'm not who I am, or she's going to be like in my inbox going, dude, quit acting like that. That ain't you. You know what I mean? It's like I got people that know me, that have known me for years watching this, and I have to be me.
Oh, yeah. You got to be OG Pops.
I can't candy coat. I can't be fake. And I despise people who are. I really do. If you own who you are, you can be yourself.
Yeah.
Own who you are, be yourself, be real. People will appreciate you being real way more than they will appreciate you kissing their ass or candy coating the story.
Right. Yeah. I've had plenty of disagreements with people, but I always try to still at least be a good person about it, and I've found that most people don't care if you disagree with them. That's fine. It's just, there's that line. You don't have to be a jerk about it.
Right.
And I try not to ever be a jerk to anybody because, you never know. I
have been. I have been a jerk to people, but I'm working on it.
I said I'd try. Okay? Because it doesn't happen all the time.
I do try to better myself. I try to think about it now a little bit more. Because I know,
you've always been cool to me, so we're good.
But it is a larger audience, so I do got to try to consider a little bit more how I'm coming across.
Oh yeah.
And because I don't want people to go, oh, I'm not going to watch that because of that guy, or I'm not going to buy his stuff because of that guy. You know what I mean? I don't want that to happen to you guys because of association with it.
No, no, I haven't run into that at all. I've met nothing but great people, and like I said, I mean, I wouldn't be progressing where I am without this group. So anything I could do for this group, absolutely.
And that right there, it just makes me feel like everything I'm trying to do is worth it. And all it takes is one person.
You're welcome.
I mean, it takes just one person to just let me know that, hey, I made a little networking connection after CRoM Con, or somebody bought my book or something, and it's just one is all it takes, and I'm out here next month. If I'm helping,
Absolutely.
I'm
Absolutely. And hopefully, next month I will be gearing up to do my Kickstarter for my art book. I'm looking at doing 2 books actually. One of just mostly the I guess you'd call it fan art, the Elektra, Loki, stuff like that. And also doing one that's a pinup book because apparently people like the way I draw women. So, trying to hit both sides of the audience there.
But I mean, just like this Crow, your Morrison, all those, the Jon Snow, all those are awesome. And they don't have anything to do with being women or, they stand alone and they stand out. And the 007, all those are awesome, dude.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna do 2 books. That way I get both sides of the money.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, those are awesome, every one of them. And I don't know what your experience is like with sequential art.
I haven't done sequential art in a long time.
I'm kind of curious to know what your style would be in something like a Crow type book. I mean,
now something like that. I'm real interested to do something like that. I had back in high school, way back in the day, I'd kind of worked out a Crow story that I planned on doing, and of course, it's one of those things that you plan on doing, but you never do. Right. But now that I've got a little bit of time, I might end up doing that. Just to put it together, just to see, because like I said, I haven't done sequential art in a long time. And my art style has changed a lot since then. I mean, if you saw where I was at that point, it's a night and day difference. And
I'm thinking that I think there's more in you than just covers. That's what I think. Somebody's going to come to you and they're going to go, "Hey, yo, do you do sequentials?"
I mean, I'm always up for a challenge, and I'm starting to kind of play around with it a little bit just to get back into it and see. So, I mean, I will never say never, but at the same point in time, it's very important for me right now not to commit myself to anything that I'm not 100% sure I can do. So what I would do if someone came to me about sequential is just say, hey, listen, I'm working back into it. Let me send you some stuff and let you take a look at it and see if it fits what you're wanting. Because, I don't want to let anybody down. Especially being as new to this as I am. I mean, I just got welcomed to the Naughty Fairies and Totally Rad Families. I don't want to be excommunicated this quickly.
You came on my show, you could be in trouble.
I was a made guy. No, I'm not.
No, we love those people, man. Wendy's cool. Russ is cool. Tiberius. Yeah. Did you call him Tiberius for me?
I did.
Yeah, man. Did he do his Kirk impression for you?
No, he hasn't yet.
Well, see, you got it. That's where it comes from, man. That's where he got the nickname. You got to make him do it for you because it's amazing.
I definitely will. Since he went ahead and welcomed me to the family, I think I can make that request of him.
Yeah, you'll love it. It's hilarious. He does a really good Shatner. It's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
So our next guest, I know he hasn't I just sent him the link, but I think you guys know who he is. Alan Johnson, running the mentor program in the group, and has a couple books out, or he has a book out and another one coming out. I want to talk about the other one more than the. I can't help it. Some people write me into their books, and then I just want to be all talk about that all the time, and I have to control myself. But yeah,
that makes sense.
Alan has a book that they made me a bit character in, but you know, it's hilarious. I love that kind of stuff, man. I just got to get him out here. Alan, where are you? Are you ready, Junior? If not, we're gonna try to get Michael Watson to come out because he missed out last night. If he happens to be watching, I don't know. We'll do whatever we have to do. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna scroll through some more of these right now. Look at that, Will. Look at that.
I've just gone against my credo and opened an action figure.
See, now there's one. There's the one I'm talking about. This John Snow.
Oh, you opened a figure?
What?
I just opened a figure, an old figure, because the package was damaged, and yeah.
And which one is it?
Ghost. From
you know,
Doc
I get that though. I found a tote the other day of Marvel Legends that are all beat up, so I'm thinking about opening them up and putting them on the shelf. So
yeah, I'm just like, it comes with like this gun belt, but the way they made it, there's no way to get it around her friggin' waist.
You gotta squeeze her legs together.
They don't. Filthy animal.
Oh, jeez.
you gotta love those old figures.
Well, you know, I mean, it's the ones they made that you can't adjust, you know, move the joints and stuff. I mean, those are great to sit on your shelf, but even the kids don't play with them. You know?
Oh no.
Oh, look at that Madness and Rocket right there. That's amazing, dude.
Thank you.
See, now I'm seeing some I haven't seen before. You've been hiding. No, I've seen that one. I know because I love that one.
Oh, well.
Look at this. Look at this. Whoa.
No name.
That's amazing right there.
Thank you.
Oh, it's Bowie.
I don't, you know what? I honestly, I really dislike that Bowie that I did. I don't know why. Because it has done really well for me print wise at shows and stuff, and the original sold, and everybody's, you know, yeah, great. And I'm just like, man, I don't know why.
Everybody loves it but you. That's just how that works sometimes, though, man. You know.
Hey, man, I don't argue with them, you know, but at all. Yeah.
Yeah, we're missing an Alan Johnson. Alan Johnson, please report to the broadcast studio. Alan Johnson.
Bueller.
So we'll just keep showing off Shawn's stuff for right now.
I'm taking it. Thanks.
We got the Gambit, the Bat and the Cat. Oh, Eddard.
Yep. Poor Sean Bean gets killed in every movie or show.
He's definitely a target.
Yeah.
Combat. Thanos and his girl. Huh?
Yeah, before Deadpool stole her.
Buffy?
Yep.
Yeah, there's some oh, there you go, some Firefly.
Yep, yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I keep hearing about a Firefly reboot, and it just kind of makes me happy every time I hear about it. But
But it never happens. I know.
never.
I'm hoping to just make a movie. Just give us a movie. Anything.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
did.
You know? Another
Oh,
one.
and Serenity was awesome.
Mhm.
You know, I actually saw Serenity before I saw Firefly, because I don't take away my nerd card, but
You got to watch shit backwards sometimes,
it happens.
It is okay. Look, there's stuff that I haven't. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was 4 or 5 years late on both.
Yeah.
It took me a while to go. Oh, okay, I'll give it a try. I mean,
Well, I didn't want to watch Firefly because everybody told me that it's just going to make you sad that it's only one season.
Yeah.
And it did.
And I knew that going in, so that made it easier. If you know it going in.
Yeah.
It's like that Venom movie. I knew there was no Spider-Man connection, so it didn't bug me that there was no Spider-Man connection. It was a great movie. Stood alone. It was awesome.
I was surprised by Venom. I liked it because, usually if it's a Sony Spider-Man, or Spider-Verse or whatever, venture from Sony, no, it doesn't really work out so well. But yeah, I was pretty surprised. I thought it was really great. And I'm looking forward to the next one.
Phil, you want to see if you can get a hold of Alan, bro? In the background there, Phil. See if you can get a hold of Alan Johnson. You know who I'm talking about. Hey, I'm not getting no response. I hate when that happens because I know they want to be here. It's not like that, it's just forgot or something. And then tomorrow he'll be like, "Oh, dude, I'm so sorry, I forgot him." And then I'll be scrambling trying to get him some time out here because that's the purpose, is to get everybody time. So
yeah. I was gonna say, did you send him the same message you send me? The hey, you ready?
Yeah, he got the you ready? He got the link. He got Alan.
Pop says, "Don't waste my time."
Well, no, I mean the same thing could happen. He could be sitting there with his power out. You don't know.
No, I completely get it. I mean, there was one month I scrambled to get in here before time because I had completely gotten wrapped up with errands and stuff all day, and it's like
Love the Heath Ledger. Love it.
Thank you.
The movie, the night one, The Knight's Tale. Talking about with Heath.
Yeah.
Okay, the dance scene.
Yep.
Where they're dancing to the David Bowie song.
Yep.
Oh, that's a portrait right there. Him and Angelina. That's a portrait. That's a paint that should be done. Somebody needs to do that. I'm just saying.
I may have to.
Now we got.
I do always try to find something a little bit off the beaten path to do. So.
Yeah. I mean that scene is one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie because they're dancing to a modern song. Making like an old school medieval castle ball, and they're dancing that way to a today's song. I was like, this is amazing.
That whole movie is just really fun anyway.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll watch it, from time to time. I love the Nike swoosh on his armor. Yeah. Everything
about it is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
The Easter eggs like that. The whole premise of the movie, and it's one of those movies where if I'm scrolling down and I see it's on, I'll watch it. I'll jump in at any point. At any point in the movie and watch it. You got jousting, jousting, pretty women. What can come on, great movie.
I mean, it checks all the right boxes.
And let's see what else we got here. We got some Ivy. Jim, look at this. Come on, guys. Nice.
Yeah, my kid got me into watching Avatar, and I went nuts with it. I binged the whole series in like a week. So I did a couple of Avatar pieces just because I couldn't believe that I slept on Avatar like that. And I'm gonna probably end up doing some more.
Yeah, you. If you ever stop arting, I'm gonna come whoop on you. I'm just letting you know.
Oh man, no. But it's funny because when I was in college, I quit doing art. I didn't do art for like 13 years. And so much so that she's now my ex, but my wife at the time was like, when I started back, she's like, when the hell did you learn how to do this? What? And it's like, I used to do this all the time, but I just kind of quit and didn't draw anything for almost a decade and a half and got back into it.
So how did that feel coming back in from that long?
Man, it was scary because, you're like, you have those deep-rooted self-doubts. You're like, well, what if I think I'm good, but everybody else is like, oh, just being nice, oh sure, it looks good, whatever, but it was bad. And it was actually one of my tattoo artist friends that got me back into it, because he was like, man, I saw some of your old stuff you did in high school. If you can still do that, you need to get into tattooing. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I realized I don't like people, so I don't want a tattoo. But
now, see, that's where the rub comes in. As a salesperson, when you put on that salesman hat,
yeah,
you gotta love people.
I do, I really do. But the thing is, and honestly, what it is about tattooing, I say that I don't like people as a joke. But the thing about tattooing is, if I mess up on that Yoda, I can throw that particular piece of Bristol away and it's just fine. Oh, yeah. But if I'm tattooing a Yoda on your arm and he looks more like Kermit the Frog, I can't throw your arm away, So
I've seen a lot of bad tattoos.
I have too.
A lot of people that like their bad tattoos, so I don't say anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just kind of let it pass. You're like, yeah, that's great.
I have a really horrible one, because when I got the tattoo on my bicep, I was about 60 pounds heavier, 40 pounds heavier than I am now.
Mm-hmm.
And my arm was a lot bigger. And now it looks like a shrunken little mess. Because I'm not that big anymore. I'm getting old,
Sure.
So I don't even show people, because now you can't even really tell what it is. It's all together. If you don't get a tattoo in a place where your skin is going to move, change,
fluctuate, yeah.
Just don't. She'll end up with an overbite or something,
Yeah, she started out looking like Angelina Jolie. Now she looks like Beavis.
Yeah, it's like, you got to be careful where you place them tattoos, because things do sag, change, wrinkle, whatever,
And that's where having a good tattoo artist really comes into play, because if they're super on top of their game and they know what they're doing, they're going to kind of think that through a little bit. And which, in my area, I'm here in Mississippi, so it just seems like anybody that can order a tattoo machine from Wish, tries to do it, and it's like, no. It's a night and day difference between the really top level artists out here and the just scratchers. But people haven't quite realized that whole adage of good work isn't cheap and cheap work isn't good. So
yeah, like a girl will be like, I'm gonna get an octopus on my lower back, and a good tattoo artist and color goes, well, that's fine now that you're 18. It'll look good, and you might think it's cute. But when you're 40, it's going to look like a second chocolate starfish.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you have to think, you have to.
Yeah, it's going to be all release the Kraken.
Where is it going to end up? That's what I got mine when I was like 20. Found out right away. Probably ain't going to get any more of these because this is what happened. So I have. I sent the link out to Mr. Darin Lord Munsey early because, of course, we didn't have an Alan Johnson. So I'm going to go ahead and say adieu to you, Mr. Shawn. And I'm going to go ahead and bring Darin out a little early. And then I'll maybe after he's done have a chance to throw a couple of ads out or, whatever.
Sounds great.
A little space. But I wanted to bring him out so you guys can meet because I always do that. So, Darin, this is Shawn. Shawn, this is Darin. What's happening?
Hey, nice to meet you, man.
Hey, man. How are you?
I'm just fine, and you?
Oh, man, great.
Now,
I love
Darin,
seeing some good work. That is some talent art, man. I'm going to have to
You.
do the cover for me sometime.
there you go.
I'm down.
There
You say
you go. Thank you. That's what we're trying to do. I'm telling you.
Pops brings us together. He's like Montel,
I'm more like Bartel than you know. I need to take a break now. Thank you very much. What's up, Phil?
Hey,
Where'd you go, Pops?
I just wanted to mess with Phil. That's really me. I don't know how he put his avatar on. He's messing around in the backstage and he put his avatar on me. You see that?
Oh,
You see that? I didn't do that. He did that. Quit messing around, Phil. Put my tux back.
anywho,
Uh-oh, did we lose him?
Kicking everybody out. Everybody get out.
what are you doing?
I'm trying to have fun.
Hit that
Stay with us,
oxygen
man.
tank.
Oh, no, he's got the Rona.
No, he's got the weed up.
It's the Kona. It's the Kona, not the Rona. It's the Kona. Shawn, always good talking to you, brother.
You too, Pops. Anytime, man.
You know we got you on the next Madness or on the next CRoM Con, and if Wendy lets you show it off, you come out on a Monday Madness and show off that cover.
Absolutely.
As soon as she gives you the okay, you come out and show us, bro.
Roger that.
All right, man. Good seeing you.
All right, man. See you later.
Take care.
All right.
The Art of Shawnzilla, on Facebook, in the Madness, you can find him. And it's obviously well worth looking at and definitely worth having a piece of your own, no doubt. Now then, what we have here, Darin, I wanted to know, did you want to share your own screen or did you want to send me a link so I can share a screen for you? Or
If you'll give me just a moment, I'll send you a link right quick.
Okay. And I want you to go ahead and introduce yourself, and then I have a couple questions for you.
Alrighty. Well, my name's Darin Munsey, and I created Demon Inc., and that is essentially my own personal logo, my studio of sorts. And anything I make is under that label. And I've created the Journey of Dadius and the Rogue and Dumb Rabbits. So, and I am personally a writer. I can't draw to save my life or anything. So I outsource for all that.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Look, I mean, I want to be part of what everybody's doing too. Everybody's got me the bug, Everybody I know now is involved in the industry. Everybody I talk to is involved in what you guys do. Now I got an opportunity to actually have a story that I came up with go and be written by, I got a writer looking at it. And I'm kind of excited about it. I'm not really going to talk about it too much until Monday night after, because I'll be talking to him out here tomorrow. Now, we might talk about it tomorrow live, but I'd rather talk about his actual project. And then Monday night, we'll talk about the idea that I threw his way and what he plans to do with it. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to get in this somehow, some way. You know, I want to be more than just a character or a drawn in a panel, you know. And it's great to be that. I mean, I'm a character in a recurring character in a couple different books, and being drawn into books is awesome. But I don't think there's nothing that would compare to being able to put your name on it as somebody who actually contributed to the story. And
yeah, that's true.
You know, I mean, it's a little different than, you know, oh, they drew me in. Wow, yeah. You know, I'm looking forward to this, to being more of a part of what you guys do, to actually getting a little taste of it myself. It's kind of, you know, I mean, I'd have never thought that a year ago.
You've been on a book, you've been in a book, and now you want to write a book.
No, I don't want to write it. I just want one of my ideas to be written. You know, I mean, I just want to be able to say, yeah, man, that was my idea. And that cool dude put it in print, you know, and that cool dude drew the characters, or female, cool dude, cool lady, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I want to be involved in what you guys are doing too. You know?
Yeah, that's one thing that's really difficult is you can have a really awesome idea, but not having the way to, you know, actually put it to paper. Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how many. If I didn't have to do that barrier, if I didn't have to overcome that barrier, there's so many things I'd be doing right now, and it's crazy. So
it's like I consider myself kind of an idea man. I come up with things, and you know, if I know somebody that can put that idea to use, I'll tell them, here, do this. You know, I don't like keep them hidden under the mat over here for if I ever get lucky enough to make it happen. I try to throw it in front of somebody who can make it happen, and they can have it. You use it, do it, whatever. You know, I mean, I just like being part of what's going on. Everybody's got some great stuff coming out all the time, and I want to be part of it too. Pretty basic. Now, yeah. Darin, do you have a web page or a Facebook page that goes right to your own?
I just have Facebook pages. I don't have any like actual links, but I'll send you links to it here in just a moment. But
yeah, send me a link to your Facebook page, and then I can just like go through all that stuff, because it's kind of hard to pull it out of my inbox one at a time.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
If you send me the link to your Facebook page, I'll just go show them all off one at a time, like I did Shawn's, you know, one after another, like that.
Yeah, Shawn has some really cool work. I liked what I saw of that.
Man, he sent me a print a few months ago of Elektra, and it was beautiful, and it was on my wall, and then somebody sent me a piece of original art, and I had to put it up there instead, and I'm running out of room for prints. So I had my son get me a portfolio for all my prints, and I had to put Shawn's, you know, print in the portfolio. And he noticed right away it wasn't on the wall anymore. And he's like, oh, it's got to be original art? Okay, I'll send it. And there it was. Here came Elektra, and it's beautiful. I love it. And man, it's a beautiful piece. It really is.
Yeah, I'd gotten some artwork done. I don't know if you can see it behind me. Not the one next to Trouble's back, which shout out to Joey. But right there, the Spawn picture, Jeremy Caldwell, you had him on earlier. He actually did that one. And as a matter of fact, he did both of those. Now that I think about it, he actually did that one for Joey whenever he did a store release for Trouble's back. So, and I tried getting him to do some work for me in the past, but you know, he kind of had some personal issues. But you know, that's not my place to talk about. But I mean, I was trying to get some work done by him, but you know, fate didn't exactly lean in my favor on that one.
Well, the 2021 has a whole different plan for us, bro.
Oh man, 2020 was rough. But,
I mean, I can't say it was one of my worst years, because I've had some pretty bad years. It wasn't my best, but it wasn't bad for me. You know, I mean, we live in a place where we weren't too affected by, you know, the actual thing, and you know, it hasn't mattered or meant that much to us here, but I'm, you know, I got friends all over the place who are seriously affected by it. So it's really hard to not sound kind of callous, but it's not, you know, it just didn't hit us as hard as it hit other
Yeah.
people, you know.
Well, me, I work in customer convenience and customer service, and oh my God, some of the people. Oh my gosh, everyone's in a bad mood, and it's just like, dude, at least acknowledge us. What the hell? But
yeah. So, I want to ask you a couple of questions about your actual. This is a project coming out soon, right? The Journey of Dadius.
Dadius. The Journey of Dadius, actually, the first issue already released. It was going to release this March, or last March, but obviously COVID kind of changed that idea. But so I think it wound up releasing in June, if I'm not mistaken. But it is on Comixology digitally if people want to get it there. And of course, you know, people can either message the Facebook page or the email, or even on PayPal, they can request a copy of the first issue. And but yeah, that one had released back in, I believe, June physically, and I had actually partnered up with my good buddy over there at Geeks Gaming and Comic Lounge. And
look at that wonderful promo. Look at that wonderful promo right there. CRoM Con 10 2021, January 1st to 3rd, and we're on January 2nd at 7:30. Don't be late. Look, he's on early. Where you at? Yeah.
Yeah, I guarantee you a bunch of my friends are going to get on my hind end for for that part.
This is the kind of stuff I encourage. I want people to go out there and make sure your fans, your fan base knows when you're going to be in places like this. They'll see somebody else's work too, and they might like it, like Shawn.
Exactly. Like, for instance, yeah, the person before me, you know, they saw a bunch of that stuff too. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's the whole purpose, is to just try to increase everybody's fan base, get everybody a little bit more exposure. You know, I mean, that's all we're really trying to do. And as long as you guys come out, it works. You know, serious business. As long as you guys come out, it works. If nobody comes out, then, you know, it kind of dies a slow, ugly death. But, you know, now this is the way it's supposed to be, right? Now, you're wearing a mask, so tell me what happened here. Were you at an actual con this last summer?
Yeah, not summer. I think it was early November. We went to Comic-Con in San Angelo. Very limited supply, and boy, did it show. As a matter of fact, my brother, Billy Arthur, he actually, you know, did the con with me. That way, you know, he was my partner in crime in that situation. But yeah, anytime, I mean, throughout that whole thing, he and I were just like, you know, we went to like the last two, and it was like, man, it was kind of sad. Even Joey Pineda and Eric Dominguez, you know, they were at the same con, and they were just like, man, we started nicknaming it and calling it COVID Con because of just how bad it was. But one thing that was cool is I did meet some cool people there.
What I wanted to ask was do you think that the attendance was bad because of COVID, or because of the amount of people they were allowing to be in the building?
No, definitely COVID.
Yeah? I mean, there was less in there than they were allowing in there. That's kind of
yeah. That's just it. There was like a limited capacity, and I don't think through that entire thing there was ever at that capacity. Like people, just no one showed up, and
that was my question.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. So, but
well, last year started with COVID and ended with Twisted Tea. So, you know, hopefully we can move on from there.
Oh gosh, that whole thing is just hilarious.
Did he say Twisted Tea?
Yes, I did.
Look, it's been a, it's been a totally strange year. For some people, it's been awesome. For some people, it hasn't been awesome.
Yeah.
Financially, I'm not going to sit here and act like we did good. Okay. It hit us just like everybody else.
No, but your group did get one hell of a growth spurt. Y'all, we've been. I mean, the whole the comic related madness. I mean, it blew up. I mean, we just passed what 2,000 members.
Yeah.
Don't discredit yourself. That was one hell of a game.
Well, we were at like 400 or 500 in April when we did the first CRoM Con, and we weren't a promotion networking group. We were a bunch of people that showed off what we got, or it's like that. Most of the videos early in this group was me and a few other people showing off what we just got at the store. Look what I just got at Buy Me Toys. This is awesome. Or look what this person just sent me. This is awesome. That was our group. And then when COVID hit, it was like, man, no tables. All my friends, and we started doing this. And look, it did blow up. Okay. And it's not, we don't pad the numbers. The members are actual comic fans and comic people. I don't just let anybody into the group, if they don't have some interest in what we're doing, why? And I tell people, when you're inviting people to the group, don't just hit select all, because I got to screen all them people. Your grandma probably doesn't care what Shawn did. So I do screen everything, because some people just hit that select all button, and then they got a lot of cool friends, and a lot of their cool friends come to the group. But just like I said, they also have family members and stuff on their pages that they don't care. So we try to increase the reach with Kevin, with NSC Live TV. We try to increase the fan base with actual fans, actual creative, actual fans, people that actually care what you guys are doing. That's what we want.
Well, yeah, that's how you get more people interacting, because otherwise they're just kind of standing there just like, huh.
Yeah, well, I watched a couple of other groups that I was in. I think there was like 5,000 people in one of them when I joined it, and maybe 20,000 when I left. But it was the same 200 people that interacted from the beginning. They were just adding people, and I'm a little more specific about the people that we bring in. I want people to come in that actually care what we're doing here, and want to be here. And I encourage people to join, and send, if you have fans or friends that are comic people, by all means, bring them out here. But this is where we're at. Oh yes, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. I got that little message right there. Things are good. Things are good. Even though we were out for 2 hours and we had to have our co-host pick us up, we're getting good reviews on the show. So appreciate that, Kevin, and everybody who's giving him input. Now look, Jim O'Reilly. Jim, your eyes have been burning because I brought you up in the last segment. Jim is one of them artists that is like really good, and he really hates his art.
You can give it to me.
He's always, like, oh, I hate this piece. This piece sucks. And I'm like, dude, no, that piece is awesome. This is good. It's all good.
Jim can send all the art that he hates to me. I don't care.
I keep having all these little this window keeps popping up. I'm trying to show off his stuff.
And so, instead, we're looking at your private chat.
So we got art.
Yes, that right there is a Caprine. That is basically a demonic goat. I was really diving into both Norse and Greek mythology lore and trying to find something that, I mean, if it has been shown, it's definitely something that hasn't been shown very often. And that was one of the really fun and exciting things. And see, that panel is actually from issue 2. and it's going to be interesting. I can at least say that.
I like it. Everything that I see that you got going on up here so far has been pretty sweet. So, what else do we got? You gonna let me look at other stuff? Oh, it's a one picture at a time type deal here, y'all. Okay, what else do we got? We got Con Fun.
See, right there, the one at the table with me, that's actually my brother Billy. And up there in the top left corner, that's actually Caleb Mendez. He was at the same panel as me. We were actually, that's right there at Geeks Gaming Comic Lounge. And we were doing, that's where we were starting to show our book off and stuff like that. I think it was, I can't remember the name of the actor, but there was an actor up there at the time, and Martin actually invited us to, do my release at the same time. See, there's Martin right there in the center.
Nice.
He's a really good friend, and I am so thankful that he was helping us out. So
that's awesome. We'll just leave that picture up there for a while we're talking. There you go. Jim likes everybody else's art, but he can't stand his own. And there you go. Be careful what you wish for. Look.
Send him my address.
Okay. As a matter of fact, one of the things that Jim, I know you sent me all this stuff and you told me to make sure I shared the wealth. So for one of the giveaway options this week will be here. Let me show off Jim's stuff real quick. It will be either this Hulk or this Gamora if you want a signed Jim O'Reilly print. Okay, so those will be part of the giveaway for somebody if they want that particular thing. I would, if it was me, I'd be jumping all over those, but I kind of want to keep them, so y'all remember that. I want to keep them. No, if somebody wants those, they are in the giveaway pile. I think we could end up with 3 giveaways by tomorrow night. So, I put together a few different options for the winners can choose. I'm not sticking somebody with something they might not care about. I'm gonna go, what do you want? You want this, 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 this? And the winner can choose that way. So, tell us more about your story.
Well, the journey of Dadius, this one in particular, it basically follows a character that's supposed to be very relatable, kind of a blank slate initially, but we wanted to initially grow the character with you, have it toward where he doesn't know any of the creatures that are showing up at the same time you don't. Have it toward where everything that's showing up is of myth and legends, and basically the reader gets to learn as they go along with Dadius. However, with Dadius, there's a bit more of there's a lot more about there's the character growth first, and then from there we wanted to make it toward where he was the key to something, because obviously we don't want to have a main character that's he's interesting, but what the hell is he here for? So Dadius is actually going to do something quite big in the future. Hopefully people will stick around with that. I'm kind of tiptoeing around because I don't want to say something and then, reveal why everything's so special. But, issue 1 that we have right now is essentially, basically building up everything right now. It's that one primarily focuses on world building and character development. And issue 2 is where things are really going to start heating up and having fun. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what happened? Did Pop
there we go. There we go. Now I can hear you.
Oh, I had mine turned off because I got a whining dog here. Why are you whining? Why? You're supposed to howl, not whine.
They make good target practice, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's a Jim talking about his own art. Those prints that I just showed, he said that's what he's talking about, and those prints are beautiful. So You know what I mean about Jim and his hating his own art. Jim, your art is beautiful, dude. We love that you're humble, but own it. It's good.
Overly humble.
Own it. It's good.
Man, too bad his job wasn't printing money. I hate this money. Oh, well, in that case, give it to me. I need to buy some comic books.
So what else we got, Darin? I know you got something else.
Oh yeah, the second series that I'm working on is called The Rogue. Now this one, unlike Dadius, Dadius is based in Norse and Greek mythology, kind of a mix, as well as some other stuff I put in there. But moving on to The Rogue, it's actually set in present day, and what it's essentially doing is taking kind of like the middle class American, or anybody really, a middle class person, and just showing kind of the day-to-day struggles that they go with and what happens to them in the end. Because I mean, what my initial thought was, what would it take for a good-hearted person to do crime? What would push them to something as crazy as, like Jax Teller and Sons of Anarchy or anything like that? Obviously, we naturally just come up and see them already an outlaw. Well, I wanted to ask the question, how can I show the beginning, middle, and end of a character that gets pushed to that? Who was he before? How does he create it? How does he become it? And how does that end for him? So the Rogue is taking this character, and basically in the first issue, I put him through hell. He finally hits his breaking point, and no pun intended, that's the name of the issue. But I push him to his breaking point and show him basically commit his first act of violence. And I really think that there's going to be something special with that. That one, I believe, is going to be a lot more relatable. Especially in 2020, there's been a lot of, quote unquote, essential workers that have been going through a bunch of chaos, just working. And even me, I imagine, like, man, what if I just started, like, robbing banks or something, just anything. So I was kind of like, well, what would it take to really push me personally? And then I kind of translated that over to our main character, Reese.
So you are projecting your own thought pattern on your character.
More or less. I would like to say I'm Reese, but at the same time, to put it bluntly, he's probably got more balls than I do.
Well, you get to write who you would like to be if you were in that situation.
That is true. That is true.
Or what you would like anybody to stand up and be in that situation.
More or less. I mean, you meet so many people nowadays that are just they're hell-bent on only helping themselves, very selfish. And, what happens whenever you get off like a long day at work and then, you find out something happened and, you try to be reasonable with somebody and they just keep throwing it back in your face and saying, screw you. And it just, we pretty much start to see the slow little bits that break the camel's back, so to speak. And this one I'm really excited about. Don't get me wrong, I love the Dadius series, but this is definitely one that I'm very invested in. I already have at least 25 issues scheduled out, already concepted, and I have descriptions for all of them. I have a total of, I think, 4 or 5 already scripted and ready to, be sent. But obviously, then it just comes down to money. Oh, I can't hear you. I think you got your mic muted.
I say, as it usually does. I keep forgetting that I'm muting the whining dog. That's why I keep hitting my mute button, because I got a dog. So I hit the mute button so y'all don't got to listen to that. We have a female that's in her time, and we have a male that we're keeping separated from her, and he don't care for that idea, basically. He wants that. girl.
Well, neither would I.
Yeah, he's just not happy with it. And I'm down. I was like, hey, ain't nobody else here getting any. You need to chill out. And that's how that works with the dogs. Anyway, you also have what, dumb rabbits? Is that the other one?
To kind of transition out on the whole rogue thing. So around that time period that I was writing the first 2 issues of that, I was in kind of a toxic relationship, and anytime I got to writing, it would just, I don't know how to explain it, but mentally it would just screw me up. Mm-hmm. So pretty much what I started doing was I wanted something funny to bring me back grounded. And I was in my room one day, and I actually had a thing that said dumb rabbits, and I was just, scribbling. That was probably back when I was in high school. And whenever I, put it up there, I was just kind of looking around in my room that one day whenever I was just having a bad day, and I kind of giggled. It's like, what would it be like to turn that into something? Because originally I was thinking about maybe a video game, but I just kept messing with it, kept toying with it, and eventually I tried creating something that would make me laugh at the end. And I kind of got this idea of making, well, what if we did like Disney shorts, except a lot less less child friendly, I guess you could say. I like dark humor, dark comedy, and stuff like that. So so anything like that, that's kind of what Dumb Rabbits was supposed to be. And as time went on, I have kind of like a gaming group that I call the Bush Poofers. Shout out to Brian, Brad, Landon, Ethan, Barry, and Billy. I'm probably forgetting somebody. Don't kill me. But anyways, there was one day that we were just kind of just talking, and that's where the jokes mostly come from, is some of the stupid stuff that we do. I forget what exactly was going on at the time, but we were playing Grand Theft Auto, and we kept making jokes at one of our friends' expense that were kind of you're going to see a character named Dylan, and I'm not going to say the person's name, just in case, but he actually has a mom that is quote unquote likes certain aspects that are kind of judged nowadays. So pretty much we wound up doing like Dylan, your mom jokes rather than just your mom jokes. And then from there, it just kind of evolved, and I started kind of creating these characters, and just I have some fun little odd adventures to come up with them.
Kind of like Stifler's mother.
Yes, exactly. That's a perfect one. Oh gosh. But I don't want to give away a joke, but I guess I'm going to anyways. The mother, we actually decided to name Charity, so that whenever it's like, wait, so where's Dylan's mom? I think somebody's making a charity donation or something like that. It's just, just fun little humoristic type things there. And, that's one thing that we really wanted to have fun with, was Dumb Rabbits. And so basically in the Rogue issue 1 will actually be the first skit. It'll be 3 pages of just Dumb Rabbits after the story's ended, so that people can kind of have a humorous laugh. Nowadays I don't think there's enough comedy. People need to start laughing more. And I think that this is at least something that, hopefully will cheer somebody up,
Well, you know what they say, charity begins at home.
Yeah.
Pops, you're muted.
You're muted.
Stupid dog. Okay. We have broached that subject a few times this weekend about things that make you laugh. And we need a little bit more of that, lightened up. Just the whole atmosphere. Really? Now you come back and whine some more? Say something. What? I'm sorry they won't let you have her, dude. That's not me.
Hey, I have my dog too.
He is so pathetic and forlorn right now, man. He's like, they won't let me have. Please let me see my girlfriend. Please let me see her.
They're blue and they hurt.
Does he not sound like pathetic? Is that not horrible or what? Man?
Oh God. Sounds like me at night. No.
That's why I keep muted though, because he's just like, I want to be with my girl. I just want to be with my girl.
I'll make it quick.
Can't we all?
We're not doing puppies, dude. We're not doing puppies. Sorry. So what do you got in your lap right there?
I got Sparky.
Hello, Sparky.
Dog's like, who's that guy?
But basically what I'm trying to do a little bit more with Dumb Rabbits, more or less just kind of, I mean, let people turn off their brain for a little bit. Because with as much stuff as going on in the world, you know, there's just so much crap. It's just like, you know what? Turn your brain off and have a laugh. And I'm guaranteeing that there's still going to be people that, like, for instance, the first short that I released that was kind of making fun of Cardi B.
I like it already.
Well, dude, she basically, you know what? I better not say it. But, you know, but the skit speaks for itself. But, you know, doing stuff like that, you know, I guarantee you it's not going to be for everybody. And I guarantee you there's going to be those Karens that talk and it's like, you know, he shouldn't be doing this type of comedy. It's like, dude, just shut up and turn off your brain and have a laugh. You know, what happened to just enjoying yourself? Everyone has to critique comedy and, you know, say that this is right or this is wrong. And don't get me wrong, there are some bars that definitely shouldn't be crossed. But, I mean, at the same time, just turn your brain off. Laugh a little.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's a joke, people. Get over it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like, hello, America. What are we offended by today?
Pretty much.
Apparently, it's Jim O'Reilly's art because it's a treasure, and he wants us to now bury it in the backyard.
Did he say that really?
Yeah, look. Ooh, it's a good treasure. Better bury it.
Vince White, where are you? We have like there's some people that sign up right away for the con as soon as they see the sign up post.
And then forget.
And then yeah. No.
Well, given that this is my very first like interview con anything like this before, so you know, naturally I didn't want to miss it.
Well, yeah, I mean, and most people, you know, I mean, they're right on time. They're waiting for the link when I send it. You know, William K Holland is supposed to come out after you, but he won't be home from work till 8:30. So I'm trying to switch him and Vince around, trying to get Vince to come out at 8 and William go out at 8:30. I'm not getting a response from Vince, so it's hard to make that happen.
Hey man, I'll keep advertising my stuff.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, we do what we can. You know, we had Alan Johnson forget. I mean, he should come out. Alan Johnson, where are you? Where are you? Yeah, I mean, you know, you never know. Like, I had power out for 2 hours today. Somebody could be sitting there trying to get on and have no internet, or their power's out and they're just as frustrated as I was earlier. You know, I was angry. It was like, now of all times, you know, I can go all month and this thing will work. You know, the power will be on, the cable will be on, everything will work fine. And come the weekend of CRoM Con every month, and we get some kind of a technical glitch every time. And it's like, it's just, you know, scheduling is hard. and like you said, this is your first one. A lot of people aren't used to doing these kind of events, and they just like, oh, I got to go to the store and they're shopping right now and not even thinking about, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be on this show. It's because these kind of shows are not the norm.
But hey, that's going to make it stick out.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, if you had a con appearance at a live con, you ain't forgetting that.
No.
Because that's your norm. Okay, you set your schedules, you go for the weekend, you do your thing. This is like 30 minutes, and it's really easy to lose that 30 minutes in a day. Just in regular days, dealing with your kids or whatever, So, I mean, I totally understand when it happens. I just feel bad for them when they come back and they get a hold of me later and they, I forgot. And then I don't have a space to put them out here. That's when I feel bad, because that's all I'm trying to do is give them a spot out here, and then the later it gets, the harder it is to find them that spot,
Yeah.
I really wish, like Alan and Vince and William, I mean, I really wish I could get a hold of all three of you so that, well, I got a hold of William. He will be at 8:30. He will be out here. But I mean, Vince and Alan, I feel bad that y'all miss your spot. Michael Watson missed his spot last night. He felt really bad today. Michael Watson, if you're watching, I'll send you the link right now, dude. If you want to come out, yeah, I would send you the link right now. And you can come out right now. That's how we do it. 8 o'clock, we need somebody. But we're also, I mean, it's great to meet you, Darin, and to see everything you got going on, dude. If you want to give extra shout outs to the rest of your team members or whatever, go ahead, take a minute and cover everybody. Letters, editor, everybody.
Oh, speaking of which, the Rogue logo, the engine, Jeremy Parker actually did that. He did an amazing job on that. Like, I showed him an initial concept of what I was wanting, and then he just knocked it out of the park. It was beautiful. So that's where that came from. And Rafael Dantes is actually the artist for the Rogue, and he just does phenomenal work. And as far as Dadius, that is Valindor. That's the pen name that he chose.
All right.
And then for Dumb Rabbits, I can't remember what his last name is, but his first name is Eduardo. And like I said, all the artists I outsource to, and they just do phenomenal work. They really do.
Do you have a editor?
I was going to
get an editor.
Get an editor.
I do not want to read your book and have the feeling I had a couple hours ago when I read that book. Okay. Even if they don't do anything, get one. Just so you know, somebody else looked it over and went, yeah, this is going to work. This all works, from the reader's point of view.
Well, I do have like 3 different people that, like pre-read. Like I send out, like for instance, Barry, and I don't think I mentioned him yet. We call him Chuck, but his name is Charles. And I usually send Barry, Charles, and sometimes a couple of my cousins and, some family members to test read anything. It's like, is there any inconsistencies that you can see? And one of them is actually, a major comic head. So they were kind of, they're editors, but at the same time, that's not necessarily what, they are.
Yeah, just so long as you're bouncing it off somebody, making sure that the writing, the words are spelled correctly. Commas.
Oh yeah.
And phrasing.
Oh, Joey Pineda. I can't forget about Joey. He's been a big help.
And Joey, we love Joey in the group. He's awesome.
Oh yeah, Joey will tell you if you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Oh yes, he will. Oh goodness, yeah.
Definitely.
But yeah, Joey's really cool. He helped me a tremendous amount, and I actually met him at a con before Dadius was even finished. But he definitely helped a lot, kind of show me how he approached it and stuff, and it was cool. It was really cool.
Okay, I'm still trying to work on some scheduling things here. Will, go ahead. Ask the man some questions while I'm dealing with this.
All right. Well, why don't you tell me what got you into comics?
Comics. I know some people are gonna cringe, but they can get over it. I love it. The Walking Dead TV series and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And Walking Dead is what really cemented it for me, because whenever I was watching the TV series, my friend Barry told me that it actually originated from a comic series, and I was like, what? So whenever I started reading it, it showed me, it definitely inspired the Rogue, because I didn't think that strong of storytelling could actually be done in a comic form. I've always associated them with like superheroes, and not to say that the stories were ever weak in those parts, but typically they're associated with primarily being for kids, and some that was just the initial thought. That's not how I think anymore. But at that one point in time, that's what I initially thought about. And once Barry introduced me to the Walking Dead comics, it was just like, it was like a whole new world. It was like, whoa. And that's when I started really reading the more up-to-date, like Captain America, the Wolverine, like Old Man Logan and stuff like that had the hard, like, adult themes to it. The ones where you take what are typically known as superheroes for kids, and you see them more grounded, more going through more stuff that's realistic, more or less. They're defeatable, they're flaws. I'm a huge fan of Marvel comics, and that's definitely what got me into it, was probably The Walking Dead.
The Walking Dead.
That's all right. I remember telling a bunch of people that I used to work with at the club, would be like after work on a Sunday and be like, they'd all look at me because they know I watched it, and they'd be like, don't you dare effing tell us what happened on The Walking Dead. I go, dude, I can go home and get you a book and you can read what's going to happen next week. It's like, what are you talking about, a book? I go, you do know this is a comic book, right? No. Yeah, it is. I reached into my backpack from work and I pulled out like volume 2 of the Walking Dead trade, and I'm like, here you go.
Yeah, that's how I felt with Barry. I mean, he was all the way up to date on the comics, and it's just like, man, I hope so and so doesn't die. And he's just like, like, don't tell me. He's like, I'm not. Of course, Walking Dead, the TV series, did change some stuff around. So even he was, there were times that he was just like, okay, this character's already dead. I have no idea who's gonna die now. So
it's like, I hope Carl doesn't. Carl's already dead.
Man, that freaking that. If we're getting on that note, that pissed me off. That really pissed me off, because story-wise, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, in the comics, he's. I'm not gonna get on that subject. I'll start rambling. That's like the new Star Wars trilogy for me. It's just like, just leave Mandalorian here. We'll just take those back. We'll keep Mando.
I like the Mandalorian. I can't lie.
What? No. I wouldn't say anything against Mandalorian.
Well, I'm saying all these other ones that they're coming up with, I like how they're dipping into the EU and going, oh, that was cool. Let's bring that into canon. Oh, that's cool. Let's bring that into canon. But us EU fans, we think it was all cool and y'all screwed up. That's what we think. I mean, it was all good, man. Now they're having to pick and choose stuff that doesn't interfere with the way they screwed the story up.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you bring Thrawn back, but you not bring Mara Jade? Come on. Thrawn's right hand. Thrawn's assassin. You know, she was his, you know, and adversary. You know, you're going to leave that out of the whole story, but you're going to bring Thrawn into the universe. She's a major part of his storyline. You can't do that. Oh, well.
Give him time. Give him time.
But you don't know if they are.
Well, but if they do, they can't make her into who she is. They can't
Maybe.
make her Mara Jade Skywalker. They done screwed that all up.
No, they can't. They can't do that. But they can make her the.
There can't be no Ben Skywalker because they made Ben Solo. I mean, they screwed it all up. You got to admit. But now Rogue, is it Rogue Squadron? I'm looking forward to that. I want to see what they do with that because that's Star Wars, space battles, and you know, if they do that right, Cornhorn, you know, semi-Jedi trained starfighter pilot, that'd be cool. If they do that right, if they do that story the way it was written, that'd be cool. But I'm scared of the way that they butchered the storyline. And how are they going to bring all this cool stuff back in?
It's because everybody working on the Star Wars movies hate Star Wars and Star Wars fans. That's why they come to the internet to like argue and tell you that you're wrong for hating their beautiful piece of cinematic genius they just made. And I'm like, no. I set my expectations very low, and that way I'm still disappointed, but it doesn't hurt as much. You know, kind of like, you know, when the doctor gives you that finger test.
Yep. I know what you mean.
It's the only reason I'm glad I sit in a wheelchair all the time now. Hey, do you want to get that? No. Okay.
So we're having a awesome time right now with missing guests. So William probably can't get out of work till 9 o'clock. Still haven't heard from Vince or Alan Johnson. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to throw this stream open. Anybody watching, you want to come out?
Okay, I'll go get somebody.
You know, come on out. We got time and space, and we got till 9 o'clock before the Indie Bolt panel comes out. So we got time to kill, y'all.
Well, do you have any questions for me?
Well, I well, he already asked it. I wanted to take you back to the beginning and bring you in. Let's. Do you have anything outside of what you're doing that's festering that you think you're going to bring up in the future? Any ideas that you're willing to talk about that you know you have plans for?
Besides Dylan's mom.
I'm not making a charity donation. No, I do have some ideas for the future, but I'm more or less excited for the Rogue. I'm really pushing that one, and I'm hoping to get that out by March. But as far as future wise, I do have an idea for something that's kind of like in the Caribbean, and as far like, you know, pirate themed and stuff, as well as stuff for you know, a possible Western, something that's more grounded and stuff. And, you know, that more or less I was wanting to do since even like I used to have conversations with my grandpa about some of the Westerns he would watch, some of the things that they do right nowadays and some of the things they don't. And that would be something I would really like to do. You know, definitely work with that. Possibly, don't know when, but eventually.
So like classic Western or
Western, more like kind of like a mix between Gunsmoke and have you ever seen the series Hell on Wheels?
Yes.
Okay. The
Some-
Bohannon.
Oh yes,
Sergeant Bohannon, or Sheriff Bohannon. Yeah.
I don't know necessarily what time period, but definitely doing that. Oh, and of course, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2. I can't forget that. But you know, basically, I try and take anything that has had a major influence on me, and if it has had a big influence, then I want to try and do something with it. And I think that might be a little bit more why I'm partial to the Rogue right now, is because that was, for one, it's taking aspects of some of the stuff I do now, as well as, you know, I mean, my favorite series to this day is Sons of Anarchy. And, you know, anything like, if it had a major impact on me, I ask, what can I do to really push that, you know? What can I do, not necessarily to copy what they're doing, but give that sense to other people.
Yeah, I loved Anarchy. I've watched it like 15 times. I never get sick of it.
But yeah, I'm really hoping to get the Rogue out in March. That's the hope anyhow. But with the whole, you know, pandemic and all, we don't know exactly how that's going to work out. And as far as the Journey of Dadius, issue 2, I do want to get out by the end of the year. That one's definitely going to be a lot more combat heavy than the first one, and it's going to have a lot more. I think with Dadius, it's going to take a few issues for people to really get hooked, you know. But I think if I really start pushing that one, you know, issue 2 after the Rogue gets out, I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's awesome. So I'm trying to find somebody else to come out and be involved, because like I said, we're having Michael Watson is working on his computer right now, trying to get himself out here. William K. Holland is, of course, at work and not able to get out till probably 9 o'clock. Alan Johnson don't know. Vince White don't know. So anybody who wants to come out here, JC Universe has a question for you. You stated that all your work is umbrellaed, but are all your stories centered in the same universe, or is there a few that, or do some of them share the same universe?
Oh, wouldn't that be funny, seeing a dumb rabbit face off against a cap, Ryan? That would be some funny shit right there. I mean, technically, not necessarily, because Demon Inc. is just more or less like my company name and all that. That's more or less what that implies. But as far as everything being in the same universe, I mean, it's not out of the question. Seeing a rabbit shit himself in front of a creature or something, but as far as like a universe, you know, there might be a multiverse involved, but that's about it. You know, you never know. There's always fun things you can do in the comic world, and that's one thing that I really enjoy about it. So that's definitely a possibility.
Cool. All right, we're working. So,
Is there
go ahead.
is there an indie comic that you've read recently that you would like to recommend to people?
There you go.
Blood of Gods by Eric Dominguez and Trouble.
Great stuff.
Oh, and also, you know, Blood of Gods and Trouble's Back. The entire series of Trouble Back is phenomenal. But I think it's called OMG. I have it there in the corner below there's Trouble's Back right there, and then right there is the OMG. This was a really good read. Definitely give that one a shot. It's basically 6 horror stories, and it's just phenomenal artwork. It's phenomenal storytelling, and indie's definitely where it's at nowadays. With the exception of Robert Kirkman, I love anything he makes, but obviously he's not indie. But definitely there. And then maybe a small book called maybe this or something. But as far as that goes, those are definitely the top 3 series I would definitely look into.
Yeah, those are all good. Those are all good books too. I've talked to most of those creators.
Oh yeah, Joey Pineda, like I said, was a huge help, and I was collaborating with Eric on something, but we kind of got lost on an idea. We were trying to find a proper way to do something, and it didn't necessarily mesh. So that's been kind of put on ice for now. But we were kind of hoping to do something fun there, and I still hope to resurrect that idea someday. But those 2 have definitely helped me in my pursuit of creating Dadius, the Rogue, and Dumb Rabbits. Dumb Rabbits is probably more towards my Bush Poofer gang. They've definitely, a lot, like almost all the material is based off of them. They really helped a lot. So, but as far as Dumb Rabbits goes, I think what I'm going to try and do, because I don't want like a full-blown series unless people really, want it. More or less what I plan on doing is having a bunch of shorts throughout an entire year and then make a volume of that entire year that people can buy.
Sweet. So I'm going to man, it's kind of rough when
yeah, and
3 out of 4 people in a 2-hour block don't show up. You gotta go, what am I gonna do? Look, we got an open panel right now. Anybody in the chat, anybody watching, you want to come out, talk about what you're doing, now's the time. We got 45 minutes before the Indie Vault panel. If you want to come out, hit me up. I will send you the link. Hit Will up.
Or ask me questions. I'll take it.
Or ask Will questions. Don't ask me questions. I'm tired of talking about me. Come on, y'all. We need some
hashtag mute pups. To everybody that's already come out this weekend and that is coming out tomorrow, make sure to hit me up. I'm always booking guests on the Creators Outlet podcast, which is on Creators Outlet on YouTube. It's on the Outright Geekery Facebook page and on the Outright Geekery YouTube channel, as well as after the show is in the can, as they say. It will be available for audio download at ageofradio.org. So my podcast is a real podcast. It's not just a YouTube thing.
It's not just a YouTube thing. No, William has a good show. Always entertaining. Finds people. I mean, I've watched the show and found people I never met before or didn't, wasn't aware of before. He definitely digs around looking for good content, and it's always fun watching him unbox stuff.
and yell to get out of your boxes. So, since you just got into comics kind of like recently, like with Walking Dead and all, have you gone back and delved into like the history of comics, back issues?
Yeah, on The Walking Dead, yeah, definitely. I started watching it, or not watching, started diving into the original series, I don't know, a good while back. As far as the actual history of comics, I don't remember what it was, but my dad had basically a big book that had about, I don't even know how to explain it. It had a bunch of really old issues in it, and we kind of dove into that. Like there was, I think Punisher, I don't know, like number 8 or something like that in there. It was, there was a lot of stuff in there. It's just the fact that trying to track down, a full series nowadays, especially something that's that old, is kind of expensive, and it's kind of at a point where it's just like, can't really do that.
Yeah, it all depends what it is, and a lot of that stuff you can always get in like trades or go the digital route and read it on an iPad. To get into that, like both Marvel and DC have that had their subscription service where you pay like $6.99 a month, and you can pretty much read anything in their entire catalog from way back when up to 6 months ago, because they don't want to let people pay like even like $10 a month and be able to just read brand new comics that everybody's paying $5 to $12 for to for basically for free on their digital platform. So it's like 3 to 6 months behind, I think.
I think we might have found somebody to come join us.
Finally, I struck out like 12 times, and I just said,
everybody's going, man, I'm in the middle of something. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. It's like, okay, I do want to make one announcement, though. Phil is over there doing the Naked Cannibal Campers launch party right now.
Mm-hmm.
They just kicked that off, and he's over there doing that. They're up to 18 backers. They're doing good, so I'm not pulling him off that. Let him keep working on that. We do have in the backstage area Mr. Don Chin.
Hey guys,
What's
how you
happening?
doing? Happy New Year!
Now
Happy New Year.
Somebody just drop a question for Darin in the chat, so I'm gonna let him go ahead and answer this, and you I'll let both of you answer it. There you go. For you, sir, why did you choose to have such diversity in each of your series, Darin?
That's actually kind of a hard question. That one just kind of showed up that way. Different ideas. Basically, Dadius is kind of like a combination of like the mythology of Skyrim and that feeling of Skyrim, Norse mythology, and I'm God of War. That's what I was looking for.
Right.
And I don't know, that was just one feeling that I really enjoyed, and that's where I kind of just kind of branched off. I didn't want to be like a one-trick pony, more or less. I wanted to have some diversity there. And then Dumb Rabbits, obviously that one was just for fun, and I needed something to more or less pull me out of the dirt, and I'm hoping that it can cheer some people up as well. And the Rogue, I don't know, that was just a story that I was really wanting to tell and needing to tell. It was just something that I really, really, hope people can relate to and enjoy.
Cool. Well, I'm thankful that you hung out here all this extra time with us and helped us out. And for William, William Holland, we will definitely try to get you out here tomorrow. Mike Watson, we would definitely try to get you out here tomorrow. Vince Allen, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear from either one of you, so I don't know what's going on with you. I hope everything's okay. I seriously hope everything's okay with you guys. Get with me. Let me know, that everything's okay, and we'll try to get all you guys out here tomorrow. For sure. Darin, it's great meeting you.
Nice meeting y'all too. I hope to be on Will's podcast sometime.
You will. You'll be on the Monday Madness. You'll be on the Monday Madness too. For each time you're ready to really push one of these books serious, like I'll do just a segment on the Madness for the Rogue, so you can just talk about that, and we'll really.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
All right, cool. We'll do that. You have a good night, sir. Have a
you too, y'all.
Weekend. And we will definitely see you next time.
All right, cool. Peace.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Mr. Chin.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Now, brother, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I thought he was gonna hang out a little bit longer. I guess. How long was he on your show?
he's been out here for about an hour. So I figure, I'd get you out here and we'll talk about yours. Luna, stop. Now I got you down here whining. Really? Wow. Now the female's down here whining.
That's all right. Hey, Will, nice to meet you. How are you?
You too. Good. Is that a radioactive black belt hamster's piece behind you? That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll move it out of the way there so you can see it. I think I explained to Pops it's from 1990. It's actually a sleeping bag prototype that a company did back in the day, and so I held on to it, and it's been in my garage for a long time. So I washed it, and my wife sewed around the edges so it doesn't fray, and then I just slapped some Velcro on there.
Now Sherry asked Darin a question after he was gone. She wants to know who in his life has been his personal influences. So Darin, if you're still watching, answer in the comments. I think you're probably related to this person and they want the right answer. Just because interactive is the way we do it.
That's cool. I appreciate that, man.
Now,
Wow.
for people who don't know what Don's got going on, Don has the best parody book in existence right now.
That's high praise. There's some good humor out there, but coming from you, Pops, that's quite a compliment.
No, I mean just the whole. I mean, you showed it off the other night. It's awesome, dude. So if you want to share a screen and go ahead and start showing some of that off again, you're more than welcome to.
I will. We're launching this comic book tonight at midnight. So my time, which is, gosh, what time? It's about 5:30 Pacific time.
3 o'clock in the morning, you're launching a book.
Yeah, because I thought, when the 30 days is up, I don't want it to be ending like in the middle of the day or the morning. But I know, I also understand for East Coasters and Central Time people that's like 2 or 3 in the morning. So you guys probably won't see my my ending stream broadcast, which is fine. But I have a feeling we'll probably extend it.
That's why I always tell people it's like if you live in California and you end it at 7 o'clock your time, it's 10 o'clock on the East Coast. That's all prime time. We're all watching.
Right. That's
you
true.
get much later than that, and you start losing the East Coast.
Yeah.
Interesting. So 7 o'clock, like Pacific time, or 10 o'clock Eastern time, are the best times. I mean, if you're Eastern time, you do it at 10 o'clock. Everybody ain't quite gone to bed yet over on this end. Everybody on that end's just done with dinner and they're sitting down and they're looking.
Yeah.
So I mean, the 7 to 10 hour. That's the one for launching and ending.
I might have to revise the. I just sent out an email to all my early bird signups telling them I was going to launch at midnight. So. If I launch early, then they might rebel. But there's only like 100, so I don't know how many people.
Nobody's going to rebel, dude. They're going to buy the book.
I might just do that. I might just do it earlier rather than later. But
I mean, I say it for my personal. It's like if I'm going to do a launch party or a countdown party for you, I want to do it in prime time when everybody's watching.
Right. That's true.
I mean. And I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Like if you started at 7 o'clock, then 30 days at 7 o'clock is when it ends, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's.
Yeah.
I've never done these. I don't know. I just know that, it just makes sense to launch it in prime time so that it ends in prime time.
Yeah, that's a good idea, man. I think my wife would concur with you that would be the way to go. So I might have a change of plans and pick you guys up on that. So if I launch, it might be tonight. So we'll see.
Well, tonight you got to do it like soon.
Right.
You got an hour, hour and a half.
Hour and a half. I wasn't planning to like set up any type of stream other than my main show is tomorrow morning, 9 to 11 my time. So that's when I'm going to have all the creators lined up to come on. But this would have been a good time. But I guess I live and learn.
Well, that's what it's, what we wanted to grow into is to do more launch parties and countdown parties for people, so that it's more specific as to what they're actually doing and actually helping them right at that time get the backers.
Right.
And get to that point where, okay, this is funded. Now I can relax and have fun and sell my book.
Right.
I hate more than anything. I don't want to use the word hate, but it's like, it bums me out when somebody's down to their last 2-3 days and they haven't got to that funded point yet, and they're really stressing about whether or not they're going to get there. And it's like, that bums me out. And it's like, I want everybody to fund in the first couple hours so they can have a good time.
Yeah.
Promoting their book.
Yeah.
Not a stressful time.
Yeah.
That's true. I tell people, set a low goal, not super low, but set a low goal that's not, that's not unattainable in the first day or two.
Right.
And sell books after that. Get your fun, get your goal, and then sell books. Having a good time, being confident. We're funded. We're doing good. We're going all the way. Yeah. Now it's 2 days left, and come on, man, I need another $150, y'all, please. You know what I mean?
I know.
Big difference in how you sell that book then.
Yeah, I hate to see people that are just kind of down about where their figures are. So our goal is pretty low, Pops and Will. I think my goal is only like $1,700 to make our
book. That's attainable early, something that you're going to eclipse in the first couple of days, and then have fun promoting your book, man. You're not worried about whether or not it's going to fund. Have it, because that's what it's all about. You do this because it's fun.
Yeah.
You want to put these books in people's hands because they're going to get the enjoyment out of it. And it's all about, even if it's not a funny book, it's about enjoyment. It's fun.
Amen.
So I try to, not being an industry guy, not knowing what it takes to put together a Kickstarter and all that, I just try to tell people how I feel as a fan, as the guy buying that book. Okay. Now it comes down to, I'm trying to help people promote, and it's like, now I'm learning things, and as I learn things, I try to let people know, hey man, I think this works. I've watched this work for these people, or this work. The main thing though is the first thing is always timing. Mm-hmm. It's always, if your book's kicking off at 11 o'clock in the morning, everybody's at work. If your book's kicking off at 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody's in bed. Keep that thing off when they're watching, and make sure they know it. It's about promotion.
Right.
So by all means, use the best time frame you can. Send that share out to everybody you can think of and beyond. Don't be shy about promoting your book.
Yeah. I think just because I've already sent out to our backers that I'm going to launch at midnight, I think I'm going to have to stick to my word, because otherwise it would be, I don't know. I see the wisdom in what you're saying, but I also have I think I've already put it out there in social media that we're going to be launching at midnight tonight. So unfortunately, when it comes to
just for future reference, if nothing else, it's something to think about when you're setting up a campaign. What time of day do you want this to launch and end? And really, you want it to be the time of day when the most people are paying attention. And that's prime. So,
I did see a stream where the guys from US Assassin, which I backed, they were streaming into well into 2 or 3 in the morning on their time, and they were starting to peter out a little bit.
I did the launch party for Lady Satan at 7 o'clock in the morning, my time.
Yeah.
Which was noon, I think, in the UK. Okay, well, his fan base is there. So, it's 12 noon there. Okay, that works. That's where his fan base is. But for the people in America, wasn't probably too many people paying attention to what I was doing at 7:30 in the morning.
That's true. That's
nobody's looking for pops online at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah. I think it's a learning thing. Like I said, it's so different than what I'm used to doing the old-fashioned way with distributors and going through comic book stores, and this whole crowdfunding thing is a very it's pretty new. I mean, a lot of creators have only been doing it for like a year or two. But anyways, I can show kind of the campaign screen if you want. Let me.
Sure.
Here.
Most definitely. Windows.
What time is your next show? Is it at 6 my time? 9 o'clock?
My next show? What do you mean?
Yeah. Don't you? I think I heard you say you had a multi-guest panel.
Oh yeah, the Indie Bolt panel is coming out at 9 o'clock.
Okay, so we got about 20 minutes then to kind of. All right. So right now, if you went to xfarce.com, you'd go to my pre-launch page, which you can still sign up for our mailing list. And if you back the campaign, you'll be able to get a trading card that's only exclusive to the early birds. But I also just sent out an email to those early bird signups that this is what our campaign page is going to look like when we go live. So later on tonight.
Before you scroll too much now, go ahead and tell people what you got here.
Okay. Well, X-Farce Reloaded is a X-Men anthology satire. So we've got 7 different stories that make fun of the X-Men all the way from the 60s, where Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, came out with the team originally, and then all the way to like the most recent storylines with the House of X, Powers of X storyline. So we've got 1960s X-Men, we've got 1990s X-Men, like the Rob Liefeld X-Force, which is what you see on the screen, like cable TV and Dominoes. And we've also got like spoofs of the New Mutants and what if other companies had mutants. So we kind of have a what if story, like the Watcher narrates. What if Lee and Kirby went to work for like Disney or Archie, and what they would have looked like. So we got a dozen different creators. Many of them are veterans. Mike Barron is a friend of ours that that contributing a story to this. It's full color, 48 pages, all digitally colored. It's going to be no ads, so it'll be 48 pages of content. And the first story is 10 pages. That's like the X-Cons, which is the Lee and Kirby version. And then we've got X-Farce, which is about 21 pages. And those 2 stories were actually printed in black and white in the 90s. So no one has ever seen them in color. And then on top of those 30 pages, we've got like 18 pages of new material, which I can kind of tell you about. But probably the easiest thing to do is to play the trailer as we kind of showed you. I think it was on your Monday show where I kind of previewed this. So I'll go ahead and play it, and then people can get an idea of what we're doing.
My name is Professor Baldy, and I run a school for juvenile delinquents. But not just any delinquents. Mine are specially gifted. You might even call them mutants. Trust a few reformed ex-cons. Tangerine. The mighty apple of your eye, Bubba. Jeannie Gray. Beastie Boy. Everybody dance now. No.
Is it hot in here, or is it just me?
and their friends from X-Files. Cable TV. Eat remote control, frog face. Garfarel. Meow. Dominoes.
This book has just the right amount of cheese.
And introducing the Newt Mutants. Beware the rest. Magneto. Mistress Piggy. And not at all breaking the fourth wall. Cesspool. Now, Heritage Press Comics is back with X-Files Reloaded #1. Don't miss this extraordinary comics extravaganza with 7 full color stories of marvelous mutant mayhem. Back this book today for awesome variant covers and original artwork tiers. 48 pages of action and hilarious hijinks by some of comics' funniest talents. Heritage Press, making the world laugh again. Only on Indiegogo.
Nice. I giggle every time I watch it. The Garfield one is just hilarious.
As soon as I'm looking and I go, oh, that's Garfield is like Wolfsbane. I'm like,
and it's Don Martin style. It's awesome.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
So yeah, man. What made you think of doing this?
I would say just I grew up like reading Mad Magazine, probably like you guys did, and Cracked magazine was actually the very first thing I ever got published professionally, like in '83. So just growing up, I always loved comedy, and then Airplane was one of my favorite movies growing up, and it was just that Leslie Nielsen like laugh a minute type of format to me was really funny. So I just kind of gravitated towards humor, and I seemed to have a knack for it. And so when the Turtles came out, I was a comic book store owner in college, and that's how I came up with the Turtles spoof, the adolescent radioactive black belt hamsters, and that sold really well. I was not anybody. I had never worked for Marvel or DC, but I met the people that ran Eclipse Comics because they were in Northern California where I live. And so I met them at some conventions, and I pitched the hamsters to them, and they said, well, why don't we give it a shot? And it turned out to be a big hit for them, and they went off and we sold like 500,000 copies of the hamsters since they debuted in the 80s. And then X-Farce kind of came out of watching what Rob Liefeld was doing in the 90s, and he came out with X-Force like in 1991. So it sold like 6 million copies. So I thought, wow, that seems like it's pretty ripe to spoof. So I came up with X-Farce, and then Eclipse teamed me up with artists named Bill Mouse and Bob Hannon. So that's how we came out with that book. And so that's kind of how X-Farce came around, and we just thought it would be fun to bring it back, 30 years later, but in full digital color.
Sweet. I like it. I like the whole premise.
So if you scroll down here, you can kind of see the new cover that Bill did, which is we've got like instead of Cannonball, we have 8-Ball, and then up here on the right is Tonto. He's holding up the logo. Fallen Star is the guy that kind of looks like Pee Wee Herman. And then in the middle is the leader of the X-Farce, which is cable TV. Kind of made him look like Ted Turner, like a young Ted Turner from CNN. And then this girl with the beehive hairdo, that's Shaboom Shaboom. And Garfarel is your favorite there, Pops, who is a feline, badass. And then you've got this girl dressed up like a pizza delivery girl named Dominoes. And so that's the cover. And each book will start at $25. We have 3 different variants planned. And then here's a sample page from the 1960s one I was telling you about. and we had our colorist make it look like it was like from the 60s. He even made the pages have a faded, aged look to it.
That looks great.
Yeah, so we've got different tiers, where you can buy all 3 covers, or you can buy 10 if you're a retailer, and you would get a discount. All the books will come autographed, free of charge if you want an autograph, and we're trying to keep the shipping costs relatively low, but we want to do priority mail just so that people get their books quickly and they can be tracked. Cesspool is featured in the X-Farce parody, which is the Deadpool parody, and so his power is that he stinks really bad. We've got like original art tiers where people can buy anywhere from sketches to full-blown finished inked pages, all the way to like color paintings in the from the book. This is from Mike Darin's story. It's called Auditions, and it basically is what if Professor X had to have open auditions from X-Men. Here's just a little preliminary page or a drawing from like what if other companies had mutants, and so if Disney had mutants, then you'd have like Ducklops and Mouserine down here on the bottom, and then we made the Sentinels look like the Beagle Boys. Yeah, so there's all sorts of, like I said, several different stories. So if you, depending on what era of X-Men you like the best, you can just enjoy them all. And then I mentioned that I think on your show last time that our most expensive tier is called the Colossal Executive Box, and that's where you would get all 3 covers, a metal lunchbox, a ceramic mug, and then also an inked sketch card, original art sketch card by Bill Mouse, and that's $200. And then we have a bunch of perks. I'm sorry, not perks, but crowdfunding goals. So if we hit our stretch goals, then there'll be like magnets and stickers.
Right.
50,000. If we hit 50,000 in backing, that'll unlock the exclusive Cesspool whoopee cushion. So that'll be fun.
Now, have you considered backer goals as a sideline to stretch goals? Because stretch goals are based on money,
right?
I'm talking about like what they did with Mojo, and what I did with Blood of Gods for Eric Dominguez when he was just trying to get funded. And it was like, man, if you get to 80, I think I said 85 backers or something. If we can get 85 backers, I'm going to give something away. Just to get more people to back the book.
That's a good idea.
Backer number is more important to me than the dollar number.
Mm-hmm. That's true. You know what? I never really thought about a backing.
What did I give away? I gave away an autographed. I autographed a copy of The Crew Number 2, which is the first cameo of Pops in any comic ever. And I autographed a copy of it, and I gave it away to, I did a drawing between the people that were involved in the book. And, when it got to that certain level,
Great.
that many backers. Okay, I'm going to give this away when Eric's book gets to 85 backers. I'm going to do a drawing and give this away.
That's a good idea.
Now, in your case, though, it's like this was me doing it on the side just to help. But in your case, it's like we're going to throw a piece of original art randomly in somebody's package when we get to 100 backers.
Right. I like that, man.
5 backers and 150 backers. And then people are like, ooh, I might get a piece of original art.
Yeah.
For just like the lowest tier, I might score a piece of original art.
Right.
Now you got people still jumping in there at $20. You want to make it a physical tier, obviously. But,
right.
like you can't sign up for the PDF and win original art. But, when you get to that backer point, you tell them, for the physical backers, we're going to do a drawing, and I'm going to, or I'm going to slide this randomly into somebody's package or whatever, and you add to the backer count, because in the end, the dollar count's attached to the backer count, and the higher the backer count is, the higher the dollar count will be. It doesn't work the other way around.
Right. That's really good. I thought just earlier today on our launch party to have a drawing and that only backers could be eligible for. So I've got like 8 old Parody Press back issues that I was gonna every 15 minutes I was gonna say, if you're a backer and you want to enter this drawing, or just the first one to put in your backer number will get these 2 extra issues in your in your order. I was planning on doing that, but I see what you're saying is different. But because I'll be live streaming, I think I can kind of be creative and kind of do things on the fly as we see where we're at.
And you'll notice as the backer count rises, it's when you get to that lull, okay, like next week, when you've gone a day or 2 and nobody paid any attention, that's when you go out there and go, look, we're at 75 backers right now. When we get to 100 backers, we're going to give away this piece of original art. Boom. People are paying attention again.
Yeah.
The whole purpose is to eliminate the lull.
Right.
Okay. You want people to be constantly having a reason to look and a new reason to purchase in case the last reason wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're throwing in this bonus. Somebody's going to win this when we get to 100 backers.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now, hey, give me an opportunity to win something. I might throw my money at it a little.
Right. That's smart. I've been watching guys, like the guys I think are really seasoned at this are like Ethan Van Sciver and Billy Tucci, Lady Polito, right? Yeah, those guys are all 90s guys that I used to do comic books with, and so just kind of coming into this business again after, I haven't been doing comics for almost 20 years, so just kind of learning how to do the crowdfunding thing is new to me. But I see like Billy Tucci. I've backed a couple of his campaigns. He'll send out an email every day to his backers, and he's always streaming. Yeah, he's almost streaming almost every day, and I can just see, it pays off because his campaigns often are like over $100,000 or $200,000.
And Brian is the same way, and Ethan's the same way. They go out, they talk about what they're doing. They always have, Brian always has something new to show you. In this campaign, we're going to do this. Turbocharged, we're doing this, we're doing that. Always coming at you with something new. As soon as there's a lull, he's watching. Okay, as soon as we went a few hours and nobody backed it, he's out there doing something to get people's attention.
So they're popping up.
Are you frozen? Oh, you're back. Okay. Don, are you freezing on us? Are we losing you, bro?
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
I think we have a little.
Yeah, I just heard you, but you're frozen on our screen.
Oh, there he goes. He's moving again. Where are you at, Don? Where are you at? California? You're in Northern California, right? Just nod your head. Nod your frozen head. Try going out and coming back in, bro. We still got 10 minutes. He is frozen.
Yeah, he said he was in Northern California. I think he just dropped. Hopefully he'll come back in and
I'm gonna put him out. Come back in, Don. Come back in.
I remember his radioactive black belt hamsters very well.
Yeah.
It was on the shelf next to turtles and the fish bullies.
Nice.
And I was like, oh my God, what's next? And my good buddy John that I've been friends with since high school, he has them all. He's got every issue of the black and white turtles that ever came out. He bought all the radioactive black belt hamsters and the fish police. And for a while, they were like, you know, big money. Turtles obviously still is, but
okay, let me throw a name at you, see if you know this one. Do you remember the stainless steel rat?
yes.
Oh, I love that book, man. There was some great underground stuff back in the day. There really was.
Too much. There he is. Too much coffee, man.
Are you back now? Not yet? Yeah.
Sorry about that. Little technical difficulty.
That's okay. We've been having them all day, bro.
Pops' power went out for like 3 or 4 hours, so
it was horrible.
Well, what part of the world are you in?
We're in Southwest Michigan. We just got, it was ice, you know, like ice in the trees, branches falling, taking out, you know, power lines. It's, you know, it just only happens during CRoM Con. We go all month without no problems. And then, you know, there's always something during the weekend that I do the con.
And my weather's good. I'm out in Boston, so.
Okay.
Boston?
I'm out in Boston.
One of our creators, Keith Gleason, he's from Boston area. He does the Mighty Mascots comic book.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He should be one of our guests tomorrow if you guys want to check out the show.
Well, I'll be out here.
Yeah.
I have a whole nother day tomorrow to do.
That's right. What time do you start?
Noon till midnight Eastern time.
Noon till midnight Eastern. Yeah. Well, actually, mine will be. I mean, you can catch a little bit of it because I'm starting. Well, actually, no, you won't be able to because I'm starting at 9 and then you're starting at noon.
I'll be able to. I'll be able to watch the replay.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
Make
sure you share it into the group though, so everybody, you know, I mean, so people know that you're launching tomorrow. Just because I'm doing the con doesn't mean you don't promote. Just like right now, Naked Cannibal Campers is launching, and I'm telling everybody, yo, you got this here, but one of our people's over there doing that too. Go check it out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not an it's not an exclusive thing. I want everybody to be doing good. So, you know, we'll give you a shout out tomorrow too. Right at noon. We'll be like, yo, Don Chin's going live right now.
I was gonna ask you, am I scheduled for tomorrow night's CRoM Con anywhere? Because I know you said you were looking for some slots, but I wasn't sure.
Well, that was when Phil wasn't here. He had computer problems all week, and we didn't know if he was going to be doing his panel tomorrow night.
Yeah.
But he showed up today. He's here. So, you know, basically that 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock hours on him. And then after that, we're going to do an after hours stream. That's just going to be in the madness with the still token with the dead guys.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So am I invited to the Phil thing, or I'm not sure.
I don't know what if he has, because he was out all week. I don't know if he got the word out to get guests. I don't know what he's got going on.
Okay.
But I will let you know. That's tomorrow in the 9 o'clock Eastern hour. I will let you know if we need people. Trust me. I'll be like, help, just like I was today.
I'll block that out just so it's flexible. So that way, if you guys have the space or need the live bodies, then you know.
I mean, that's something that can always happen, and it's not. You know, it's like it's not even always that somebody forgot. It can. What happened to me today can happen to anybody. Their power could go out. You know, boom, they can't show up. You know, they could have been on their way home and had a flat tire and got held up. You know, and missed their time slot or whatever. Things happen. We understand that. We still want to get these people out and get them their time.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, the same for Vince and Alan and William. We're going to try and get them out there tomorrow at some point, somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's just, it's kind of what we're obligated to do here is, you know, when we give you a slot and something happens where you can't make it, we're still going to try and get you some time somehow, you know.
Appreciate it. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. So
right now, I have to prepare everybody for our next segment. Don, it's always great talking to you. I would definitely. Hey, man, maybe I'll jump. What you're gonna launch? You're gonna do your launch stream start a little early, right? Because you're launching at noon. Start your stream a little early, and I'll come out and BS with you for a few minutes before I come over and do this.
It is. His stream starts at 12:15, and the launch is at noon.
Start a little earlier than that. Talk about yourself for a half hour or so before it launches, bro.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted. I still think I'm launching at midnight tonight. But
okay, now see if you launch at midnight tonight, you never know. I could still be awake at 3. So
I don't think I'm streaming though. I'm just launching, and then morning tomorrow's where I'm going to hit it hard and heavy. But, yeah, we'll see. But thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
Thanks,
Good
Don.
seeing you, bro.
Nice to meet you. Bye-bye.
And now, something I've been trying to accomplish for a long time since I started doing CRoM Con was to get Varian and Krysta to bring Indie Volt to the madness. And here it is.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey there.
CRoM Con.
Hello.
I know we've had you do little cameos here and there from the restaurant.
Yeah. I'm usually out at restaurants. I'm at a store. But actually got a chance to sit down now and hang out for a little while.
Yes. And I've been looking forward to this one for a long time. I've been on you guys' show. You're always so welcoming. And I don't know who all you have planned to bring out, but they are all welcome. Your whole crew.
And we got a few surprises, hopefully, up our sleeves. So thanks for inviting us though. Happy to be here. Happy to come in here and talk comics. I actually saved up 4 questions from Indie Volt Livewire that I figured I'd bring over here as topics.
Sweet.
So yeah, I saved those up, and I said, well, yeah.
Go ahead and tell everybody. I mean, I know we know who you are, but go ahead and say it anyway. Tell everybody who you are, what you guys do, cover all your shows, so that we get full coverage. Because
So hello everybody out there. My name is Varian Grant. I'm as founder of Indie Volt Media LLC. I started making comics back in 2008. I'm a comic book artist, writer, publisher, just all around geek. Reluctant taxpayers usually in there, right? I forgot the spiel. I used to have it written down. I don't have it written down anymore. But that's me.
Too much.
Yeah.
Stop the drinking.
Yeah. And we're happy to be here. I'm joined by Lola. Randy's gonna be heading in pretty soon. And and Lola, who are you?
Yeah.
I'm Lola.
Indie
I am the indie princess, and
she's
I'm
running
also
things now. I just want y'all to know that she's running things over there now.
I always run things.
We know that.
I let him think that he runs everything. I pull all the strings.
Well, yeah, and it's like we knew that, and it was just a matter of time before he admitted it.
I was forced to admit that I had to that she runs it, and I'm always like, man, why am I always I have to give it up to her after a while. And same, the companies, she comes in, she does a much better job than I do. So people are normally afraid of her. They're not afraid of me. That's how it works. I gotta tell you, when she became the editor of IndieVolt.com, people thought I was leaving the company. Like, I'm not leaving the company, guys. I'm stepping away from the .com. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your other project now, the Liberty Distribution, plug it, brother. Plug it.
Yeah. Liberty Entertainment Distribution Group, ledg.us is the website. We're distributing independent comics. Got a lot of stores now. We just crossed 50 stores, which I was really excited about.
Awesome.
Didn't get one in each state yet, which was one of the goals. But we were able to get 50 stores, which I felt like, okay, 50 stores, 50 states. That was good. But yeah, we're getting there slowly. And the really cool thing is, it took me years to build it took me years to build Liberty. I started with Liberty. I was actually I lived in another house. I lived in a house in Troy, Michigan when I was putting Liberty together, and very ritzy area. It was weird, but I was putting it together, and there was all these. The really cool thing was there was all these businesses around me that were very helpful, with things. So that's why I lived in a business district. It was so after after 5:30, at the latest 6 o'clock, the entire city was dead. Because it was all business. It was but putting that company together, talking to people who own businesses in the nearby area was really helpful. And then being a publisher myself, knowing what would be good for publishers, being a creator, putting that all together. So we put the company together, and then we just started beta testing very slowly, very, very slowly. And I started pushing my stuff out through it. Just whenever someone a store would order books from me, I would just send them to Liberty. Right. And then when we were ready to go and pull the trigger, we did. It was slow building, but it's been pretty lucrative. Got some big things coming, and later this year, not even later this year, I think I should say by March, we're gonna be ready with another big announcement, and I'm excited about it. I think that it is probably going to be one of the biggest things we've done with Liberty so far. And LEDG.US fun fact, it would have been Liberty Independent Entertainment Distribution, but those initials are lied. So that's why it's LEDG.US.
Now, for anybody who doesn't quite get what he's talking about, Varian is doing what I envision for everybody, what I want everybody to be able to do, and that's get your books on store shelves. Mm-hmm. Everybody who knows me knows that's something that I'm really passionate about when it comes to the indies. I want to be able to go into my local comic store and pull you guys' books down. I don't want to have to chase them and pay, monster shipping or whatever. Mm-hmm. I'm begging for that day when all the books I want to buy are in one place.
I'm sharing the website if you want to check it out. I put it in the if people are interested, I'm on the website right now. It is there's some of the people that have some of the companies that have signed on. Not all of them, but it's a couple. As a matter of fact, that needs to be updated. There's our mascot Bill. We've got there's a lot of books people are pushing that we always let people know about shipping problems. There are no current issues affecting UPS at the moment, though. We ship through UPS only. I mean, you can call us 800-525-2091, 800-525-2091. You can't call us tomorrow. We'll be closed. But you can give us a call. Someone will answer and help you. You see right there, and that talks about our comic book return pledge, or we call it the Liberty Pledge, which is where we will buy the books back from stores. No other distributors doing that. We'll buy the books back from you because
as long as it's in condition of a resellable condition.
Right. Because the thing is, look, I don't want those books sitting on your shelf if you can't sell them either.
Right.
Let's get them out of your store. Let's get them somewhere where they can be sold. That's, trying to, that came from talking to store owners.
Right.
Talking to store owners, talking to other creators, other publishers, and finding out what we could do. It wasn't about making money. It was about making sure these books got in stores, like you said, Pops. I wanted to make sure that people had the ability to get their books in stores and not have to go through Diamond with their ridiculous minimums. The
whole thing, especially once it went down. Once it went down, it showed everybody that we're going to need a backup plan any damn way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Diamond ain't going to be there for us. They're going to be there for us when they want to be there for us, and they're not going to be there for us when it's not beneficial to them.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay? We need somebody who actually cares about the industry. You know,
yeah, it's there are a lot of companies that will pop up. There's gonna be a lot. I mean, like you got right now with Lunar distribution, there's problems going on over there right now. I will admit, shame on me, I have not been up to date about what the problems were, but I do know this. I think that when you have a publisher that's also a distributor, it's also a store. That kind of creates a problem because then the other stores are gonna feel like maybe I'm getting screwed over here. Yeah. Maybe I didn't get all my books because you did this on purpose. With Liberty, let me see if I can reach over here and grab one. There we go. I always grab one of our standard boxes.
That's what I was gonna say. Show us that pretty box.
So there's one of the standard boxes we ship in. This has already been opened, but I was going to show you when you talk about caring about the product. So all the books come bagged and they come, bubble wrapped, shrink wrapped. Here's one of the books. It's actually Psycho Sirens, okay, and they come bagged and boarded. We call it from ship to shelf, and bagged and boarded, special boards. Why not, right? And the books come bagged and boarded. I want every store owner to be able to open this box, check their invoice, which will be neatly, not on this box, this is a sample box, but neatly located on top of the box, check their invoice, and put those books right on the shelf and start selling them. I didn't want them to have to worry about,
bagging and boarding, handling any of that. Right?
Yeah, they can go right into there and start moving them. So yeah, that's how that works.
Now we have been joined by the Zim. It's the Zim. How you doing, Randy? Go ahead and give us a rundown who you are.
Say what?
Go ahead and give us the rundown. Who are you?
Who am I? Holy crap. Don't you know who I am? No. I'm Randy Zimmerman. I am a lifelong creator and printer, publisher, coordinator of comics. I love this art form. I've done everything in it that you can imagine. And I've done it for many, 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 many years. So I'm happy to be part of the CRoM Con.
Thank you. I'm glad to have you here finally, Randy. And that right there is Dan Schmidt, who says, whoa, I need Liberty distribution.
There we go.
Yeah. And Rain knows a bit of what I'm talking about. I told him, I said, very soon we're gonna have another announcement. It's gonna.
Oh no! Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, just.
Yeah. I won't get over. So I think
he's just announcing the announcement.
Yeah,
he's announcing an announcement could be coming, but that could also be jinxing the deal.
Yeah,
you don't want to say anything. That's why want to be quiet.
Yeah.
Don't want everybody to know. But holy crap, dude!
Yeah,
the whole thing is that if it falls through, he can just make up somebody else, and nobody will know the difference.
Exactly. Yeah, we're but it's just to make sure we get those books on the store shelves, quality books for these stores, because every store owner I talk to that signed on said, I don't mind carrying independent books. I just, a couple of them told me, I won't say all of them told me, but a couple of them told me, I just don't want to deal with some of these creators who are,
wackadoos.
Yeah.
You want to deal with a distributor of a hub. You don't want to deal with each individual creator because, oh my God, if you got 100 indies on your shelf, that's 100 people you got to deal with.
Yeah,
Varian
no store owner has time for that.
Right. Varian is sincerely hoping that since the retailers have gained another distributor with Luna anyway to carry DC product, they're not going to be afraid to pick up quality product from Liberty.
Yeah. And eventually they will. We've been getting a lot of stores now. We just crossed 50 stores. Another thing we do is when you sign up, you'll notice that you can pick up your when you make your account, you're gonna be able to go in there and make your own pricing. We don't, unlike some distributors, we don't tell you how much you have to charge for your books.
Right.
You make your own pricing. You can request your payout at any time through the dashboard. You can say, "Hey, I got $50 in here. I'd like to get that." You can say, you can let it sit there and bank. Keep it. I always I joke, keep it secret and safe. Put it away for a rainy day and pull the money out when you need to. It's just created just to be super easy across the board for everybody. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I don't really know how to talk about my own stuff. It's very weird. I should hire somebody to do it for me.
See, that's why he's only at 50 retailers, because we don't talk about this very much over on the Indie Volt podcast.
Yeah.
Usually whenever you see the Liberty banner pop up, it's because I threw it up there.
Yeah.
And Varian doesn't want to talk about it.
And that was one of the reasons I wanted to bring it up here, because that's exactly what we're doing. Is the networking and the promotions. And I want people to see that. I want my people to get their books in the retail or in the retail stores. I want them there. I'd much rather go to Buy Me Toys, walk in, go, there's the book I want, there's a book I want, there's a Big Two book I want, there's an indie book I want, and walk out with everything I need. No $10 shipping per, no, giant pile of Gemini mailers in my room. Well, none of that, right? Just the books I want. This doesn't happen until people are aware that they can get their books on store shelves. That's why I push Danny. That's why I push what you're doing.
Yeah, especially, I'm sorry to cut in on you, Pop. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I just want people to know about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially right now, because all of the retailers that are out there, anybody that's got a storefront has just seen their DC product drop by 2/3.
Yes.
That's going to open a lot of shelf space. And what are you going to fill it up with? You're going to stretch out issues of Skunk Girl, or are you going to go out there and try to find some decent quality books that maybe nobody's seen before, throw them up there on the shelves and see if they sell? Plus, with I'm sure Varian talked about the Liberty guarantee that if they don't move, he'll take them back in trade.
We'll take them back, and I don't want those books sitting on your shelf. If you can't move Psycho Sirens, I want it back so that I can put it somewhere where it can. Because I'm not doing either of us a favor at that point. Now you got to blow them out of the book at $1. Someone may never read them. I may think I have a failure on my hands. And I don't, if I'm a creator, I may have a great selling book, but because maybe your particular store just doesn't move. There's a joke to me. Okay.
Danny Morales down there at the collective has even said it. He's like, we know the kind of stuff that our customers buy.
Right.
And we put those indies on our shelves that we think that they'd be interested in. I'm not saying they put every single indie on their shelves, but they know their customers. And they say, oh, our people probably like that. And they work a deal with the creator to get those books on the shelves. And we have a whole bunch of people in the madness who have books on the shelves in Danny's store right now.
Yeah, we had another thing that we did was wanted to make sure I always found deals and for people who were signing up through us. And like you said, for a fan of comics, going to crowdfunding is great. It opens the door to a lot of books you don't know out there, but the shipping can be expensive. And then you got this big Gemini mailer. you got a nice Gemini mailer collection.
I'm not lying. I got stacked and I keep them because there's a time when I'm going to need them to send something out.
Yeah. I thought that. Pops. I just threw away like 9 of them the other day.
It was more than 9. Because I'm the one that got rid of them.
Yeah.
2 different
you're
rooms.
Supposed to be selling books.
Yeah. And I thought, I'm like, I can reuse these, and I'm like, there were just so many of them. But another thing that we did was we went and talked to the printer. We have one of the Pops, you're in Michigan as well. One of the well-known printers is here, Comics Wellspring.
Yep.
They're here, so we did a deal with Comics Wellspring where if say you're a publisher or creator of a book, you can get it printed over there at Comic Wellspring, and we'll pick it up for free and put it right in our warehouse, and that way you don't have to worry about shipping to me. Yeah. And I got we got some other benefits for shipping to us too, because there's some other I have some other avenues where it's a little bit cheaper for you to ship to us as well, rather than boxing up your comics and putting them in a box. And because I was looking, got some Christmas gifts here from the in-laws. They went to UPS with a box, and while it was a nice size box, UPS told my grandfather-in-law $300. I think it was $300 to ship it to us, and that was just from basically the edge of Dearborn to Sterling Heights, Michigan. $300, but he ended up going to USPS and getting it for 30. Was it 40?
What the
yeah.
hell?
So anyway, it was like, wow,
the size of the box, huh?
Yeah.
Not even the weight.
Right.
The size of the box.
Right. So again,
truck space.
Yeah, trying to help people. I'm like, I worked out a deal with UPS, where we got a special deal that if you need to send me some comics to put in the Liberty Warehouse, you let me know. I'm gonna give you a special number. You're gonna give that to them. It's gonna either decrease the fee a lot, or it's going to it might be out and out free. Just have to, we have to look at where the box is coming from and how heavy it is, but make sure those books are make sure they're packed properly. And nothing worse than damaged books.
Oh, Varian, fulfillment is God in the comic industry right now.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to get it to the people who are spending that $25.
Yeah.
That book better be in nice shape for $25.
Yeah.
Or what, not all of them are $20, but you know what I'm saying? When you add in the shipping, it's like, there's a chunk of money for one book. This book better be pristine because it might suck like the one I read a little while ago. No, I read a book a little while ago when the power went out because I didn't have nothing to do, right? So I pulled out a comic that I got this over the last year, and it needed Chuck Pinot really bad. Really, really, really bad. I mean, spelling errors, phrasing mistakes, just 4 or 5 in one page. It's just like, how did you even get people to give you money for this? It was because they'd never seen it. They didn't know what dude's stuff was like. How's book 2 gonna sell? I'm gonna say probably not real good.
Who was the editor on that book?
I don't think he had an editor.
Well, you gotta tell us what that book was off the air.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I got to know what it was off the air.
The way he's been ranting about it for 3 hours, it must be like
it was bad.
A pile of dog crap took a dump.
It was the worst layout. Okay, like layout. Even to the lettering was bad. Take the 2 letters LI, capital letters. If they're too close together, you get a U, right?
Yeah.
If the word is flickers, what do you got?
Fuckers, yeah.
5 times in the first 3 pages. And you're like, really? You didn't look at this and see? Because that's all I see is that.
Yeah. Maybe it was intentional.
Well, if it made sense. If that word would substitute properly for the other word, then fine. But it doesn't make sense. So.
Are you sure?
It's like
It was weird.
That word seems to be pretty universal. It can be used for a lot of different ways.
Fuckers. Yeah.
No, the other one.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. You can't really use it to. How do you substitute it for flickers?
Yeah,
that's been a lettering no since like the dawn of the golden age,
yes.
Because of the cheap printing that they used to do. The L and the I
they
would always turn into a U, so nobody flicked nothing in those days. Nobody.
Did you know?
So this is the first thing I see. It's like in the first sentence.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't go see a flick.
So I'm like,
They didn't go to the flickers. They did not do that. They didn't flick a fly.
Now that to me wasn't an editing thing. That's an ink bleed thing that somebody should just be aware of. That's going to happen. Okay. The editing was the proofread. You know, nobody proofread this book.
Mhm.
Nobody checked the spelling on this book. The phrasing was almost like, okay, this is supposed to be a fantasy book, but the phrasing is ghetto.
Mhm.
Oh,
Like they're straight out of Detroit.
Okay.
You know? And it's like, wait a minute. Okay, you can't talk like you're from the ghetto when you're in this fantasy world with swords, sorcery, and wizards and these and that.
Excuse me.
and they'd get in there and go, "You damn fairy flicker!"
It was just like, please.
Well, you know,
Editors are wonderful people.
Mhm.
They will give your book extra life, like what Chuck did for Salvation. Was it Salvation? Who was it earlier that Chuck?
Connor.
Yeah, for Connor Bartel. He said, no, that's not one book. That's 3 books. You know, he took dude's one shot and turned it into a series. Editors are wonderful people. Let them see your work. Give, you know, pay them a little buck to make your work look better and present better. That's what they do.
Wonder who the flickers were that printed the job.
Well, we're gonna start with flickers.
Well, I could find that out. I could find out who the flickers were.
Yeah.
They just wanted their flicking money.
Who their flicking printer was.
Let's see. Who flicked this book?
Yeah.
They flicked it up real good.
Yeah.
I gotta get my glasses because I'm freaking old. Randy knows.
Flicking old.
When you gotta see, when you gotta be able to see, and they make.
I got a pair I use for the computer and a pair I use off of the computer. So yeah.
Okay, let's see.
That's what you mean.
Give his printer any credit. Let's see.
It should. It should make it nice and bold. And their letterer too, now that you think about it.
Oh, the letter. Oh, I got the letterer's name. Yes, indeed.
Well, maybe we shouldn't shame them on the air if you don't want to mention the title.
Well, see,
Publisher,
but that could have just been, like I said, the bleed of the you know. It just,
That's the problem.
Make them flicking famous.
That was a flicking mistake anyway.
That's one of the problems that I have on indievote.com when we do reviews is you know, wanting to be nice and not put anybody on blast, but at the same time, like, you know, we want to accentuate, hey, here's the great things you did. Now here's some of the things that you shouldn't have done, and we're looking forward to seeing these problems get ironed out in the next installment. You know, and that's what we try to do. But you know, there are some things, and then, you know, if someone gets mad, I mean, look, we pick on people when they do something boneheaded. I mean, Randy and I joke about me. Randy at I was sitting next to Randy at a con. He saw some art that I did, and he says, "Oh," he pointed out the leaves on the ground. I said, "Those aren't leaves; those are feathers." And he says, "Those aren't feathers; those are leaves." And I'm like, "Really?" And I looked at him, and I ended up redrawing every feather in the comic
for the last year and a half.
Yeah.
That's all he's done is redraw feathers in the comic.
I'm going to look when I have a little extra.
It's going on 2 years. This next
February.
February.
Copy of this book. Okay, when I got a few extra bucks, I'm gonna send you one of the copies of this book that I have,
Okay.
so that you can check it out. Because I just went through it. I don't see credit to a printer. I don't,
Right.
you know, I mean, he's got credits for, you know, his team, but
Yeah.
I don't see credit to a printer anywhere, unless he did it unless he does it himself.
It's
You know, I don't.
funny
think
when you say your team, you're like, that many people and everybody messed this up still. Wow.
This is what I'm saying. It's like it doesn't hurt to pay an editor to look your stuff over. It can only help.
A good editor. Because
Oh,
there
yeah.
are some bad editors out there.
I mean, I'm not saying a proofreader. I'm saying an editor.
Yeah,
Somebody
yeah,
who
yeah.
actually understands the concepts of what you're writing and tries to improve on it without changing it. That's a good editor.
Yeah.
Improve on what you're doing without changing your story, without changing your ideal. You know, so there are some good ones out there. You know, by all means, call one up. Don't read your book without calling one up.
Don't be a cheap flake.
Yeah.
Would you mind? Pops, I said I got questions from earlier.
Yes,
Would you mind if I read one of them? Okay.
Are we on Indie Volt? We're not on Indie Volt.
We are not. We're not on Indie Volt Radio because it just couldn't happen because the way this is set up. But yeah.
You get questions.
But no, I got questions from our show I saved.
Yes, I was going to say, go ahead and explain to everybody how you do that. You know,
Okay.
you have
So,
people mail in and stuff.
We have IndieVolt Radio, which is an app. It's also, you can listen to it on indievolt.com as well. If you have your phone out, you can Android phone, you can go to the Play Store, type in IndieVolt Radio. You can download the app. It's totally free. It's music, comic book talk, all that good stuff, all free. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can also, if you have an Apple phone, download the Streamer app and type in IndieVolt Radio. You'll find us there as well. You can even ask Alexa to play us, and she'll do that for you as well. But we normally get questions sent to us from IndieVolt Radio from people listening in. And I saved 4 of the last questions because I want to ask them over here because I didn't know how we were going to do it. So I'll save these 4. And one of them is from JC. And JC, who's written in before, says, I don't understand why printing on demand has to be so expensive. And how come my books, which I print with Xerox machines, Xenograph, but Xerox machines, tended to be looked down upon by other curators. They're just as good, if not better, than the books printed on demand or elsewhere. I've picked up some books that have been printed. What are they called, Randy?
Ash cans?
Yeah, ash cans. But when you print them that way, there used to be a term for them. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Ash cans?
Yeah. And they're like, I picked up some good ones out there. One of the really
comics,
a really good book I picked up was printed that way. A guy gave it to me free at Wizard World. It went in the bottom of my Wizard World bag. It stayed there for 2 months. This is many years ago. This is probably
went out. I had something to read.
yeah. Pretty much. It's probably like 16 years ago. I'm sitting in my room, and I'm like digging through the bag, and I pull up this little square bound where they took the paper, they printed it on one sheet of paper and then folded it up, cut it, put a staple in it.
It's like Matt Fazell's work.
Yeah,
he got a little square book. Yeah, those are mini comics.
Yeah, and it was a great book. Unfortunately, this person didn't put any contact information in. They didn't put their name in there. It was a great book. The story was good. It was only 9 pages, but I was hooked. This person had storytelling down to a science. I should have stole the idea. But there he is, Mr. Oden. But
it's probably Michael Oden's fault.
I was putting down my kids.
Oh my God! Please say he's okay.
Wait, what happened?
Please say he's all right.
I was putting him to sleep, Randy.
Oh, okay.
Well, when I put mine to sleep, it's usually, either with sleeper hole or some type of syringe. And
incredibly good drugs.
Luckily, I haven't gotten to the point where I have to freaking, chokehold him at WWE style to put him to bed. He's only like 2.
No, we don't even want to suggest that.
No, I just
cough
asked
syrup, on the other hand.
I just asked my daughter if this rag smells like chloroform.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Does this rag smell funny to you?
Yeah.
Eventually, welcome to CRoM Con After Hours. How y'all doing?
Eventually, you get to the point where you gotta super kick them. Eventually, it's just like you gotta fight them. But no, I think those books are just as good. They can be, but as far as someone looking down upon your work because you printed it at Kinko's, generally, if you print that book at Kinko's, like if you just make Xeroxes, that's cheaper. But I know someone who went to Kinko's and had their book done, and it was super expensive. And I got a friend who had that book printed through Allegra, and they paid through the nose to get it printed there. Excuse me. So sometimes they actually end up paying more. But I'm sorry, JCP, the people are looking down on your work. They shouldn't be looking down on your work because you got it printed there. Take heart in that you got something printed, and there's a lot of people who can't say that.
Look, I just read a book that was printed on wonderful paper, great stock, but it's horrible. It's not the paper that's going to bring people back to your book. It's the story. Okay.
That book was so bad, his dog's crying.
I'm saying anybody who's putting it down because of the material didn't take the time to read the story. Because if they read the story, they'd be commenting on the story and not the product that it's printed on.
That's not an unusual problem, though, with a lot of comic type snob people that expected your book to be the same size with the same feel to fit in the same bag with the same board. Just that those times are gone, and that person that thinks that is out of time and out of touch with all the many different formats that are possible out there and all the really cool formats. And hey, what's his name, JC? You got to use a Xerox machine, buddy. Keep doing that. Get your butt out there to conventions and to shops and keep selling your stuff. You do what you need to do in order to get your stuff out there. Good on you. Because like Pop said, you're probably ahead of the game of the person that was complaining about it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Don't get me wrong. There is something to be said for presentation, but if you're working within the budget that you've got, and you're actually getting out there and you're putting it out there, and it's a quality product, that's going to speak for itself. And so long as you aren't getting it to people like certain creators that we know that will send it out to their customers and will not protect it, and it will get there and will be damaged as all hell, and it looks like they didn't even give a fuck about it at all. You're doing just fine. And that's what's important, getting it to your consumers in a way where they're able to appreciate it and read it and have a good time with it, and doing so in a way that you aren't killing yourself financially. Because at the end of the day, this is a financial burden. It's something that is expensive, and it's not going to necessarily have the immediate payoff. It's going to take time. So do what you've got to do. And if you want, I do freelance, JC, I do freelance journalism for a lot of different sites. I'm sure Varian's over here kind of like kicking me because he brought me in to do Indie Vault Journo. And I have yet to turn in a piece yet, and I know meaning to. But I write for a whole bunch of different people, and I'm more than willing to take a look through your book and give you an honest review, and it won't be anything about anything like that.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of people out there like that.
Yeah, Matt Feazell still works in mini comics. He's done it for the last at least 30, 35 years and does shows all the time. Of course, he draws a stick figure character called Cynical Man, and it adds the cheap, look of the format. Inexpensive, I should say. Look at the format just adds to his genius to being a genius with stick figures and storytelling. But I've done a couple of books that were Xeroxed. I've got a long bottom stapler back there that'll handle going up halfway on an 8.5 by 11 sheet to plant a couple staples for a fold. I'm not afraid to do that. Nobody else should be afraid to do that either. Nobody needs to be criticizing you for doing it. Do it. Keep it out there. Yeah. We got a guy that does Motor City every year, buys a table and does Xerox books.
Yeah.
And that stuff looks, that stuff is not at the best level by any stretch of the imagination, but you can see he's got them all spread out on the table. He gets that gleam in his eye, and you start talking to him about his characters, and he goes off into another world, and he can tell you everything about his characters like you wouldn't believe. And that you can't fault the person for that. You just can't, and he's always out there, and he's always peddling. He's always pushing his stuff.
You know what? And he actually he got parodied by two creators of note in their How to Publish Comics book.
Yeah.
And I was actually offended by it.
That was pretty cruel.
Yeah. I was offended by their parody of him. I'm like, because I mean it was I get that they were upset because he generally stands up and he's like, hey, I got comics for, $1. Yeah, $1 comics, $1 comics.
Dollar comics.
And the funny thing is, Pops, you've probably seen him before because he goes all around. But if you go to his table and you start talking about his character, you're gonna leave that table with some books, and you probably won't even have to pay him. I hate to say that, but
yeah,
he's known to. You know what? Here, take
Nice
this,
guy.
take that.
Yeah, he wants people to read his stuff. That's and everybody. You think about it as a creator. You want people to read your stuff, right?
Yeah.
You want people to read your stuff. That's. I want everybody to read your stuff. That's why we do what we do. Yes.
So I did that paper.
Hold that back up, Randy. Hold that back up.
Yeah, I did that paper, man. 100 issues.
Now be nice, Varian.
Even though it was on newsprint, heck yeah, it's still, it's still folded out. I carried comic stories, comic strips, single panel strips, any type of sequential artwork that I thought anybody would want to read and be entertained by.
Pass me that Pepto, Lola. Yeah,
just throw it at him.
No. I've been in that paper. I was publishing that paper, so I like Flint Comics. In fact, I got one of the boxes, the Flint Comics boxes. When Randy first told me he was shutting down, it was the weirdest thing I asked him for. I was like, "Hey,
little red babies right there." We had those all around the county. Just walk up, take a funny paper.
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, Randy, this is gonna sound weird, but can I have a box? Can I have a box?" Oh, we're ready to go.
I got a half a dozen of them.
Yeah. And it was funny because other people, when they found that I got one, another publisher was like, "Hey, do you think Randy will let me get a box?"
All they had to do was call me. Yeah, I don't think they ever did pick up a box.
Yeah. But it was really good stuff in there. Also, from Indie Volt Radio, another question is, do you guys think it's fair? And this is from, I'm sorry, so many things that I think that's a fake name, but
oh boy,
oh no,
yeah, well, AMETH. And so everybody's trying to write this down. AMETHRITH.
A Methrith?
A Methrith? Okay. A Methrith? Okay. Yeah. Would you guys say it's fair to believe that some degree of mental illness and being a comic book creator goes hand in hand?
I feel this one because I'm not a comic creator. Being a human and having a mental deficiency goes hand in hand. Nobody's perfect. We all got our quirks, man. I mean, seriously, that's there's no one occupation that corners the market on crazy. There's not.
Comic creators are batshit.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's a pretty heavy-handed in the creative industry in general, because I think that a lot of people that get into the creative industry use it as a way to channel their crazy in a way that is productive and doesn't destroy the world around them.
I don't know if that's Joe or Jarrell, but hi.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a good chance that we are. I would probably be really, really bad and a massive self-loather if it wasn't for comics. So I think being able to create definitely helps.
Massive self-loather.
Oh man, yeah. I'd be horrible. I'd be horrible. By the way, you can see Randy's having a fit, not being able to control things. He's not being able to control things.
Yeah, I'm like, where's my branding? Here,
Yeah.
what?
Wait, I need to put in a clip. Where's the Gail Simone thing?
I'm just left with my bell.
Yeah.
Look, Randy, there's a few. I need a few of your clips. I need you to send me a few of them. I need Gretchen. I need the man plate. I need a few of them for my show.
I gotta clip me some Gretchen. That's gotta happen. That's just absolutely has to happen.
How dare you? I need that one. I need a few of those clips that you use on a regular basis.
I seen the perfect.
Oh, Greta. You mean Greta?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about our esteemed governor. That's coming. That's coming. I got Greta. Yeah, I can do that, Greta. For
in the same sentence.
I'm always looking out for more sound bites.
Yes. I mean, you got the good ones. I need them.
I wanted to get, not that I'm a fan or I'm trying to make a political statement, but I always wanted to get the one with Biden where he goes, "Come on, man."
Yeah. But I mean, you can get them on it. All you got to do is record anytime he talks, and you're going to get it.
See what happens. You mentioned crazy, and in I come, man.
There he comes. Yep.
What's up, Phil?
What's up, Phil?
What's up? I'm back around, man. How's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
So how they doing over there, Phil?
Cannibal Campers is doing well, man. Already 25% within the first hour of being up, man. So.
Cool.
Wait, is this on Kickstarter or Indiegogo?
Kickstarter.
Cannibal Campers.
Cannibal Campers.
Naked Cannibal Campers.
Naked cannibal. That's
And
what
they
you
will eat your ass.
It's selling it right there.
And they will eat your ass. Hey, I seen some of the art.
Are you saying the art eats ass?
No, I'm saying it looks like it's going to be a great book. That's what I'm
cool.
saying. Awesome.
Oh, the movie was cool too that it came from, man.
Yeah.
It's kind of a continuation of it's like a 70s, 80s retro horror exploitation kind of thing. It's really cool, man. It definitely feels like it's set like from what you would see in a movie like that back then, man.
And our boy Phil, like he's done some work for Michael. He did some work on that book too. So I'm, he's our co-host. We gotta let him plug his stuff. It's how we do it. So Michael, were you happy with Phil's work?
For Elysian Fields?
Yeah, for the color.
I mean, his work on that pinup was outstanding.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, man.
See,
In fact, I actually need to hit him up because I'm going through and I'm doing all the graphics and everything, and including all the pinups and what have you for the deluxe edition, and I am having that pinup on one page doesn't do it proper justice, so I'm going to be splitting it across two. And so I know that when Phil was coloring it, he split it. He had the two separate pieces that he had to put together. And so I actually need to get a hold of him so that he can send me them each as an individual page so that I can have that as part of the page count. Because when I was looking, I was like, this shouldn't just be on a single page.
That was so big, he had to do it in 4 sections on the scan, so I had to splice together 4 sections.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah, that's Joe Tolliver's work, right? That you colored.
Yeah. Oh man, that's such a fun story because like when he told me that he wanted to do like my pinup, I was like, all right, so how about we do this, and that, and he just goes,
all that.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
it'd be cool, right? And he's like, you're not wrong, but that's a lot. And I was just like, hey man, just take your time on it. I don't have a strict time window here. And sure enough, he got it done. It turned out beautiful. Phil did phenomenal color work on it. It turned out great.
And you know what? I want to tell you what I love the most about that.
Files that I had, it had so many layers on that one. I think I was at 150 layers, I think, with that one.
Holy shit.
What I love the most about that is we got somebody from the Indie Vote and that era, or that spot. We got somebody from Indie Comics Cast, and we got somebody from the Madness that all got together to make that one piece possible. You see what I'm saying? It's like the bouncing off of everybody. Everybody's starting to merge together and work together, and that's like everything to me. When I can get everybody bouncing off each other like that, and then collaborating on stuff from totally different places.
It's nice to see, especially when we don't kill each other.
Yeah, there's too much of this animosity and everything in this industry, and I just came here to make comics, man.
By the way, you guys are talking about good clips. I was watching, as I usually do, Law and Order today, and there's this awesome clip with Ice-T sitting on a bench, and we gotta clip it. We have to clip it because he looks at the camera, he's talking to a guy. he says, "Wait a minute, don't get on your soapbox, Randy. The cameras aren't even rolling." And he says, "Don't get on your soapbox, Randy. The cameras aren't even rolling." And I'm like, because the guy's name is Randy. And I'm like, yes, we've got the clip.
Oh hell yes, that has to be a clip.
You need to get that, and that needs to be in every single time Randy's about to go off on
not every
something,
time, because
that
sometimes
needs to play.
Well, most times when Randy goes off, those are great clips. That's what people will talk about the next day. They're like, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You don't want to do that every time because Randy pulls his soapbox out and you gain knowledge.
Yeah. Knowledge.
That just needs to be a part of the Judge Randy show, then.
Yeah, knowledge is incoming, and usually, after he says what he has to say, the other person is usually very quiet. I did want to ask though, and one of the last questions I got that was sent to us was
I'm looking to see if anybody clipped that on YouTube. I'm not finding it yet.
Yeah, it's from an episode called Anchor.
Randy's just like, I am on a mission now.
Yeah, John Larroquette plays a guy named Randy. I think it's Randy Garrison. And
what was the name of the episode?
Anchor.
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 Yeah, because it's about people having children in the United States so they can stay.
Oh, Anchor Baby. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
I always thought that there would be a movie out called that, Anchor Babies the Musical.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Broadway.
Do I need to apologize? I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
Next.
I'm just saying that, when movie titles come along, I usually grab them.
By the throat, if he can.
That sounds like the level of play level of musical that would have been used during the whole producer's insurance scheme. Was like, how can we ensure that this thing will flop in Broadway and piss off everyone?
Yeah. Now, a question that Daphne is going to be upset that she's not seeing is this one is from Abby.
Wait, before you go on, now it's Law and Order Special Victims Unit, Season 11, Episode 10.
Yeah.
Called Anchor. Yes, that's
Oh,
available.
he's watching it. He's like, I'm going to find this clip.
I will watch it now. That clip is too good to pass up.
Yeah. Abby says, I disagree with your video wholeheartedly.
Which one?
Listen, she does. Yeah.
Please.
I disagree with your video wholeheartedly. There are comic book designers. I consider myself a comic book designer, well as
I know it's.
She says Adobe Comics Blast might be a little rough around the edges, but to say that comic book designers don't exist is stupid and shows the lack of education and understanding you all have.
Wow.
Randy, get your soapbox out.
There's more.
Oh my God! Hey Randy, you apparently have no education. You don't know anything. After 30 plus years in this industry,
stupid. After 35 years, I don't know what a designer is.
She continues. She says, when you see a page layout, that is design. When you see a logo, that is design. When you see the overall feel and look of a comic, that is design. Get yourself educated. Your ignorance is showing.
Is she
that Abby with a Y or an IE?
Male
Just
designer?
curious.
IE.
Okay, that adds to it.
Hold on, Varian. Is she trying to flex being a thumbnail designer and literally everything that you just said would not have been credited as anything outside of graphics, maybe thumbnail design, which I've seen some people put in. But for the most part, everything that she just said would have been graphic design, layouts, and logos would have been accredited to as a separate thing within the credits. It wouldn't have anything to. It wouldn't bear any weight. and then designing page layout is effectively thumbnailing. So
Pops, we're after hours, right? Are we
Oh,
TVMA DLSV?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
It's like this. It's almost 10 o'clock on the West Coast, or I mean on the East Coast. So I'm good where I'm at.
Okay.
Randy, I'm going to let you go.
Yeah. Do we want anybody else in on this?
I'll say something real quick.
Okay. Because
The
she's
stuff
got
that you just
design
started-
paper.
Yeah, the stuff she just talked about is what I'm doing in my next 2 classes for graphic design.
Yes.
It's graphic design. There's no comic design. I'm sorry. You're a graphic designer. That's all it is.
Yes. And as soon as she said logo, I was like, logo has nothing to do with the comic layout.
Who's going? Abby, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Randy. Anybody else?
Sure. Anybody else want in on this?
Oh, I might throw my 2 cents in, but I'm dying to hear what Randy's going to say.
Well,
hold up. Okay, go.
Oh, you're gonna blow me up big. That's great. Hey, everybody. People want to see me. I'm telling you. Yeah. All right, there we go.
Video.
Yes. If you want to, stick jam a stick up into the realm of analism, technically you're right. Oh, Abby, you're so right. Abby, it is all design. Everything's a design. The logos are designs. Pages are designs. It's all design. So yes, and no, none of us need to get an education. Maybe you do. Actually, you probably need to get a little bit of heart and soul when you go and you put a little blood and sweat into your freaking comic design. There's a level of love, a level of composition that you probably don't even realize happens as far as guiding the eye along, especially when it comes to lettering, especially when it comes to logo design. Because a lot of times that people that tell me they design logos and they want to call it a design, there's also other words that follow with that, like slipshod and unreadable. Really big words that usually accompany a logo from an artiste or a designer that decides that they are too uppity to enjoy the actual art form of sequential art. You're the one that needs to get the education. And I realize you're probably young here, so that's cool. You might actually have a paper, a degree that says you are a designer, where you get a little bit of computer experience and you think, if you hit the right F button, that you can do a certain effect on a certain design. But after you've done your 2,000 pages, after you've done your comic book, or at least 1 or 2 issues of a grand epic that you really want to tell, come back to me and tell me how much of a design that is, or how much art that you're actually doing. Because to me, I do design work all the time. I do commercial design work constantly. And I design signs, I design logos, I design apparel. I do all of that. I've done it for decades, longer probably from the way your letter sounds, and you've even been freaking alive. Or should I say, flicking alive.
Oh, God.
But dearie, you need to sit down and actually do some art instead of design, because design is cold. Design is what you do when you put it on a soup can. Design is what you do when you want to impress somebody that's really in awe of Andy Warhol's work. That's a designer. When you want to do art, when you want to tell a story, when you want to actually say something, you're not designing. You're actually, believe it or not, you're actually doing art. And I wish you the best. I hope you get around to doing good comics, because everybody deserves to do good comics. And if you're doing good comics, you're not just sitting there, sitting at some cold computer trying to figure out if that C is actually going to fit in that D right, or if you can put a proper tail on your lettering in order to make it look cutesy. You're actually pouring your heart and soul into an actual production, and you are doing art, not design.
I do have one thing to add to that real quick.
So, you know, Abby, everybody deserves to be in comics, and even the sucky ones, and the ones that are cold and heartless aren't there for very long. There we go.
I gotta make my own clips. I don't have clips.
And please listen when Neil Gaiman, listen to the commencement speech that Neil Gaiman has to the people of artist design that's out there on the net, where he tells you, do good art. Please go out and do good art and get off of your design ass unless you're getting paid for it by a client.
And because remember, and I know Will said he wanted to add to that, because remember what Daphne was saying was that, like, what is this comic book design stuff that you guys are talking about? You know, because that's what they were kind of pigeonhole us all in.
That's because Daphne has grown past being anything next to a designer to the point where she actually does art. She's pouring her heart and soul into every production, every logo, every line, every stroke of the brush, and she still works very physically and away from the cold-hearted graphic of digitalis.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to go out there and design comics, please do. Hope you're doing it for a client. Hope you're getting a lot of money, because if you're not putting your heart and soul into it and saying something meaningful, you're probably not going to be out there for very long.
And Will, you said you want to say something.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was the one that flicking designed that book that Pops couldn't read that he's going to send you guys.
That could be. Because usually it's the wet behind the ears people who think that they know a lot.
I did not.
That make the major mistakes over and over again.
I did not necessarily look for comic design while I was reading the book, but I'll check next time.
Lola says she's not feeling well. She has to. She has to get out of here. But Lola, you want everybody bye?
Yeah, I'll say bye to everybody. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I was
Should go out
actually in
and
the
say
hospital yesterday for it.
Oh dear, sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
should say goodbye, all you flickers.
Yeah. No, not everybody's a flicker.
Taking your flick and shoe cam and going home.
You can all catch the Indie Princess on Geekgasm.
Every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or you can find me just on social media. Look me up, Indie Princess. Best way, though, Facebook. Indie Princess.
We always share it to the madness, too.
I do.
Madness. Yes.
All right, bye, guys.
Feel better.
I feel better.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
The reason I was asking you about Abby's spelling is I used to know an Abby who thought she was a designer.
Oh, and that's why you asked how it was spelled, huh? And that's why she lied to you, because she
I don't know if it's the same one. But I don't believe she's still in comics, to tell you the truth. I think she's long gone. But as far as wanting to school us, well,
yeah, that was just like really off, because I mean, look,
she might have a hard time hearing because her head's so far up her ass. So I don't know.
I might talk about
it's pretty. There's a lot of white noise up there, from what I can tell. So
Yeah.
I can't speak for her ass.
Dear Abby, your proctologist called. They found your head.
Might be well designed though. I don't know.
The layout is probably on par.
Well, I don't even know if that would be readable.
When they talk about, like, you said, the designing of the page, and it's like, what, you figured out a new way to put panels? You figured out a new way to separate the things that nobody else has done it for? And
No, she's got a piece of paper from a college that says she knows how to work a program on the computer.
Exactly. It's like you didn't design anything that somebody else hasn't already done.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't design
Look, I
comic
know
for
how
it.
to do kerning and leading, man. Look at my
There you go. Ooh, awesome. How important.
You design a book that's a book like nobody else has ever made before, and we'll call you a comic book designer. Design a book that we can't show you a page layout that looks like that, or we can't show you a logo with that font. You go ahead and design something we can't show you already been done, and we might call you a comic designer.
Look, man, I literally taught myself how to use Photoshop over this past year, And I just did my own logos for my upcoming book, and it looks on par with a lot of people who charge like hundreds of dollars for like. It's not. This shit isn't rocket science.
It's
Wait,
right?
you're going to change your thing now. It's Michael Oden, designer.
Yeah, no shit. Right? I just this is fucking ridiculous. Like trying to I dabble in art. I draw a little bit, but I would never call myself a comic book artist because I do not have the skill to do sequential interior art well. I don't have it. That's why I pay people to do it. I might thumbnail some things from time to time if I have a specific vision in my head that I want to be seen. But even then, that's not something that I'm like, oh yes, I'm a comic book designer. No. I have an artist.
Oh, I'm looking for
this is so fun.
No, I'm sorry, Mike. I'm looking for a design here by Basil Wolverton. He's an artist that I admire greatly.
Abby might want to change her name, her job title to sanitation engineer or something like that.
Well, I think that's what the Abby that I know that tried to kill herself a designer. I think that's what she's doing now.
Oh, fun. By the way, I see Hex Allen there in the chat. What's up, buddy?
There's a good future in there's a great future in sanitation engineering, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Who was that? Because we can't see the name.
That's Max DeVille.
Oh, okay. There are aspects of design put in the comics, but as Randy said, you either make designs or you make art.
Yep.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
You know what? And you know the danger of it being starting to be. Okay.
I will say one thing though. The person that designed the comic-related Madness logo up here in the corner combined graphic design with art because he created the character, but he used the fonts for the comic-related Madness and whatnot.
Or you could say somebody, even if you go to like, let's say Doctor Strange and Ditko, that was definitely a merger between the two.
I mean, you'll find
art. There was art, and there's solid art, and there was a bit of graphic design added into it.
Well, I think that graphic design was solid art, actually.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that was solid art right there. That was a design.
That's what I'm saying. He knew how to merge them properly and make it all into art.
Yeah. It's a funny thing. Y'all look at the Kirby stuff now, the machines and everything. And you're looking at it, and you're like, that seems like that would work. That seems like that would really, really work. I was watching the other night.
But you see, you have to look back on it at the time that Kirby drew it. Mm-hmm. If anybody else would think that would work.
Yeah.
Back then, they were all like, "What the hell is this?"
I also, because of Kirby, I also feel that Argo needs to be listed as a comic book movie. I know it's not, but I think it should be.
It is technically a comic book movie.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Pop.
Look at that illustration. I can't find it now. That's not good.
I'm sorry for taking over the show with that, but
no. This is look.
That was fun.
I wanted you guys to come out and be who you are on your show, and run a panel and have a good time. I want everybody to know what you guys do over there that aren't familiar with you, so now they get an idea. They want to go watch.
Yeah. We give away stuff. We just gave away a copy of Iva. We have a thing we call the Indie Volt Vault, where I put it up. I put the Volt bumper up, and then I'll put up. I'll tell everybody what they're gonna win, and then I'll ask a question, and the first person in the chat with the correct answer is the winner. And they, I tell them to mail me their address or, contact me with their address. We put it in the mail for them and get them a free comic or whatever it is. I know we got some T-shirts. I had someone send me some T-shirts. A bunch of other cool stuff coming in too. So yeah. And Randy's gonna laugh about something that we got sent recently. He's gonna laugh at it.
What's that? Those wood sculptures?
No, not the wood sculptures. Those are gonna be cool. No,
I'm sure those are gonna be awesome.
No, a company. Put it this way: a company that I have stock in is sending me some stuff to give away on Indie Vote.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Some Wizard World Con flyers. That'll be awesome.
Yeah,
Trojan Indie Vote condoms? What?
yeah, they should. No, I'm getting some. There's gonna be some stickers and some air fresheners. I'm gonna be able to give away.
From Pornhub?
Yeah, that would be great. No, I don't know what they smell like coming from Pornhub. I hate the red too.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be fresh or not.
It's a scratch.
Used to do that in Hustler pretty often. A scratch and sniff issue.
Oh, those were horrible.
Okay. Randy, Randy, and I don't know. I know you mentioned on Indie Vote before, but we never really get into that much. But you did some artwork for which magazine was it? Was it Hustler or was it?
One of them was the Deja Vu Showgirls magazine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You did some comic
strips for a couple of years. Yeah. That was a good gig.
Yeah.
I did submit stuff in for Hustler Humor, and I got a really nice handwritten letter back from Tinsley, who told me that my comic book stuff was great, but they're only interested in single panel cartoons. Send me some single panel cartoons. So that's about 3 months before he went up on kitty porn charges. But it was a nice handwritten letter. But less than 6 months later, all of a sudden, Hustler Humor started carrying superhero, adult superhero comics, and I'm like, those flickers.
Wait, why are we bothering censoring ourselves? We already established this is PPMA.
Well, the word flicker, though, I mean, just because of the way, the way it was written in the book, the way it looks in the book is just, you're censoring yourself,
One of my many missed it by that much letters, We all have, if you're in the business long enough, you get those. You sit back and you look at it 20 years later. Wonder whatever happened to that guy. Oh, was that the same guy that ended up doing such and such? Shit.
We had Zing Zing out here today, and he does an amazing book, symphonic. I don't even remember what it's called, but it's amazing. It's a book. It's a CD. It's being made into a TV show.
That's cool.
Okay. Dude got 157 rejection letters on this story. Now it's going to be a TV show.
Yep.
Don't freaking give up on your ideas. Don't give up on your dreams, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Todd McFarlane kept all those rejection letters. He kept them all, and and the cool thing about the rejection letters, I think a lot of that stuff is really cool to look back on. Jim Shooter brought. He was at a Comic-Con now 2 years ago.
Grand Rapids,
Grand Comic-Con, and Randy told me, he says, "Hey, you got to go over to check out Jim Shooter's table. He's got all of these memos that he did when he was at Marvel, and go check them out." And I'm over there looking at these memos, and just literal comic book history in my hands. But one of the funniest memos was a memo we sent out against Marvel when he was at Marvel. We just attention, effective immediately. I know it may be against company policy, but start producing good comics immediately.
Yeah.
And I thought that memo was hysterical. I'm like, you sent this out to the employees and didn't get fired or didn't get get called to HR?
No, he was doing his job. He also had one that says, "Hey, let's do covers. Let's start doing covers that sell."
To imagine how that would be received.
And he had a series of notes. He sent 6 issues of the comics that he had done out to Stan Lee for his opinion. And Stan wrote back all these notes on these covers, and some of them are very classic covers where Stan goes, "Well, this is ridiculous. Your camera's pulled back too far on this, and you should have zoomed this up and maybe done this as a worm's eye view shot in order to make it more dramatic." And on and on. And Shooter says, after I got those notes back from Stan, he says, I couldn't argue with a single one of them. It was made perfect sense.
You know what? We'll start doing on Indie Vault. We'll start doing smart ass status updates. And status update from the editor, just a little smart, effective immediately. Indie comic guys, stop complaining, Stop getting online. Quit bitching and draw. We mentioned it last week on our show. Someone mentioned about the toxicity in the industry right now. There is a lot of toxicity. There are people, but you know what? I find it in a lot of times because the people who are the loudest aren't creating. And that's because you kind of can't do this. You can't do it at the same time. You can't be bitching and creating at the same time. If you're creating, you got time for that.
We have that slogan: hating ain't creating.
Right.
Hating ain't creating.
So if I
start selling T-shirts at that with the little Indie Vote logo on it.
Yeah.
Hating ain't creating.
If I'm at my table,
my CRoM on there too, because he agrees 100%.
Yeah. Like Michael Oden knows, when he gets into that zone, when he's writing Elysian Field or any other book, Embrace. He's got no time to. He's coming to me. Hey, what's going on? Why isn't this person talking to that person? And what's this I hear about?
I'm not even gonna. That actively happened to me with fucking Elysian Fields. I lost. I won't go into like names or anything, but I lost one of the biggest promoters from my first book over some drama that I had no fucking clue was going on, but apparently everyone else did, because when I told them, like, oh yeah, no, like, you didn't know about this, and I'm just like, I don't give a shit about this.
Yeah, and it's like,
you're here to make fucking comments.
Right, and it's like I don't understand, why we had that, but you got to be careful, guys. Like, there's a lot of people out here who, again, and somebody wrote a letter in that said that there are people making money using the division and industry right now to make money, and that's true. That is very true. Watch those people. Start pointing them out. Let others know, hey, I believe this person is creating division.
It's not just that, but that kind of hate money is short term.
Yeah.
And you really want to be long term. And the way you're long term is to go out and I was going to talk about this tomorrow morning, because I don't think I've got much more to discuss on my Sunday Funnies program, but you really need to start going out there and talking about the positives of this art form to the people that aren't aware how much fun comics are to read, to be entertained by, to collect. There's any of a number of different aspects in this industry that you could get into that's positive, outside of being cold or trying to make a buck with it, or producing your comic book as cheaply or as quickly as possible. Actually pour a little heart into it, turn it into an art form, and make it a form of entertainment, as opposed to, I'm just out to try to make a buck and doing comics, hoping for my Netflix deal to kick in. That's no way to run an industry, and that's no way to run a sustainable industry. You got to go out there and stretch this out. And this is a fantastic year to do that, because we all know the economy's going into the shitter. That's why they're trying to put out these surplus packages to try to help the little man actually pay his freaking bills. Comics always thrive during times of depression and recession, because they're, even though they're $3.99, $4.99, $10, $25, they're still a cheap form of entertainment. If you can put the right comics, you can get the right bang for the buck. And that's what you have to go out there and find, and that's what all of us need to promote, especially to the people that aren't currently reading comics. You got somebody out there reading horror books, show them some horror comics. You got somebody out there looking for entertainment or complaining they're dropping their Netflix because it's getting $10 or $12 or $13 a month. It's just too much. Hey, pick up some comics. Go to your local retailer and raid their dollar box. I keep saying, look through their magazine boxes, because most of these retailers haven't repriced that magazine box probably in a decade and a half. When's the last time we had black and white magazines out there? And you can find some great Eries and Creepies out there for $2 or $3 a hit, and those books are great.
And let me add too, while you're looking, if you find that your streaming bill has gotten too high, if you have a Roku enabled television device, you can look up IndieVote TV over there now for free and download the IndieVote streaming app. It's basically an on-demand app. We got a lot of independent movies up there. Got some more stuff coming very soon. In fact, I just got talking to director. Who I'm good friends with. He's up from Randy's area. He's got 2 new films ready to go in there immediately, and I'm gonna get those up there. And again, it's free. It's free movies, guys. I mean,
Attack of the Killer Raccoon.
No. You know what? No, I've been trying to get Jeff Sword, not Jeff Sword. Tyler Zickafoos's products up there for the longest. He will not bite. I think I might take Tyler out to lunch or something.
Well, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I just married him to his wife. A couple of months ago.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We should all we should all go out to lunch. It's like, hey, how come you're not putting your stuff on Varian's channel? What's wrong?
What you were just saying a minute ago about
did Varian show him that awful film that he made us watch, Randy? Is that what the deal is?
No, he didn't. That's not, and don't go into names on that either. we're still on public forum, and he got rather offended when we picked on it.
You said something a minute ago about showing.
Did he actually?
Yes, he did.
You said something a minute ago about showing horror fans horror comics.
Yes.
And the other day I got hit with the idea, because now I have the 3 destinations to send the feed to.
Mm-hmm.
I would go, it goes to my YouTube page and the madness, of course, but I had a 3rd destination. And I was like, what am I going to do with this 3rd destination? We did Monday Madness, and I had that 3rd destination, my personal page on Facebook, and we couldn't see the comments. So it's like, okay, that's not going to work.
You know why? You know what you do with that, Pops? Next time that happens?
It led to something better, Randy. I'm getting there, buddy. So I thought, okay, we have a lot of groups that are friends with the madness, okay, that are off genre, like this one that I'm highlighting right here.
Yeah.
Art fans community. Sci-fi, fantasy, dystopian, horror, post-apocalyptic. It's their Facebook group. It's an awesome group. I only have like 140 friends in it. It's, almost 4,000 people. So I'm like, that's an untapped audience. I'm going to talk to Ted and Rachel and see if I can use them as our 3rd destination for the CRoM Con and maybe bounce this off a whole new audience. That led to, I think I'm going to pick a different group every month and just keep spreading this around and keep trying to bring more and more people to the hub, and what you guys are doing, what we're trying to do, that's the hub. It really is. It's trying to bring everybody together in one place.
Yeah.
To bring everyone together, to just push comics and to push the independent entertainment. The push that corner of entertainment is. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. What's up?
That's something I'm finding out, especially the longer these corporate hooks keep getting into their entertainment branches where they have to deliver messages. A lot of the independent stuff's starting to get a lot more entertaining than that corporate stuff, because the corporate stuff wants to go 1 note, 2 note, and be cold, where the independent stuff is actually where you get an art. You get some art, you get an individual or two's personal point of view, or, there's more art coming out of the independents now, especially in comics. You look at these independent comics coming out, and we turn on Kickstarters and Indiegogos now that when they pop up, my jaw drops. And I go, oh my goodness, look at this product. You can't help it. And you've heard that, I'm sure, if you listen to Indie Volt, I go, this is the kind of campaign. You go over and see the campaign, you go, I got to invest in this because it's so professional looking. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter if it's your cup of tea or not. The thing just looks so cool. You just have to invest. Seasons, I think, was a good example of a book like that. Because I'm not into real life type drama type thing, but Seasons look incredibly good. It's just, whoa, this looks, storytelling wise, artistically wise, I'm in.
That's actually a fantastic book too. I met Nandor on I guess not actually met, but on a panel like this. I was on Pop XP with Billy Tucci, and me and Nandor were the guests, and he had mentioned that he had his first book was up on Webtoon, and so I went and I read it, and it's absolutely incredible. And so the moment he launched it on Indiegogo, I tried to get in and support it on there as quickly as possible because he had already funded on Kickstarter, and I missed him funding that by like a week. Just what it is. But like, guy's super talented, and he's freaking like I think 5 years younger than me. I think he's 23.
Oh, he's a youngster. He's a man.
Age is a number.
No,
Yeah,
but like
that's all
like that's it. It's one of those things that it's inspiring for like you know. And it took a lot of me sitting on my ass and doing nothing and constantly talking myself out of getting in here and doing things on my own, because I didn't have the confidence to do it. So seeing other creators that went out there and did it before me, it's one of those things that motivates me and pushes me to go harder. You know, I think over the past year I've written like 5 or 6 comic scripts for different series. I think I've written 3 scripts for Elysian Fields for 3 separate issues. I've written, you know, 3 other series scripts, and then I've done a few freelance jobs here or there. And it's stuff like that pushes me because I see these people that are coming out and are going hard into this industry, and if they are going that hard, I have no excuse to be pushing myself the same way. Oh my God, look at him.
Hi, buddy. This is the quiet one.
Oh my goodness.
This is Zeus.
He's a beauty. Look at that.
Look at the camera, dude. Look over here. Hey, look over here. Look over
Is
there.
that purebred Siberian?
He's Malamute.
Okay.
The Siberian's the one that talks. Rocky, the one that comes in here howling and whining. That's the Siberian. Yeah, this is our Malamute.
Look at him. He's a beauty.
He's a monster.
I mean, I'm sure he's that too, but he's a very, very good looking dog. Look at that. He's just yawning.
He is so big and fluffy and pushy. He just put his head right down on the desk. He's halfway across my lap, and he just laid his head right down on the desk like, I'm just going to sit here and watch. You know, I mean, what? You don't like me giving you up like that, dude? They are both, I mean, they're all 3 of them are rescue dogs. You know? They wouldn't have lasted much longer had we not stepped in. And
That's
the 2
awesome.
huskies, neither one of them had a lick of training. One was an outside dog and one was a kennel dog. They didn't know nothing about living in the house. They didn't know nothing about going up and down stairs. Don't get offended because I'm talking about you. You're better now. They didn't know nothing about inside the house. I mean, hiking the leg, the whole, you know, they had to be taught everything. And they were both around a year old at the time. So it was like they had already gone past that prime learning time. It was rough.
I have no doubt. I mean, taking in rescues is never an easy thing. I used to work at an Unleashed by Petco, and we had this one regular who had this rescue pit, and the dog had been born during the aftermath of a hurricane and was born under a house and had no idea like that she was even a dog.
Right.
Like she was the most timid pup ever, but sure enough, as months went by and what have you, you saw her personality really start to develop and everything. It's a beautiful thing, but it is a lot of hard work.
He's my buddy.
Oh,
I ain't gonna lie, he's my buddy. And you know, I learned something today about these dogs. When a dog leans into you, that's like how a dog hugs you.
Mm-hmm.
That's like how they hug you when they lean all into you like that, like, you know, up against your leg or whatever. That's them giving you a hug. And this guy is nothing but hugs. Nothing but hugs. He's always leaning up on you, crawling up on you. He thinks he's a little baby, and he's way too big for this. Oh, you're leaving? All right. Talk to you later. Yep. He came in, got his spotlight, and now he's gone. That's it.
Hey, I can hardly blame him.
Very little to you. Well, if you're listening closely, sometimes on some of the shows that I do, you'll hear my 2 dogs, Marv and Pixie. You'll hear them bark. because someone normally it's Amazon, UPS, FedEx, one of those, they drop a package off, or someone comes down the street with an overly loud car, and they'll be like, "Hey, there's something around the house. I need to bark." But they don't. Pixie at one point started getting up, like tried to get in the stream a few times. She's since stopped now. She doesn't. It's weird. She doesn't come near me when I'm streaming anymore. I think she knows. Maybe the kid told her.
These ones are all hams, though. They want to be on the camera. The female's right here, but I can't move the camera to show you, and she's too fat to get in my lap. But she's right here.
I think I'll be like Randy, just get cats from now on, though. I think that'll be, that'll be my idea. I'll just get a cat or get something nice and quiet. There was
over, dude. Cats run your life.
There was a point when a couple years ago, Lola and I had 3 dogs, 2 lizards, a bunch of fish. Oh gosh, it was like a regular pet store in our house, and I was turtles, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. These are more mouths to feed. I was never happier to lose family members. It was great. It was the cats got to go. Awesome. We had 3 cats too, and the problem is the cats got the two of the cats were they were very expensive, but they were given to me because the lady worked in the same plant that I did, and she was like, "Oh, you know what? You can have them." But the thing was, we already had a cat, and as they came of age, the one cat wanted the sister, and the brother wanted the sister too, and they were just always locked in to kitten combat. So, it got to the point where it was like, you know what? They've got to go. Now she won't. I told her, I said, there's some animals that we can get. We only have 2 dogs now and a turtle. There are some dogs. There are some animals we can get. I'm totally open to getting a little capuchin monkey. But apparently,
have you never seen Richard Pryor?
Yeah. Lola's family has been on the local news a few times for having animals, where they've gone over there and they've taken this, animal control has gone over there, bringing much shame to the family, pulling pigs and billy goats and alligators out of the house. They made the news before. I was embarrassed. I didn't come on for about 2 weeks. I know people would know, like, is that Varian? No, that doesn't. Oh, no. Yes, they got the same last name. No, that's not. It's not Lola's family. Excuse me, I have to go. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. I mean, and they still buy them. The funny thing is that they lose them. The state comes in and takes them, and then they go right back and get more. Mm-hmm. I'll get another alligator. Why is there an alligator in the pool?
Mosquitoes.
Why is it alligator? Why are the kids swimming with the alligator? Why? What kind of? I'm sorry, I gotta say it. What kind of hillbilly stuff is this?
I don't know which one of us he's directing that at, but it fits everywhere. So, well, except for maybe Michael, he's probably the most normal one of them.
I don't know if I'd call myself normal, but I mean, I certainly haven't gotten to that level yet. So I'm doing something.
I don't mind. I figure as long as you own who you are, you can always be yourself.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
just make sure his moonshine still is out of the camera shot. That's all.
No, I know that already.
Now, is that a CRoM Con shirt, Pops?
Yes, it is. This is Lee Reese. Lee Reese did the art on that. And D's Custom Tees sent me the shirt.
Okay. Are those available for purchase outside of that, or is that a one-off?
I will have to ask Lee.
Okay.
Does he sell food? Does he sell food also? Because I keep hearing about these nuts.
These nuts. Custom tees. Yeah, I sent him a message a while back because I asked him if he wanted to come out during CRoM Con and talk about, his shop, and he said that they were going through the COVID crush, and they weren't really doing anything right now. So,
It sounds like a apparel distributor I've got here locally. Once Whitmer shut people down, he's never come back up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like,
It's like, wow,
yeah.
dude.
So I'm kind of hoping that they will, that he will be able to come back out of it and start doing stuff again. But he'll always still get credit for this. It's. I mean, I was blown away that they did it for me.
It's a shame that anybody's been out this long.
Yes,
a major shame.
Yep.
Shame and a sham.
Yeah, eventually, I mean, like right now, Lola and I were thinking like we had plans on being back in New Orleans this coming weekend, because it was Wizard World New Orleans. We were scheduled in. It was, hey, we'll be back next year. I can't wait to get back here and do this and do that. And now, that's not happening. And I hate to say it, guys. Like I was there's an event that Indie Volt's been a part of for a while, and last year, and right before we were getting ready to announce, COVID started shutting things down, and I was just talking to a few of the other people that were involved, and I was told, hey, listen, all the venues are saying they're not taking any bookings right now. And it's like, well, wait a minute. We're talking about July. We're talking about September 2021. They're saying, yeah, we don't care. We're not taking any. We're not taking any bookings, and that's scary, guys. Because we're talking about like a one, maybe 200 people gathering, if that, and they're saying no.
Yep,
that's scary. Because I mean, you think about that number. That means there's definitely no conventions this year at some places. So, I hate to say it, but I mean, we might be in for another whole year of lockdowns.
Yep.
And another whole year CRoM Con. Can y'all deal with it?
Yeah, I think that we're gonna have to find new ways again, and keep evolving these ways too, because that's what's gonna this will have to evolve, and this will have to, and it's going to be the better shows, the better, the more well put together the product, the better you'll see it. People will adapt, they will get better, and eventually
they have a co-host there in case they get bumped off the air, and the show will go on.
Yeah, we got we just had a gentleman to write us the other day. He's going on the show. He wrote us afterwards. He got the old razzle dazzle. The site has 29 subscribers. He's gonna be on there in 3 weeks now. Yeah. And he dropped $100 to go on the show. And it's like that type of stuff is probably not gonna last very long. Because
no, and that's going to make it impossible for people who are giving you a product that might be worth paying a little bit for. Then nobody's ever going to look at them.
Yeah,
because somebody like that with 29 subscribers and no audience is what's that graphic you have over there? Grift King.
Yeah, the Grift King. Yeah.
Dude. Who won this past week, or did you guys not do
that? Was it? That actually,
yeah.
I got one. Yeah, there is a one of the offices that I had first. I had bought renting an office for my first publishing company, and this lady told me, she said every other office I went to go visit had, which by the way, as a publisher, I can tell you guys right now, I only get an office when you absolutely need it. Otherwise, you're putting tremendous overhead, there, and if you don't need it, if you do what you can to avoid it, unless you're getting a stupid good deal. If you got a great deal, terrific. If not, don't do it. But one of the things that at this particular office, she was the only one that made you pay to use the conference room. All the other 3 offices I had visited, conference room was free. You had to book it, but it was free. All you had to do was pick up the phone, call the property manager. Hey, I need to use the conference room on Wednesday at 4 till 6, and that was fine. But this place was like you had to have $50 deposit, and then it was $10 an hour after that. And I was like, wow, that's kind of weird because I need to use the conference room fairly regularly. And she said, well, Mr. Grant, my father has an old saying, something given away has no value. And I'm like, well, okay, that's just true. But shit, lady, I already pay rent. Why do I have to? But her thing was, she thought that if the office was giving away, off the conference room was giving away for free, people would just book it and not really use it. So, but I say that because when we're talking about our shows, which we let people come on and talk about their work, we don't charge for it. It's not that it doesn't have value. It's just that I'm looking to make sure that you reach a big audience. I mean, with Indie Vote Radio, we get a huge audience of listeners, and if you don't believe us, come on the show. I guarantee you, within 10 to 24 hours after your appearance on the show, you're going to start getting some very weird friend requests. And I shouldn't say weird. You're going to get
great friend requests from weird places.
From all over the world.
Yeah.
You'll get a bump if you have a project, a crowdfunding project.
Yeah.
I've brought some people out. I mean, we came out with Florida Man when Reddit banned. We come out with Mike Barron. We you guys I think like $5,000 over the next 2 days. They got that kind of a bump.
Yeah.
It's like, hey.
And it's funny you mentioned everybody coming together. It's I sometimes I think like people tend to think, and there are people who have, I guess to go dark here for a while, there are people who have tried to pit the shows against each other.
Yes.
There are people who have said, oh, well, Indie Vote shouldn't like CRoM Con, and Indie Vote shouldn't like CNW, which is Rob's network.
Yeah.
They shouldn't like, and that's not true. We all work together. There have been people that Rob has brought to Indie Vote and said, hey, cover this person. Same with you, Pops. You brought people and said, hey, cover this person. Could you bring them on the show? It's almost this where we all share. We all when we talk to each other. Comics Cast. I know I'm forgetting some people here. I'm sorry if I am, but there are. You got to understand, I'm a few beers in now.
That guy over there.
You're drinking?
Oh yeah. I've been drinking since this afternoon. Ever since my.
I need to be drinking.
Ever since my son.
I need to be drinking.
Well, you got the still right next door.
Who, me?
You know what?
No,
Mike.
Mike.
Take care of that. Right back.
Yeah.
Check that mash.
Yeah. But we all do. We all.
He smelled it boiling. Is what it was. So he had to go.
But no, we all share with each other. We all share
fooling anybody.
We all share talent, and you can always ask. Hey, talent can ask. Hey, do you think you can get me on? And we think as we talk too. Pops will tell me if somebody is coming on the show that doesn't have the best of intentions with the industry. Hey, maybe not have that guy on your show. He's got 5 unfulfilled crowdfunders out there.
I'm always go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
It's never don't have them on your show. It's be aware of who you're having on your show.
Oh, well, that reminds me of a clip that Brian K. Morris plays every once in a while that has the guy pop up and go, "This is the time we all throw our heads back and laugh." Can I be on your show?
Well,
look, you guys brought me
get back to you.
You guys brought me on your show. Like, you didn't know who I was. You had no idea who I was. I'm promoting a con you've never heard of, from a group you've never heard of, and I'm somebody you never heard of, and you guys gave me a chance. You let me come out. Now, I have learned like a lot from your show. You guys know I watch your show all the time because I'm picking stuff up. I'm picking stuff up that I can use in my show. You know, that's just being smart.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I mean, everybody bounces off each other. We bounce our fan bases off each other. And what Brian says about, everybody rises together. Rob says that too. We all rise together.
Yeah.
You know, now that's not saying there haven't been people that have personally commit me wrong, and I won't really say much about them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go out there and tell people not to pay attention to them or not to buy their product, I do not talk about them anymore. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I quit talking about somebody, they probably came at me stupid. That's all.
And I'll tell you that 30-day snooze button works really good on Facebook. It does.
It's
Somebody
helpful.
gets mouthy with me. 30-day snooze, dude. I don't have to put up with your crap.
Yeah.
I don't want to unfriend you, but if I don't hear from you for 30 days, I ain't gonna cry about it.
Brad, did your power go out today too? Brad lives here in town. I want to know if he had the power loss too, because I lost power during the show for like 2 freaking hours, dude.
Ooh.
Oh, it was horrible. Will and Phil saved my ass today. I'm gonna lie. They carried the show, man, because I was out.
I thought about logging out just to go back and watch Cobra Kai, and I'm like, nah, I might as well stay.
I couldn't even watch.
I didn't want to be called a flicker.
There you go. Don't be a flicker.
Our power was completely out. I couldn't even watch to make sure anything was going down or anything. I used my son's phone for a minute to make a post saying my power went out, and I looked over and I seen that they had segued from Lucifer into Frank, and I was like, they got this, and I went and laid down under a blanket freezing until the fucking power and heat came back on. Yeah, it got pretty cold down here today.
I think that's funny. Like you land on a blanket just shivering. It's not funny that your power was out, but it's like, man,
it's a little cold for the power to go out.
Yes, it is.
It is a bit chilly out there.
He
Yeah.
did not lose his power over on the other side of town, so he's like,
So what did I miss?
You missed Raj Mahan.
That wasn't a miss. I got here for that. I saw him just now.
What's going on?
How's the weather down in Texas, Raj?
It's cold.
What do you mean it's cold?
It's a whopping 40 degrees down there. Come on. Is that what it is? It's 40?
Yeah, it's cold.
Summertime weather.
It's cold.
That's coldish.
Yeah, I'm in the
I'll give it
Texas
to you.
Panhandle, so Oklahoma got hit. So yeah, we're cold.
Oh, that's right. He's up by the Panhandle, so it does
Did you
get
get the snow down there too?
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
But by the way, guys, just because I have to say this, because Randy knows how I am with news that does not matter at all to the industry. I just learned today, just now, that we know Logan Paul has challenged Floyd Mayweather to a fight, and Floyd is accepted. Logan Paul,
the dumbass YouTuber. I don't.
But now,
let it happen and let him just die.
Well, Mayweather has accepted. But he just challenged Chris Hemsworth after that. So he just challenged Chris Hemsworth. So yeah, there we go.
Brad, there are 2 places that you can go. We have our Indiegogo, which I am closing out tonight. I'm opting out of In Demand, so it takes around 2 to 3 days to do. One of the big lessons that I learned from the first campaign is doing multiple waves of fulfillment is a ginormous pain in the ass. So I want to focus on making sure that we get the books out there. And so the interior artwork is almost done, and I actually have a cool page to share with you guys tonight. And then Pops has got his 0 issue right there. Outstanding.
This is a nice piece, Brad. I ain't gonna lie, dude. This is a very nicely put together book.
Well, we are trying to make sure that we have every book we're going to try and do something special with. But yeah, so we're opting out of In Demand tonight, which will be around 2 to 3 days left on that. And then we also have the Kickstarter, which we have. It's actually doing pretty solidly. We're 29% funded. We still have a little under 30 days left in the campaign. Plenty of time to hit the 2,500 stretch goal for that. And I think we'll do that as well. So you can check us out at either of those locations. And then we also announced the Embrace here.
Yeah.
And that's the pre-launch campaign on that's doing well, and you can sign up for that there.
Now, I have a question for you, Michael. Has there been an Odin sighting yet?
Odin isn't going to come in for a little. Odin will likely make his first appearance in book 4.
Cool.
Because Freya is going to be like the main god of it, but there's going to be effectively there will be some stuff where Freya might be trying to overthrow Odin.
Nice.
So like Odin will be more of a background character that you see in like kind of there's been a lot of revisions to how I saw the story initially, which happens all the damn time. But like right now the kind of plan is at the end of book 3 we'll be introducing Team Valhalla as a group of secondary protagonists. And then in book 4 we'll get a bit more focus in on them for Elysian Fields. But yeah, no, the idea is we're going to do that, and hopefully Odin comes in around book 4, and we kind of get to see a bit of him in the background.
I'm just looking forward to that.
I know, Pop. I know why you're looking forward to it.
It's awesome. It's all good. You know, if it's Odin, then hey, it'll probably make Raj mad because Thor probably gonna be there somewhere too.
But actually, there's some talk in the chat about the Embrace, and I've got some cool stuff from both the Embrace and Elysian Fields here that I figured I'd bring on the show tonight. Since we were talking about Elysian Fields, let's get this bad boy up first.
Oh.
So this is one of the pages that I just got where we've got Heracles smashing in the face of a war elephant-sized scarab beetle. Always a good time.
Big bugs. I love big bugs.
Yeah. No, I'm really excited to get these back colored. Marcelo has really done a fantastic job on this book, and you know, it was one of my big things that when we're going into this, I wanted to up the ante in every way, and Marcelo has delivered immensely. And freaking Heracles looks so badass here. I love this so much.
Ew, look at that. My buddy Brad from my hometown was the first backer of the book that you worked on. Ah!
That's
crap.
So then what I'll do is we had a big reveal for the Embrace here yesterday, but so people can kind of see what this character is. We're gonna, so we brought it, so we have Dean James, who's an up-and-comer from Australia, is doing the line work, and we have Avery Ferdinand from the Philippines doing the art, doing the colors rather. And so that's the full design of the Embrace here. And then yesterday we had a big reveal because Clayton Barton who does How to Draw Comics.
Yep.
I got a hold of him after he's finally gotten some free time, due to him picking up his pace on his art. And so he did a variant for us, and so this is his variant for our book.
Now I tried to get a hold of him to see if he wanted to be the third destination to send the feed to this weekend. And I don't know if he got the message in time or what, but I didn't know that he was like buried in work either.
Oh, dude, he is up to his eyeballs and stuff all the time. There are so many, like, he is one of the most difficult people to get a hold of. Once you get a hold of him once, he's usually pretty good about getting back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to him a few times. It's just like I was sitting there with what am I going to do with this third destination for the feed? You know, and I want to make sure it goes to a group that has enough people to make it worthwhile, you know. And of course, his group is plenty large and would be perfect for exposure for everybody, you know.
Mm-hmm. And to answer Brad Arne's question, there are extra arms, and it is a part of the costume, and it's all a part of the story. Which I guess it might help if I read the kind of synopsis of this thing so that people know what it is.
No, we just see the art, Michael. That's all.
No, you guys just get to look at the art. That's it.
No, comic design. That's all we care about is comic design, dude.
Comic design. So the Embrace is a dark superhero story inspired by the likes of James O'Bare's The Crow and Todd McFarlane's Haunt, and is a story about loss and justice. And so the synopsis of it is that no father should have to bury their son, but life sometimes doesn't play out the way it should. It's been a year since the mugging that robbed Clarence Griffin of both his dignity and his son David. With the police closing the case cold, Clarence revisits the last place he was with his son with every intent on taking his own life. However, as he arrives, he is stopped by the ghost of David, and in the embrace of his child's spirit, he not only receives a vision, revealing the people responsible, but a suit that protects him from harm and grants him abilities. Now, father and son hunt down the criminals responsible for this tragedy together and bring them to justice. And so that's the Embrace, and that's coming here in the spring. So sign up for the mailing list, which I guess I'll put that in the private chat. I am usually way better prepared for this stuff.
Nice. It looks great. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm really excited about this one. I mean, I'm obviously excited about all my books, but this thing has kind of come together pretty quickly. And to see it come together in the way that it has with everything has been pretty humbling. It's one of those things where kind of lightning has just kind of struck every circumstance that I had, because less than a month ago I didn't have anyone to do art. I was just asking people about it, like just be like, do you know anyone that would be a good fit for this? I think I asked Phil. I asked a few people. I was like, do you know anyone that would be a good fit? And then a man called Kemosabe from YouTube, I talked to him. He was like, go talk to Dean James. Based off of everything that you're telling me, he has super intense inking, like, and everything. Because initially I was looking at doing it in black and white, and Dean James's ink work is phenomenal. Like, his pencils are solid, but where it really starts to come through is his inks.
So, Raj, got any announcements for us, brother?
Digital awards went out yesterday for Mojo Rising 1, and the books are at the press. And as soon as we get those back, we mail them out. I'll probably do a kick in February for book 2.
Nice. And book 2, I have to say it because I have to always say it. My 7-year-old grandson, my 7-year-old grandson created a character that will be in book 2.
Awesome.
Yeah, he will.
It's pretty. That excites me more than me being. Me being part of it. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm just glad. I'm just glad we got to get him a part of it. That's what it's all about.
It was amazing when Manny sent me back that picture after he drew it. I was like, oh man. And I showed it to Isaac, and Isaac's eyes lit up, and he's like, that's gonna be my guy. And that's your guy, dude. That's the one you created. And like I said, to me, that's it. I'm more excited for book 2 than I was for book 1 because of that. I get to introduce my grandson to what you guys do, and he's a big fan. He comes down here all the time, wants to be part of the streams. He's a big fan of what all you guys do, and yeah. Even draws stuff on paper bags, on his lunch bag. He draws Mojo Rising. It's like he is.
Raj, where was that tier, man? Where was that tier?
No doubt, man. I probably blew that out of the water, man.
That's book 2. That's for book 2.
those lunch bags better be there, man. I'll be disappointed. Those are the collectibles I want.
I came down here one time and there was a piece of paper on my desk. I don't know if I still have it here. Oh yeah, here it is. It's a ticket to the Mojo movie. He left it sitting here on my desk so that I'd see it the next time I sat on. He took an old receipt and drew, ticket to the Mojo movie, because there's no movies. We can't go to the movie theater. He's like, hopefully someday Mojo will be a movie, Grandpa. I'm like, oh. Hopefully someday Mojo will be a movie. You bet. I love it. And Raj, he doesn't like taking too much credit, but if it wasn't for what he did with me, I wouldn't have done probably any of this. It was me promoting his book and getting involved in really trying to get it seen and get people to buy it, and which led to me trying to do that for everybody. CRoM Con pretty much, Pops Van Zandt isn't even, doesn't even exist without Raj. This whole thing has been because of him including me in his project. And really, that's how my whole year started. My whole 2020 started because Raj included me in his project. And it just, my life direction completely changed. There's nothing I'm doing today that I was doing a year ago. And that's no lie. My life completely changed, man. Everything, all the goals or whatever I had went out the window, and it's like, yeah, I'm doing this. This is what I'm going to do, And so promotion kind of became what I'm doing now. And I blame Raj. And Dean James is only 13 years old.
That's not true.
How old is he, Michael?
I'm really. I don't have like an exact age pegged down for him, but he's worked as he's in his 30s. I'm fairly certain. Because he worked as a tattoo artist for a good chunk of time, and is transitioning into sequential comic art. But Dean's a great freaking dude. He's funny as all hell, and going and designing this book with designing a book. Holy crap! Oh God. No, designing these characters and getting to work on the the sequentials is really exciting. He does have like a young sounding voice. Hexes in the comments. He just sounds like it. But yeah, he's a super great dude, and we've got a man called Kimasabi. He's doing the editing on that book, and we've got a really stellar team that I think you guys are going to have a good time with the Embrace. I think it'll be a good book.
I'm signing up for this year Embrace right now.
Pops, you already signed up.
Oh, did I? Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, you were like you were number 5. I mean,
okay.
Sign up again if you want.
Hey, I need to be on that list because I backed Elysian Fields on Kick, but where can I go to do this Embrace?
That I have up on Indiegogo right now. I posted the link up in the private chat.
It's right there.
So so that a mod could put it in the normal chat. But so yeah, you go on to that, and like it's really exciting stuff. Dean has done fantastic work. Over the next few weeks, we'll be revealing like character concepts for David, one of the bad guys from the book, and Corey Barton, Clayton's brother, is coloring the cover that he did, and so that'll be a Barton Brothers piece that we're going to be having for the deluxe edition of the book. Like, it's going to be something to look forward to.
And I just signed up.
Hell yeah!
There you go.
Good stuff. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. I'm lonely. I just need emails.
Hey man, well I'll do my best, and you know what? I'll make sure to like figure out which one's you, and I'll even just say hi from time to time. If you're that lonely, it'll be good times.
Michael, have you been on Will's show?
I don't think I've been on Will's show. No.
Oh, there you go. There's another one for you. Creators Outlet Podcast.
I'd be happy to come on and talk about anything. Randy and Varian know it's hard to get me to shut up. So
that's perfect for Will's show.
I was just messaging. I got to the thing was when you get Michael talking, eventually you have to mute him. Otherwise, they just keep going. But guys, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go watch over Lola. She's not feeling well. That's why she left earlier. So I'm gonna go make sure she doesn't make me a widower. Not before I have a side piece. Anyway, so
of course, must have bases filled.
And Pops, I need to run too. I've got a show tomorrow morning, so I need to get to bed. So
I know you have a show tomorrow morning. I actually sent somebody your way today too.
Cool.
Okay.
They didn't contact me that I know of, but they're welcome to.
You may get a message from somebody who's more of a Sunday Funnies kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I sent them your way. So,
I do.
All
right. All right. Thanks everybody for having us. Thanks for having us. It's been a pleasure to be here tonight. Make sure you check out indievolt.com, Last Call Comics, my publishing company, lastcallcomics.com, and then for Liberty, ledg.us.
Geekgasm, all the other Sunday Funny.
Yeah.
Man,
Even
you guys got so much going on. That's why I wanted to make sure you got out here because not everybody knows what's going on everywhere.
Yeah, even Odin has a show on Indie Vote now. He and Eric Kotzen, they have a show called It Came From Webtoon every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern. They talk about
somebody their way too.
Yeah.
We're hoping to start actually. So what we've been doing is the first few episodes we're just looking at webtoons that we've been reading. The next one, I believe we're doing The Black Coat, which is phenomenal. Just a random find. I was going through it. I found it and showed it to Eric. I was like, we need to do this. And it's tremendous. So we'll be talking about that one this Monday, I think. And then what we're hoping to do is after doing a few of these reviews is start bringing on actual webtoon creators. We'll review their books and talk to them about it at the same time.
Yeah, one of the things that you got that. We got Geekgasm. And a lot of that stuff is also going to be making its way over to Indie Vote TV. If you have a Roku TV or a Roku enabled device, you can check out Indie Vote TV. Download it. It's free. Basically, it's Netflix with a bunch of independent stuff on there. So independent movies, wrestling, got a bunch of new stuff going over there here in 2021. Really excited for some of that stuff. Indie Vote Radio, of course, on Alexa, Google Play, and iOS. Check that out. And I'm going to get out of here and let you guys have it. But I'll talk to you all soon.
All right.
Hey,
All
Brandon,
right.
I,
See you
I,
later,
Brandon.
I had one question, Barry. One more
Sure.
question. for you. Did you find a frame?
I did. I found the frame. I found the frame. I haven't put in the frame yet, but I did find the frame.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. You let me know when that's up.
All right. Thank you, guys. I will see the madness later.
Randy, go ahead.
All right, I'll be on tomorrow morning on the Indie Volt radio network and Indie Volt YouTube channel, the usual places on Facebook where you find Indie Volt, for another episode of Sunday Funnies, where we talk about the more lighthearted and whimsical side of comics. We try to make a really good time out of it, and not a very, not a downer time. We don't talk about those realistic comics, just those fun comics that we all find entertaining. So I'll be over there tomorrow morning.
If you want to laugh, you go watch that show.
Well,
Yeah,
we cover all of the entertaining stuff up until the point where the superheroes really started going, and started flicking themselves.
When they started finding soapboxes.
Well, comics have always had a certain level of propaganda. But, I tell everybody that all of my heroes died at Crisis and Heroes Reborn, and they've been replaced by soulless zombies ever since. That's the era that I like to cover. We talk a little underground. We talk a little funny animals. We talk a little. Actually, we talk a lot of Golden Age. I'm probably going to have Glenn Fleming on tomorrow because he's over in England. He's available. It'll be his afternoon up there, as opposed to trying to wake anybody up on Sunday on a holiday weekend. But we'll see how it goes.
I'm pretty sure he's on CRoM Con tomorrow too, about 1:30.
Oh, well then, if it's his time.
No, 1:30 our time.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see what I'll be winging it tomorrow, so we'll see what happens.
All right, brother.
All right, Pops. Thanks a lot for having us on. So
you bet, man. Thanks for all the support, you guys.
Anytime, buddy. Like you said, we got to keep spreading it around, spread the love.
That's it.
All right, we'll see you later.
Peace.
See you, Brandy.
Now, I don't know if Will has any questions for you, Michael, or he might want to just save it till he gets you on his own show. But
yeah, man, just let me know when you want me to come on. I'm usually pretty flexible. I'm usually able to get to wherever, whether I'm calling, whether I'm doing a show from work or whether I'm at home or what have you.
He has done a show from work. I can vouch for that.
I've done many shows from work.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I was gonna come on last night, but I would not have been good company. I ended up holding over for a 16-hour shift, and I literally just wanted to murder somebody the entire time. So it was just me watching Cobra Kai season 3 and trying to not.
From those unknown long shifts like that, man.
Oh, so I'm still at that job until the new job finishes up, and because they're finishing processing my medical stuff, and so the old job pulled some super shady crap on me yesterday, and we'll just say that it was like, if it weren't for the fact that I do not have my start date at this other place, I would have turned in my gun belt and everything and been like, you can go fuck yourself. I'm leaving. It was very hard.
I've heard some of the horror stories from you, man. I can't blame you, man.
It was really bad.
Go flicker yourself.
Yes, go flicker yourself, indeed.
Oh, Raj, did you catch that part of the segment?
Yeah.
You caught me talking about a book, a really bad book that needed editing really bad.
Oh yeah, I know he's talking. Boston.
God, it was atrocious. I finally read it, dude. I'm sitting here in the dark. I got nothing to do. Power's off. I finally read it. I'm like, it was atrocious.
Don't get me started.
Did I hear the keyword Boston?
Yeah, don't get me started on that, dude. Don't.
No, I don't even want to go. I'm talking about the book.
I don't care about either
no,
one
I'm just
of
saying. I knew what it was as soon as Raj said Boston.
He was no editor.
What's wrong with Boston?
He did not.
No, it's not. No, it's a way of identifying where this came from or who, never mind. Not important. Not anything against Boston. Boston, nothing against it.
Well, individual in Boston, yeah.
There you go.
I'll say
Exactly.
it. I'll say it. I don't give
I
a fuck.
read books for the story. Okay, I read books for the story. Okay, now if I have to try and figure out a dialect from inner city and overplay it into a fantasy world, I'm like, this doesn't fit. There's something here that ain't fit. He needed an editor. He needed somebody to tell him that doesn't work. And he needed a proofreader. And he needed a whole bunch of things that he obviously didn't fork out a little bit of money for.
I know exactly. 100% agree with you, Pops. There was a book that I was sent to review by someone that I very much respect. They had edited the book. And in the dialogue, they were trying to emulate the dialect of like mountain country in Virginia.
Right.
And I was like, I understand what you are trying to do. This does not read well. There are better ways for you to do this that would not confuse the readers this much. And I was like, and you, like anyone that has read my reviews knows that when I love something, I will gush about it. But I am not I am not someone that does puff pieces.
Right.
If I don't like a book, you are going to know when you read my review. And so rather than write that review, I hit up the guy that had sent it to me, the editor, and I was like, I have a lot of respect for you. And out of that respect, I'm going to let you know that I am not going to write the review for this because this book is unreadable. And I was like,
I'm not gonna lie. I got about 3/4 of the way through, and I was just like, I can't read
this
it.
book in question, I couldn't even make it past 10 pages.
Well, I mean, I wasn't counting pages, but I mean, I was trying to read the book, but it was bad from the beginning. There was bad things about it from the beginning in the typeset, and we talked about that flicker. You know,
You're
it's
saying
like
the colloquialisms were way off.
and it was. I mean, you know, you can't be in a fantasy world and be talking like your iced tea in Detroit. That doesn't work.
You can if you present if you make it a mixture of fantasy and urban setting.
If that was what you were going for, but this is strictly a fantasy book. Wizards, you know, I mean, wizards, warriors. There's nothing about inner city ghetto anything. There's nothing. There's no.
Then you are correct. No, there should not have.
I was just trying to read it, and I was like, he wrote it the way he talks. And that's okay. That's okay, except that's not the kind of book that dialogue works for. That's like it wouldn't work if a Southerner or
it didn't suspend your disbelief, and it destroyed setting immersion.
And he didn't put himself within that character's point of reference when he was trying to put that out there.
It's the same as if somebody would have wrote it as, "Hey y'all, this is how you go read." That wouldn't have fit either. It was the way the dialect was written doesn't fit the book.
Right. Yeah. I've seen that in books before where they don't put themselves in the mind of the character that they're writing the dialogue.
They're in their own head, exactly. They're in their own head trying to be that character.
And that's one of the big things where it's like, you know, you try to write what you know, but if you're doing something, if you're trying to emulate a specific setting, you need to be familiar with the setting. You need to be familiar with. You need to understand how the people in that setting are. You need to understand, like, you know, if I'm writing a book that takes place in 13th century Renaissance England, you know, the way that they are going to speak, the way that they are going to enunciate, the way that the cadence of their speech, it's going to be different than me writing a noir tale in 1930s Los Angeles.
And if you can't, then you find somebody that's good at writing the dialogue end of it for you and let them write the dialogue.
and it's one of those things where
And
you
before
can't.
you send it to print, get an editor.
And it's not even just that. Do research. Do research when you're going like. And this is one of those things
I
where
just figure any editor worth his salt would have caught that. Would have caught that.
100%. But like the other big thing is that you have these people that are writing, and they're just shooting from the hip, and they're not doing the research involved. Every single writer here,
And I know how
which
you
is
are,
it's
man.
me,
You research the
Rod,
hell out of stuff,
Rod, Rod, you're the writer of Mojo Risen, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so like every single writer here knows that when you are going to write characters and write in a setting, there is a degree of research that you have to do when you're doing that, and that research might be natural stuff. You might Mojo Risen is a post-apocalyptic tale of New Orleans. So if you grew up in New Orleans, you have that frame of reference, and if you're familiar with that setting, you can kind of come up with what that would be like after society crumbles for whatever reason you have the cause. For me, I do Elysian Fields, and that's all based on mythology. And while I'm a pretty big expert on Greek mythology, I have had to go back and do research. It's a fundamental of writing to create an authentic experience that creates a suspension of disbelief for the audience. Because otherwise, the audience is going to read it and they are not going to be able to disconnect and fall into the escapism aspect of it being fiction, and it's going to be completely dissociated.
That's what happened. It was like the way the character was talking did not fit the setting. The way,
and that'll do it. It's something that simple.
It wasn't the message. The message got across the same, but the way they portrayed the person saying it didn't come off like they were from that place.
I have a lot of a hard time reading like military books, for instance, that are not written by people that served, because a lot of times I'll be catching stuff as like, that's not how that fucking works. That's not how that works. And like I'll be picking apart. And they could be otherwise fantastic books.
And it is so easy to find somebody who knows and ask them. And ask them, hey man, I'm doing this. Will this be legit to my story? It's that simple.
And it's funny because you were saying that it was a fantasy book. Had this dude never been to a fucking Ren fair? They're all over the place. They're all over the fucking place.
It was
like you literally walk into it, just fuck, man. Watch the movie Role Models, and
my God.
And they have the whole LARPing segment of the movie.
That movie is great, man.
It is utterly fantastic. But like literally, it's not fucking hard. Like if you were having this, if you were trying to create an urban fantasy where it's like a fantasy world set in the present in a urban environment, so that these characters, kind of like what they tried to do with that Netflix movie with Will Smith, I'm blanking on what it's called, where it's effectively fantasy version of Training Day. Bright is the name of the movie, where which I thought was like a terrible film, but I won't go into that. But point is that like if they were trying to go for something like that, I get it. It would still be a bit wonky and jarring, but if you had established that as your setting, it would be one of those things that I'd have to get accustomed to while reading. And if you pulled it off, it would work. If you didn't, I mean, it was a tough sell to begin with. But to just straight up, as Pop said, have it be high medieval fantasy, and you guys got talking. You have people talking like they're from inner city Chicago.
Yeah.
And it like like it's just like that.
I mean, that's the way I read this. Like somebody from our era is the character in this story. But then
The
when you get the story, it's
is
like,
just
no.
like that's one of those things where you have to that's one of those things where you have to go and do your research. How did people talk during that high medieval
I mean,
man, we grew up in
even if you created the universe and there is no research, you've created it all. You still, if you're gonna talk in character as a person of today's world in today's society, it's not going to work in a fantasy book.
And you know what's even crazier? Lord of the Rings came out the films came out how many years ago? It's not like there wasn't like a plethora of things that you could just serve as your basis for how to write fantasy.
Yeah, just
like Tolkien has been the de facto model that every fantasy writer has used since Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit came out as books. Like it's not. That's something that just frustrates the shit because it's not something that's super hard to even do. It's a fucking Google search away.
Yeah, and dialect. Come on, the dialect, the accent, the way people speak. You can't take something from anywhere in America today, as you know, like I said, you can't take Appalachian or Southern Boy or New Yorker or Boston. You can't take them phrases, those ways of talking, use those accents and dialects and expect it to be believable in a fantasy setting of no giant cities or nothing.
So here's the thing, though, with
you know,
fantasy. Here's a question with you guys. With fantasy, since it is like a made-up world and it doesn't exist in the first place, how would you decide exactly where you would get your roots of it from?
Aesthetic. Again, it would again, if you were trying to convey high medieval setting of the high fantasy, you cannot have your characters talking like we are speaking right now.
Right.
There's a completely different feel to that, to all of that.
On the same hand, you wouldn't want to be going thee and thou and thou'st all the time either.
Well,
right?
First of all,
I'm just asking.
Shakespearean lexicon was never how anyone talked. Okay, Shakespeare created that for that flowery language for the poeticism of his plays.
For the plays,
it doesn't. No one actually spoke like that back then. And if you actually look at things like official documents from those times, you will not see that shit there. 3/4 of that was Shakespeare being Shakespeare and being artistic. That's part of the genius of him, was that he created like 3/4 of the dialogue of his fucking plays. Okay, so like but there is a set lexicon that you have to look at. Like, and I honestly think that, again, you look at Tolkien, right? When you look and you read things like Aragorn's speech before the Black Gates, when you look and you read these moments that have been cemented as iconic through his writing, you can get a feel of, okay, this is how these characters should feel. Like hell, you even look at from a comic book standpoint, Jack Kirby's New Gods is written, all the dialogue between all the new gods and everything like that is written in a timeless lexicon that feels epic and doesn't feel disingenuous, even though it's not necessarily how it's not necessarily how people from way back when would talk. It's something that would work. Even when he was writing things like Thor. Again, when you are creating fantasy, yes, it's a made up world, but you have to be able to connect with your audience and suspend their disbelief. And so if you are saying, hey, this is high fantasy, keyword high fantasy, meaning that it takes place in high medieval period and it's fantasy, then you cannot have everyone talking like modern day. Even in The Witcher, which has far more modern lexicon in it, they make sure to have a separation where the soldiers and the nobility and everything like that you're talking to, they speak in a far more antiquated dialect.
Yep.
But then when you're dealing with characters like Geralt that are down in the mud and in the shit, that's where you get that more modern lexicon, because it's meant to showcase the separation of class.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yeah. It was kind of amazing because I was reading it, and I mean, you know, aside from spelling errors and stuff like that, it was just when it came to phrasing that was actually stuff that we would say to each other.
Yeah.
It was like it just didn't fit. It was like, wait a minute, that is way too today, way too now to even fit. Even if it was like, let's say, Japanese mythology, or it didn't fit anywhere. That would only fit if like that character is from our time and went to that place.
Well, Pops, that's
The only
why
way
he's
that
got Pops. That's why he's got 47 backers a Kickstarter. So let's just stop.
Okay.
So
Oh,
basically,
damn.
even on a subconscious level, that it's going to pull you out of the story because it doesn't fit the setting of where
It
you're
not
at.
just pulled me out of the story. I'm pretty sure that's where I put the book down.
And Hex is saying that we have to talk. I got his message. I got his private message. I replied. So I'm always down. You know me, Hex. You had me on your show before. Talking is not an issue for me. You just fucking bring me on and I'll be there.
Shutting up is.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I think
Like Varian even said it before he headed out. Is if when you get me talking, it's one of those things where eventually it'll get to a point like we need to hit the fucking mute button on this asshole.
I think Hex wants to talk to you about some possible future collaboration or something.
I mean, and I'm down for that. I'm always down to do more writing and get out there because I love doing this stuff. So,
Hey, man, you guys are all awesome. I just want to say, today was rough. Okay, it started out good, and then the power went out. We had 3 people in a 2-hour block that for one reason or other couldn't show up, and we had to scramble, and like Phil and Will came through like champs. I mean they kept the thing going for me, man. I was out. I was all the way out for a couple hours. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't watch. I couldn't send suggestions. I couldn't do nothing. I was sitting here in the dark, frustrated as hell. I ain't gonna lie. I was sitting here cussing up a blue stream, man. I couldn't get online. I couldn't get out there. My con. Why is this happening during my con? Was it blah, blah, blah? I mean, it was kind of rough. It was kind of rough, and we get through it. We seem to get through every one of these, man. No matter what happens, and it's because of you guys. I just want you to know that. I give a shit about those 2 over there because they, and then I mean, all you guys, man. You guys have all been really good to me and what I'm trying to do, and that's why I'm willing to go out of my way for people that are supportive of what I'm trying to do. Michael, I'll go out there and I'll talk about your stuff and I'll show you your stuff. And Michael sent me a message, yo, man, you know about this, right? And he's like, I already shared that. Check my Twitter.
Dude, I it's so freaking hard to keep track of, man. I literally just was like, all right, I know Pops is a good promoter. I'll send him some stuff, and maybe he missed it, maybe he didn't. like it's one of those things where I try to stay on top of it, but between work and then when I get into the zone and I'm writing and I'm doing all this stuff, I completely zone out.
I can tell you straight up, pretty much anything I see in the group that is a link to a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo, I immediately share to my Twitter. And anything I find on Twitter that's not being shown in the group, I do the exact opposite. I send it to the group. So it's like I'm trying to always expand. Oh, hold on a second there. Check out. I don't have one for Elysian Fields, do I?
I got you.
I got the listener. I do not have one for Elysian Fields. All right. Shoot me a link. Put it up there so you can see it. He wants to know.
Okay, putting it up. I'll send you both the Indiegogo and the Kickstarter because we have them. I have them. We're wrapping up the Indiegogo and we have the Kickstarter going through like towards the end of January, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And we got another backer while we were on the show. Thank you so much for whoever did that.
That's the best I can ask for. Guys, it's 11:30. I'm actually not going to run this thing into tomorrow. I'm going to get some sleep tonight. Today was kind of frustrating. I'm going to relax, I'm going to go relax a little bit and get heated up for tomorrow and get fired up again so that we can do this all day again tomorrow. Raj, I know I'm going to see you tomorrow night.
Absolutely.
I know I'm going to see you tomorrow night. Phil, Will?
Yeah. Wake me up in the morning, you honorary son of a bitch.
You know I got you.
Wake him up before you go.
So, yes, there's the link. Elysian Fields, Michael Odin, Raj Mahan, Phil Leon, Will, the Joker fan, William Pace, and myself, Pops Van Zant. I want to thank all of y'all for coming out and everybody who watched all day and put up with the mess. We love you. We appreciate you. Peace. Hey everybody, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors and helpers this time around. We got NSCLiveTV.com, the Cheers to Comics podcast, Earth Station 1 podcast, the Shop Top podcast, the Creators Outlet podcast, Evolution Comics Facebook page, IndieVolt Radio, IndieVolt.com, the radio station, the YouTube channel, BuyMeToys.com. Love you all.